joke that you could possibly imagine. Like, I immediately said, it's like, oh wow, is this the Warlock or the Grand Wizard set, right? I mean, that's the first fucking thing that I thought of was the KKK. First fucking thing. Blizzard goes out and they make a tweet and they're like, oh, I can't believe that we would let something like this get through. Oh wow, we really messed up, guys. We're so sorry. And then if you look at the comments here, I'm not gonna read all the comments. People are like, oh nah, bro, they're mad they got caught, dude. Blizzard put that in there intentionally. They did that because Blizzard's full of racists. And like, I was so glad about it because it's one of these other examples of like a company trying to like, you know, look like they're morally, you know, moral authorities, right? And they just get absolutely shit on for it. I hate that, man. It's not out of the realm of possibility that people would think this. It doesn't matter. Like, no, really, like that's the first thing I thought of. I swear to God, I really mean this. The first thing I thought of was, oh, looks like a clan outfit. 100%. Yeah, I never saw it. Yeah, but you're from fucking Australia, man. Like, in America here, and like, maybe it's because I have like a, I'm very acutely attenuated to bad jokes. So if I see something that could be a bad joke, I'm like, oh, there it is. I immediately see it. I don't know, like, Blizzard should change it, but, I mean, making a tweet about it and trying to, like, use it as a platform to virtue signal about how sorry they are, like, I don't know, it's just, like, kind of cringe to me. Based on a picture, Blizzard would have to change all pointy hats. No, I mean, like, listen. No, they don't have to change all pointy hats, but, no, man, come on. Like, we don't need to... It's a spectrum, okay? Like, not every pointy hat is the same. Lost Ark is going to contribute to a lot of lost time. So Lost Ark getting released on February 11th. Now, if you buy the Founders Pack, that's the thing you pay them extra money for, and they just release the game early, basically. That's the scam. I'm gonna buy it. You get to play the game 3 days early.
Is the foolish dream of mortals.
To have a game without pay to win.
This world,
Founders Pack.
this Arcadia, is more dangerous than you could ever imagine. Once again, the Chaos Gates have burst open. The demon legions of Kazaros blot out the sun. Do not give in.
I feel like the trailer sucks. I'm gonna be honest. I think that it's so bad. They should have just like showed all the features with like a few ominous scenes. Yeah, like that, like doing combos into a group of NPCs that are just perma-stunned. What is this, Diablo 3? Yeah, I think the trailer sucks. They could have done a much better job with it. And like I actually myself and the Pink Sparkle, two of us, we played this game together whenever it came out on beta. Both of us actually liked the game a lot. We had a lot of fun. Yeah, as a lot of you guys know her as Izzy. This is a bad trailer. The game is much better than what this trailer would make you believe. The Pink Sparkle, yes, the Pink Sparkle. So many games are with the gates are open and hell is coming through. Well, yeah, it sounds cool. It's not a good representation. Like, I mean, this game has like crazy ass PvP. It has really cool boss fights. It has a housing system that's very expansive. It's got professions that are in depth. It has a lot of character customization. It also has, I don't know if I said, like the really cool raids. I've seen a number of the raids that they have at max level. It also has what's it, like a sailing around like a ship and shit like that. Like it's the most ambitious isometric game that I've ever seen, really. And like I think that it's hard to compare it with PoE because PoE has like a much different goal. But it's I would say like as ambitious as PoE. Oh, and by the way, I know that there are some people who think that it's pay to win. Other people think it's not pay to win. Here's what I'm gonna do. I don't want to argue about if it's pay to win or not anymore, because I know that there were like weird translations. People were taking things from what the Russian website was gonna have, etc. I'm just gonna play the game whenever it comes out, and if it's pay to win, I'll probably just stop playing it because it will not be fun. That's it. So I'm gonna play the game, see what it's like. If it's pay to win, we're just gonna stop playing it, and that's it. Jeez, this looks so bad. This looks like if they brought out Final Fantasy XIV 15 years ago.
All is lost.
Yeah, I mean, I played the game. It was really cool. And nobody downvoted the videos, so I mean, it's gotta be really popular. This is what the boss fights. I've showed this before, so I'm not gonna get into it too much. Like, they should have just taken this YouTube video and played it as a trailer. It would have been better than what they decided to put together. But it's okay. I mean, the thing is, I'm excited for the game. I just wish the trailer was a better representation of it, because I do think this game has a lot of potential, and it's a really cool game. This is what we could have had with Deathwing. You understand that? This is what we could have had at Blizzard, but instead they were stealing breast milk. This is what it could have been fucking having. And I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed. Oh, it's click to move? Yeah, it's click to move. I have no problem with it being click to move. I played PoE, I played Diablo 3. I have zero problem with click to move. If you do, it is what it is. But I think that if you want to give the game a try, I thought I wouldn't like it with the click to move stuff with Diablo 3, and it turned out that I got really used to it very quickly. So yeah, if you don't like it though, I mean, fuck, don't play it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the game is. I'm not gonna watch the Limit Max video. Actually, I'll see how long it is. If it's more than 10 minutes, I'm probably not gonna watch it. Okay, all right. Okay. Look, can somebody tell Max that you only need to do 8 minutes now to put extra ads in? Like, we don't actually have to have 7 extra seconds. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just talking this long. Like, he plays WoW, so he's probably used to talking for a long time. Yeah, we only need to do 8 minutes now, man. It's fine. Nobody's taking any damage? Well, no shit. Because they've wiped on it 50 times. Because they know what to do. Because if people are taking damage, the video wouldn't be 21 minutes long. It would be like 30 seconds. Oh, wow, everybody's taking damage. They're dying. Yeah, he's going to say what I'm going to say. There's not really a whole lot that I can really add on to that or not. Search how difficult is raiding in Lost Ark. You know what? I actually do want to watch this.
Hey everybody, today I'm breaking down what an endgame encounter is like in Lost Ark Korea currently. The fight we're looking at is the 5th gateway of the Legion Commander Abelshut's raid. This weekly raid is split into 6 different boss encounters with checkpoints to stop and save the lockout after completing the 2nd and 4th boss encounters. You can reform and pick up where you left off with the same party members or switch it up with replacements if they're also at the same checkpoint. Loot's also received at each checkpoint in equal proportions, so if you complete phase 2, you'll earn 33% of the potential materials for crafting the new set. Phase 4 nets you 66%, and Phase 6 gets you 100%.
Okay.
Gateway 5 pits you against the Queen of Nightmares herself, Abelshut. She has 23 billion HP in this encounter, evenly split into 200 individual lines of HP. This helps us more easily identify when certain gimmick mechanics will occur at. She has a total of 31 different patterns.
So I guess like the number there functions as like a phase counter. Yeah, he talks a little bit too fast. I wish this video was 10 minutes and 7 seconds.
Use in any random order between major HP thresholds, but we'll just be covering the major gimmicks though to keep this video concise. At 180 lines of health, the first major gimmick happens. All 8 players are given a black or white shape. There are 4 shapes, so 2 people will get the same shape, 1 in black and 1 in white. At periodic intervals, shapes will be summoned while you're DPSing Abelshut that will float across the screen. You must collect a certain number of shapes depending on which shape you were assigned at the start of the mechanic. Circles have to collect 2, squares have to collect 4, hexagons 6, and star 8. If you collect the wrong color shape, it's considered -1. There will also be patterns that are needles that travel across the screen, homing in on a player for a few seconds before traveling in a straight line. That if you're hit by it, it's a 50% chance it's either a black or a white shape, so it could help or set you back. The other mechanic are long line telegraphs across the entire map that if you're hit, do the same thing as a needle. There's 2 variations of that. One that also summons a needle, which travels in the same direction at a high speed.
Holy
you have to lower
shit.
Overshoot to 140 lines of health while collecting the correct number of shapes for every player. It's common to have the correct number of stacks of your shape, only to get screwed over by the last summoning of shapes. Needles and line telegraphs are around 145 lines. If any of the 8 players has an incorrect number of stacks when entering the 140 line gimmick, it's a guaranteed raid wipe and you have to start over. At 140 lines, Abershot either has a circle or a cross shape underneath her. This helps us determine where we need to stack with the other player to safely place a symbol on the ground for the next pattern. Before we stack, we have to dodge line laser telegraphs twice, with the second one giving us about a second afterwards to converge with the other player. If done successful, all 4 players will place a symbol in 4 sections of the map evenly spaced from each other.
That doesn't seem... That actually doesn't seem that hard.
And one of the 8 players has to guide a certain shaped meteor into the corresponding symbol placed in the previous mechanic. Failing to do that wipes the raid. While doing this, players have to dodge a lot of large AoE telegraphs, the red scary ones that are one-shots. The expanding black hole also has to be avoided, and if it touches another one of the symbols, then it wipes the raid, which is why they have to be placed equidistant apart from one another. If everyone's successful at placing all 4 meteors, then you proceed to the next phase, which is a burn from 140 lines to 110 lines. At 110 lines, Abershot ports to the center and a short intermission plays. 2 large spheres are summoned into the map, and there's also glyphs on the ground which light up that tell us what to do in this mechanic. They indicate the order in which the 3 major targets have to be neutralized with fatigue damage from our spells. Doing this out of order wipes the raid.
God, I hope this game is pay to win. Holy fuck. Oh wow. I hope this is pay to win. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Wow.
Too long also wipes the raid. At the same time, illusions of Abershot can spawn in up to 6 positions, 3 above and 3 below. It's random. Every illusion that gets summoned has to be countered within a second of it appearing. Failing to do so silences the entire party, which screws up the neutralization, and also the illusion blows up and does like 50% of your health. If all the illusions are successfully countered and the 3 main targets are neutralized in the correct order, then you move on to the next phase. The next phase, the 2 orbs that were just neutralized create portals that lead to a different cube mini-boss in a separate area. To pass the gimmick, 1 player has to collect 12 white orb buffs in the right portal, and then in the left side portal, 4 players have to collect 3 gold orbs each. The 12 white orb player is probably going to have to be a support because the white orbs inflict the DOT, a stacking damage over time debuff on you as you collect each orb. At least 1 player has to stay outside to deal with Abershot, or else she immediately casts a raid wipe if there's no one in the area.
I'll go on.
Not collecting the right number of orbs also incurs a raid wipe in the next gimmick. And also, the
this
player
is
that
cool.
stays outside fighting her dies, she also kills the raid. During the battle with the cubes, there's also needles and line telegraphs that can reduce the number of orbs you've collected. Needles drop you to 0 stacks in the left one, and in the right side room, line telegraphs reduce the amount of stacks you've got by 1. Once the cubes are defeated, you gotta exit within like 2 or 3 seconds or else it kills you. After all players have exited, Abershot begins the next pattern, which reminds a lot of people of Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. She'll summon a huge ball of energy, and you have to break an HP shield on her.
If it actually reminded me from Frieza from Dragon Ball Z, I would just continue talking for the next 2 weeks, and then the next week at the same time I would just start the video over and then play the same video again and say the exact same things. So that's actually what it would be like.
Lines of light protrudes from 8 different positions. You have to maneuver into the lines of light to avoid being silenced, as there's a neutralization check that has to be cleared. You also have to remember where each of these lines of light are, because at the end of this pattern, after the neutralization check has been succeeded, 5 different safe spots emerge, only one of which is correct to stand in. The safe one is the one that if you remember where all the lines of light emerge from Abershot in the previous pattern, it'll form that shape.
Yeah.
Players successfully neutralize the boss, stand in the correct safe spot, and have the correct amount of orb buffs on 5 players. They'll survive the raid wipe that follows afterwards. After lowering the boss from 110 lines to 90 lines, players are once again assigned shapes from, well, it's the same thing as the 180 line gimmick. You have to once again collect the correct amount of shapes by the time you reach 50 lines, while also avoiding a lot more dangerous patterns that begin to emerge at around this point. At 50 lines, you have to once again converge with the other player that has the same shape as you to place the symbols on the ground, but instead of line telegraphs, everyone has to kite 4 meteor drops. You have about 1 second after the last meteor drop to stand within proximity to the corresponding shape to place the symbol. Hopefully at this point everyone has survived and was able to place their symbol to prevent the last 8-player gimmick. As after you successfully guide these meteors into the correct symbol, it's a burn of the last 50 lines to 0 HP against a torrent of even more deadly attacks. If you've managed to claim victory at this point though, pat yourself on the back, because that was the door phase.
You defeated
the easy part.
the
She takes the battle up in space, and the real battle against the real boss begins at that point.
They're gonna add a difficulty mode above that.
Oh, wow.
The thing is, like,
Welcome back. This is part 2 of how difficult is raiding in Lost Ark.
Oh,
This time
no.
we're dissecting the finale against the space opera phantom Albrashud. As a disclaimer, if you're trying to face this
Oh,
boss in the future
no.
blind, you should stop watching this video as it contains fight spoilers. Otherwise, this is kind of like a guide, but a really terrible one. The video is just meant for entertainment for people to hear
What?
about mechanics that aren't obvious by just watching the gameplay. At the time
What
of
the
recording, this is the
fuck?
highest level encounter in Lost Ark and the most mechanically complex fight to date. Phase 6
Okay.
is a 20 to 25 minute endurance battle against 28.5 billion HP split across 250 health bars. If you made the DPS check in the previous fight in Phase 5,
Oh,
your damage
wow.
is sufficient to clear Phase 6 since there's more damage uptime and a longer fight timer.
Yeah, of
The reward
course.
for clearing Phase 6 isn't unique, but you're guaranteed 2 legendary engraving books, additional ancient fragments for crafting, and a small chance of looting the highly coveted Esther Stone.
Light bless you.
Time is money, friend. Hurry back.
Interesting. Glad I could help.
Talk to me. How are you? Watch your back.
We can't deal with here. This is bad.
We can.
Oh, wait, I can. I could acro. Wait, I couldn't deal with this.
You might
This is very
skull.
bad, dude. Yeah, I'll skull. I skulled.
Oh, this fucking Voidwalker, man.
You have to skull, maybe? Oh, he skull. Pot.
Fucking hell, man. Why did it target me? I could have died.
Holy shit, dude.
Let's do easy. Let's go. Oh, is it true you're rating the occulty? No, not true. Only once.
An accident, but it parried.
That's a powerful sheep.
The sheep parried? What the fuck? We got a pat?
I'm gonna. I'll trap. Let's do that guy and the dogs.
I just got 5 crit casts in a row.
Oh, we got a shit ton of stuff.
I'll note.
I can get
What?
Okay, we
What?
need to run. We need to run.
How did that fucking pull?
yo.
So dumb, man.
Does it reset?
I'm fucking orphan, boys. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah. I'm running.
Dude, how did that pull?
I have no clue how that pulled.
You guys should hearth. Don't try to run out. Just hearth.
The Hearthstone's running out.
Holy fuck, dude.
I don't even know. I've never seen that happen before. Did it
I
call
have
for help?
no idea how that fucking pulled, man. Like,
That's so bad too. We lost. Man, heal guy, dude.
It is time for the entire history of Halo since before Halo Combat evolved all the way through Halo Infinite. I've done this for Battlefield and Apex Legends, and man, Halo being my favorite franchise of all time, this video was inevitable. Like always, there are timestamps in the description below. Use them if you'd like. I'll also be releasing the complete story and lore of Halo videos soon, and I promise it won't disappoint, so subscribe if you're interested in that as we finish the campaign of Halo Infinite. Alright, it's time. Now you might think that the original Halo Combat Evolved, was the first Halo game, to which you would technically be correct, but
Not quite.
first there were the precursors to Halo. No, not those yet. I meant Marathon, Myth, and Monkey Nuts. Bungie's first two successful franchises were the first-person shooter Marathon in 1994 and real-time strategy Myth in 1997. Marathon was the Macintosh's answer to the PC's Doom, but it took the relatively young first-person shooter genre at the time and added physics, dual weapon wielding, networked multiplayer, and a story with objectives. You played as a nameless cyborg security officer in Mjolnir Mark IV armor, revived from stasis to defend the UESC Marathon from alien incursion with the help of increasingly unstable, rampant AIs. Sound familiar? Myth was a real-time strategy fantasy game without resource management or building construction, but Bungie's design team thought Myth would have done better if it were sci-fi like StarCraft. So as Myth 2 was coming out, there was a small group within Bungie that started working on a new project called Monkey Nuts, which was the code name for Halo. Well, only for a week, because the project lead Jason Jones didn't want to have the awkward conversation with his parents that they were working on a game called Monkey Nuts, so they renamed it to Blam. Blam was another RTS game like Myth, but it was sci-fi themed and took place on a distant Dyson Sphere planet called Solipsis. Controlling the troops felt a bit boring, so they changed the game to be a third-person run-and-gun shooter. Other things changed over time too, with the planet going from a Dyson sphere to a ring and Humvees becoming warthogs. Oh, and you could ride around on naked chocobo-looking creatures called blind wolves too. The name of the game went from Blam to Crystal Palace, Hard Vacuum, Star Maker, Star Shield, The Sand Machine, and more, but it eventually landed on Halo. And so did Master Chief for the first time in 1998, 3 years before the game would release. Chief looked a little different back then, with an assault rifle strapped across his back and his visor being, and there were things like the ancient flamethrower, retractable sword, spear gun, gravity wrench, helicopter, and even a boat called the Doozy. Fast forward a few years and Microsoft whipped out its big black box at E3 in 2001.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
Oh man, if he didn't tell us there would be an Xbox in there, I'd be so lost. But the flagship game was Halo Combat Evolved, and if it failed, it could have marked the beginning and end of Xbox.
Recon reporting. Hostiles have been neutralized.
Say again? Over.
The drop zone is clear. I repeat, the drop zone is clear.
But Halo had other plans. Before it even released, everybody was talking about how this new game from Bungie evoked feelings of adventure and exploration within a very interesting world with the freedom to go anywhere. It looked and sounded different, and after it was presented at Macworld by Steve Jobs, it went absolutely viral and became one of the 5 most anticipated games on 3 continents. The composer for the Halo soundtrack, Marty O'Donnell, knew that no matter what people thought about game music, there was something about getting a melodic hook or jingle stuck in someone's head that was incredibly powerful for branding, and he was right. Not only did Halo bring a sense of adventure, stunning visuals, and epic music, but also a smooth gameplay experience with memorable alien architecture, enemies, weapons, and vehicles in an open environment. Back then, most first-person shooters were tunnel-based, resulting in claustrophobic experiences, but Halo was mostly the complete opposite. Finding an interesting enemy like the Covenant with their variety of elites, grunts, jackals, and hunters made combat different every time, and after getting your heart pumping from the Flood jump scare, it introduced a whole new element to the story that made you want to explore more. Cutscenes were also impressive, playing out as intense action scenes, dramatic reveals, galaxy-impacting events, and even horror at times. There was so much wonder there, and around it was groundbreaking gameplay to support. With it being an Xbox exclusive game, it had to feel good on controller, which was not typical for FPS games at the time. Most were mouse and keyboard input, so Bungie developed things like aim assist and bullet magnetism, and simplified the controls to toggle between 2 weapons with the press of the Y button instead of cycling through an inventory. This made the game simpler so that it could be enjoyed by any person that was picking up an Xbox controller for the first time, and within 5 months, over 1 million copies of Halo had been sold, and for every other Xbox that was sold, so was a copy of Halo. It was just that popular. Gameplay consisted of you playing as Master Chief with a motion tracking radar, rechargeable energy shield with a health bar that wouldn't replenish without finding a health pack, and a simple HUD displaying the rounds left in your weapon, grenade count, up to 8 total back then, and battery life left on your flashlight. The physics were fun, with stacking a ton of grenades under a Warthog and launching it or you across the map. Fall damage existed, and there was the double melee with grenade, reload glitch, crouch jumping was crucial, grenades were used to launch weapons to you, or if you timed it right, you could grab weapons through the floor. Grenade jumping was used to reach new heights, and of course, everyone fell in love with that dang pistol. This thing was so powerful because it had a zoom, decent magazine size, and would kill with one headshot on unshielded enemies. Other UNSC weapons included the assault rifle, shotgun, sniper rifle, rocket launcher, and on PC, which was released a couple years later, the flamethrower. Covenant weapons available to use were the plasma rifle, plasma pistol, and needler. There was also the energy sword, but you weren't able to use it due to a built-in failsafe by the Covenant, and the fuel rod gun would explode when the Covenant wielder was killed. The fuel rod would be later available though for PC players on most multiplayer maps. Vehicles included the Warthog, Scorpion Tank, Ghost, and Banshee, and I guess the Wraith, although you couldn't drive it, and because of how the physics engine worked in-game, it wasn't able to tell what a fast-moving vehicle was from a slow-moving vehicle, so even the slightest nudge would result in a splatter. Grenades were limited to frags and plasmas, and the two classic power-ups were the Overshield and Active Camouflage. If you had a friend with you, there was also campaign co-op, which made the experience easily twice as fun. You could even play with up to 4 players on a single screen, which resulted in someone screen peeking, and if you ever died, it's because they must have been peeking. Now, don't get me wrong, 4 players in a game was great, but if you had 4 Xboxes and set up a local area network, or LAN for short, with something called System Link, you could play with up to 16 people in a game. Some of my favorite maps I remember were Battle Creek, Hang 'em High, Wizard, Sidewinder, and good old Blood Gulch. Nothing beat running around with a sniper, headshotting, and finishing your friends with the fine art of teabagging. The PC version I mentioned released in 2003 with online multiplayer, new maps and game modes, and the Rocket Warthog, with an expansion called Halo Custom Edition, which allowed players to browse and play user-created content and maps created with modding kits. Halo had a lot of different communities around it, with some inspiring montages and short films such as Rooster Teeth's Red vs. Blue series. The reception of the game received universal acclaim, which was good because it was probably the most important launch for any console ever. In 2003, Halo 2 came in hot at E3, but behind the scenes had serious issues that would result in several delays. I won't show the full reaction to the E3 demo, but people were amazed to see the sequel to a game they loved with an updated graphics engine and especially dual wielding. Bungie also made an entire new physics engine called Havoc in Halo 2, so everything about how vehicles, projectiles, and the environment interacted was changed. The lighting model was also updated, and after the E3 demo, the team realized they had a serious problem on their hands. With all the new updates they had made for Halo 2, the game wouldn't run on the Xbox. 2 years of work were thrown in the trash, and the entire team banded together and pulled insanely long hours to meet the release date around 1.5 years later. Because of the time crunch, the third act of Halo 2's campaign had to be cut entirely. Bungie wanted to do something unexpected with Halo 2 and give people a view on the Halo world that they didn't think they'd get. So we got to see the universe not only from Master Chief's perspective, but also from the Covenants as the Arbiter. Interestingly, for 97% of the game's development, apparently, the Arbiter was actually called the Dervish. But because Dervish was associated with Islam and times were complicated due to 9/11, Bungie decided to rename him the Arbiter at the last second. The third act of the campaign that got cut from Halo 2 was meant to be Master Chief and the Arbiter coming together and defeating the Prophets and discovering the Ark and the deeper secret inside of it. The story was meant to culminate and end on Earth. That was how Halo was supposed to end, but because they didn't have enough time, the unpopular decision was made to have the final mission be played from the Arbiter's perspective, and then leave everyone on the ball-busting cliffhanger of Master Chief saying his famous line and cutting to black.
Can anyone hear me? Over. Isolate that signal. Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
The Halo 2 crunch had affected Bungie employees in ways nobody knew. People were sleeping in the office for days at a time and weeks at a time leading up to the release. One person had to kennel their dog for 2 straight months, divorces happened, and eventually they ran out of time. The game went live in November of 2004, servers for Xbox Live were fired up, and the game launched in a terrible state. Weapon balancing for single-player weapons were carried over into multiplayer, and it was completely broken for several weeks. Eventually, patches were done and Halo 2 soon became one of the greatest multiplayer experiences of all time. The team was beyond burnt out though, with several key people leaving Bungie, including the lead for the franchise, and almost everyone wanted to end the series with Halo 3. Now, from our perspective as gamers though, Halo 2 was amazing. Skulls and Easter eggs in the campaign added more of a reason to adventure around, but most impressive was the multiplayer. Sure, it had been delayed a couple of times and the multiplayer was unbalanced for a bit, but we didn't know of all the turmoil at Bungie or how much content they had cut from the game to meet the deadline. Compared to nowadays, where the same thing happens with game development, but they end in disaster releases, it's a miracle that Halo 2 wasn't dead on arrival. Halo 2 could be played online with Xbox Live or through split screen and system link LAN connections. Matchmaking was new though, where players would choose the type of match they'd want to play, and then the game would select a map and game type and automatically match players in a lobby. This kept a steady flow of games available at all times and was considered revolutionary at the time. It also allowed for the skill-based ranking system of 1 to 50. Ranks were based purely on wins and losses, meaning in-game performances like kill-death ratio, flag caps, bomb plants, hills capped, and whatever else meant nothing. It was all about if your team won or not. And they made the last 7 ranks look different too because of the reference to Bungie's favorite number, 7. You could also join clans in Halo 2 to match up against other clans, and custom games were a huge hit among the community. If you've never heard the words 1v1 shoddy snipes on lockout, the term BXR, noob combo, snords, lag switch, or getting standby'd, knew how to super jump on any map, rocket sword fly, the ghost of lockout, zombies on foundation, dummy glitching as an invisible elite, insta teleporting using the passenger seat on a warthog, the giant Spartan on burial mounds, the scarab gun, or had someone press X to delay the damn countdown as soon as the timer hit 0 before the match, then I don't think you ever played Halo 2. There were several new gameplay mechanics like dual wielding and hijacking vehicles. Dual wielding allowed for various combinations of UNSC and Covenant weapons, trading accuracy, the use of grenades, and melee attacks for raw firepower. You could mix and match a lot of these new weapons too, and people got pretty hyped up about dual wielding their SMGs.
I'm dual wielding my SMGs. I'm gonna go on a killing spree. You better not try to mess with me, cause I'm dual wielding my SMGs.
Energy shields were stronger and recharged at a faster rate compared to Halo CE, but health acted differently. Health in Halo 2 replenished after your shield was fully regenerated, which was attributed to a new biofoam dispenser in the Spartan armor. The only power-ups were still the overshield and active camouflage, and new weapons included the battle rifle, SMG, sentinel beam, beam rifle, carbine, brute plasma rifle, and brute shot, with new vehicles being the Gauss Warthog and Spectre. Default maps at launch for arena play were Ascension, Beaver Creek, Colossus, Foundation, Ivory Tower, Lockout, and Midship, with big team battle maps being Burial Mounds, Coagulation, Headlong, Waterworks, and Zanzibar. Several map packs released as DLC, bringing favorites like Warlock, Sanctuary, Turf, Containment, Relic, and Terminal, among others. Offline LAN tournaments organized by local groups in the MLG also blossomed with Halo 2, with memorable names like Ogre 1, Ogre 2, Walshy, Karma, Gandhi, and teams like Carbon, Straight Rippin', and Final Boss. The Halo 2 modding community also blew up in an odd way because you could install mods from your computer onto your Xbox through a program called .halo and some hardware called Action Replay in the original Splinter Cell game. I wasn't sure how it worked, but I did it anyway. Countless hours in custom games with friends were spent flying around on Gauss Warthog cannons, shooting grenades and rockets out of shotguns, and changing, creating, or spawning in pretty much anything you could imagine. Like the first Halo, Halo 2 received critical acclaim with statements of it being the best multiplayer experience of the time, but some criticized the short campaign with a seemingly abrupt ending. Following the massive success of Halo 2, Bungie wanted to finish the grand trilogy in an epic fashion compared to The Lord of the Rings, but what followed was a mountain of work and undoing everything they had done on Halo 2. This was because Microsoft rolled out the Xbox 360 and had redone all of the underlying live systems, which broke everything across the board. Once again though, Bungie wanted to do more than they had done with Halo 2 and to surprise fans once again with features and story points that people wouldn't expect or even know that they wanted. They decided,
what it really needs is some death.
You actually want to get to the point where the player goes, well, wait a minute, I've been this character for 3 games. They can't possibly kill me.
By having the reality of death part of the story, it did actually introduce this tone of heroism.
Johnson, sound off.
The thought was that if some main characters died, it would make people feel like they would be at risk and in turn their actions more heroic. It was decided that Miranda and Sergeant Johnson would be the lost souls, and more than that, Johnson would be killed by 343 Guilty Spark, who you thought was your buddy. Some at Bungie thought this was a massive mistake, but the writers wanted to have big stakes at the end, which they did. Master Chief had left Cortana with the Flood and Gravemind at the end of Halo 2. The Covenant had occupied Earth. The elites and brutes were destroying everything that the Prophet of Truth hadn't yet. All of the Halo rings were primed and ready to fire. The Flood were infesting everything, but at least you had the Arbiter to keep you some company. It was an epic story that made you feel like you were the only one in the universe that could finish the fight, battling on top of scarabs and elephants, using the new equipment and weapons like the shoulder-fired Spartan laser, missile pods, flamethrowers, 2 new grenade types with spike grenades and incendiaries, a gravity hammer, brute spikers, and new vehicles like the Hornet, Mongoose, Brute Chopper, and Brute Prowler. But that was just your typical new stuff with a Halo game. What nobody expected were features from small things like being able to veto a map or the player population map. Shout out to those faint lights around the world. We always wondered who you were, and we dearly missed your lights as they went out over time. To massive features like armor customization, theater, revamped custom games, and Forge mode. And perhaps least expected and most unsettling of all was how Master Chief was left adrift in space at the end of the campaign. People really didn't know if Halo 3 was the end of the story or not at the time, and it was honestly unsettling. But back to the new features. Theater allowed you to save films or screenshots from campaign, multiplayer, and Forge. You could watch from first person, third person, or a bird's eye view of anything that happened in a match, and this feature was huge for making machinima-style videos and montages. Clips and screenshots were shared with friends, and some of the favorites were even featured by Bungie on their favorites page. Forge mode could honestly be its own video entirely, but it was an object editor that lets you modify multiplayer maps, changing things like spawn points, weapons, vehicles, teleporters, and properties of the map. The most creative maps were featured on Forge Hub, and some of the best player creative maps were even put into matchmaking. The game modes that were enabled by Forge in custom games like Mongoose Racing, Griffball, Parkour Courses, Infection, Duck Hunt, Tower of Power, D-Day, Fat Kid, Conquest, and countless others added so much depth to Halo 3 that there was always something new to try. Forge was ingenious and revolutionary to the Halo franchise and added years of player-made content. To market the epic game that was Halo 3 before it launched, there were also these awe-inspiring cinematics like Starry Night, which was a commercial during the Super Bowl, flashing back to John's childhood and contrasting that to his current life as Spartan 117 with the Bubble Shield teaser. The assault rifle was also back, which fans had longed for after it was missing from Halo 2. Then there was the Believe campaign that kicked off with the Museum of Humanity, which still gives me chills watching it. It featured a live-action interview with a UNSC retired major that fought in the Battle of New Mombasa alongside Master Chief, where he reminisces about his memories of the inspiring hero. There were several similar testimonials, with one of them discussing the supposed death of Master Chief and his gravesite.
Where's Master Chief's grave?
I don't think anyone really knows. There was a ceremony 5 years ago, over there. Just as a symbolic gesture. The coffin was empty.
Why was the coffin empty?
No Spartan could be listed as KIA. They could only be listed as MIA, missing.
The communication from Bungie was also superb, with releases of many video documentaries of the process of developing Halo 3 and why they chose to do things certain ways for the campaign, multiplayer, custom games, and Forge. Halo was even supposed to have a movie directed by Peter Jackson, which never saw the light of day, but we did get some snippets of what it'd look like from Halo Landfall. With all the marketing, it was such an out-of-game experience that fans wanted more than just the Halo games. They wanted live-action shorts and movies, TV shows, books, anything to further explore the story and universe of Halo. It was a magical time, the likes of which I haven't experienced since. Halo 3 received critical acclaim upon release, with many stating that the game was everything we hoped for it would be and much, much more. It was a game that was satisfying for everyone. People brand new to Halo, casuals, and even competitive MLG players all had a place within Halo 3 that they enjoyed. With all of Halo's success in the first-person shooter genre, Microsoft decided to branch the franchise off into real-time strategy in 2009 with Halo Wars. The first look at this new game was through the more serious lens of the new trailer depicting groups of elites and banshees in Spartan Team Omega. It was like nothing we'd seen before from a Halo game, and I was going to be in control of all of this? What? Take my parents' money! Halo Wars took place 21 years prior to Halo CE during the Human Covenant War and was developed by Ensemble Studios with single and co-op campaign, skirmish, and multiplayer. Because it was developed for the Xbox 360, it needed to have very simplified controls and mechanics compared to your standard RTS game that was typically played on mouse and keyboard. Various buildings were constructed centrally to bases around the map, offering resources, power, tech upgrades, and unit production. In the campaign, you controlled UNSC soldiers and vehicles against classic Covenant forces from grunts to ghosts, banshees, and scarabs. In multiplayer, you chose one of 6 leaders to play as for the UNSC or Covenant, including Captain Cutter, Sergeant Forge, Professor Anders, the Arbiter, Brute Chieftain, or Prophet of Regret, with each having their own unique features like super units, economic bonuses, unique units, and leader powers or hero units. Insurrectionist infantry controlled neutral bases until they were destroyed and built on by a player. Forerunner structures like teleporters, spires of healing, bonus reactors, and units like the Sentinels patrolled points of interest around the map, which offered rewards or units for capturing or controlling. The Flood were also found on certain maps with infected Marines, grunts, jackals, fat Zit carrier forms that had burst their infected load all over you, and swarms would fly around with bombers dropping growth pods full of infected to fight you. I found Halo Wars to be a ton of fun, and strategizing with friends before a match about which leader and type of build you were going to run was fresh and new for playing on console. Were you going to go for a Covenant leader style rush with mass banshees, or a Scarab rush with a bunch of engineers healing it? Or were you going to play for the long game with things like Forge's Grizzly tanks? Build orders were optimized, fun was had, and maybe some friendships were ruined, but in general, Halo Wars received positive reviews with praise to the simplistic controls. It had that Halo feel, and the variety across the leaders was relatively well balanced. The same year Halo Wars came out, so did the campaign expansion to Halo 3 called Halo ODST, and in Halo marketing fashion, an excellent live-action movie. Halo 3 ODST was originally called Halo 3 Recon, and it was the first time Halo wouldn't feature Master Chief. Bungie wanted it to be an expansion pack with a new game mode called Firefight, some extra maps for Halo 3, and a short story campaign through the eyes of an ODST. The story actually took place during Halo 2 when the ship at New Mombasa took off and it shoved this group of ODSTs off course that were set to land together. Because you didn't play as a cybernetic super soldier Master Chief and were now just a highly trained human in some cool body armor, you were much more vulnerable and had to think about what you were doing a little bit more. The game was darker, new silenced weapons were added, and dual wielding was out. Visor mode would scan the environment, outlining everything from buildings to plants, enemies, and objects to interact with. There was this cool map you could pull up, but the motion tracker radar was gone and the health bar made a return. It felt much different than the run and gun mentality of playing as the Master Chief, and for some people they hated it, whereas others loved it. Firefight was a single or cooperative mode where up to 4 players would essentially battle through waves of Covenant enemies. Each wave meant new bad guys, 5 waves made up a round, and 3 rounds was a set. Gameplay modifying skulls could really mix things up too, but I'm just gonna let Sergeant Johnson explain.
Sounds easy, huh? Wrong! See these skulls?
All skulls on.
When they activate, they turn a casual Covenant makeout session into a full-on test of your manly prowess. Catch makes the enemy toss grenades like it's going out of style. Black Eye, only way you're getting health back is to walk up and punch an alien in the chin. And the others? Let's just say they call them difficulty multipliers for a reason.
Oh, I love him. There were 10 different battlefields to play through, and people really enjoyed it. Halo 3 ODST was the top-selling Xbox 360 game worldwide at the time, and it received generally positive reviews with praise for its atmosphere, music, and story approach. Bungie also said it was probably the most fun they had ever had making a Halo game because they got to do new things with technology that wasn't breaking every day. But because they knew their future was with Destiny, and Halo Reach was their final chapter of Halo because their contract with Microsoft was going to expire with the transition of the Halo franchise to the new team at 343 Industries with Halo 4, which that transition didn't go so well, but we'll cover that in Halo 4, we've got to talk about Reach first. Because Bungie didn't want to tackle the cliffhanger-ish ending of Halo 3, they thought it'd be more interesting to tell a story like Saving Private Ryan, but in the Halo universe with the events leading up to Halo CE on the planet of Reach. They wanted you to really care about the characters in the campaign, knowing that all of their fates were sealed by the Covenant inevitably glassing the planet. It worked. Noble Team was loved by many, with all but one being confirmed killed. I mean, missing in action. The one that survived was the team's sniper, Jun, and he actually went on to help handpick the very first Spartan 4s. A lot of people did find it dumb though when Cat died to that single needle rifle shot. Reach's marketing with trailers like Deliver Hope was similar to Halo 3, but not quite as powerful or memorable, at least for me. It did set a different tone for the game, one that was grittier and darker. Firefight, Forge, and Theater all made a return in Halo Reach. Theater and Firefight remained mostly the same, with a few different game types available for Firefight, along with matchmaking and additional customization. Forge got quite a massive upgrade though, allowing players to more easily edit maps with things like object orientation snapping and geometry phasing. Coordinates could be assigned, some colors could be changed, although most of it still looked gray, and Forge filters, in addition to the ones from Halo 3, could be combined or used separately to give the entire map a different look. There was also an entire map devoted to Forge called the Forge World, with distinctly different play spaces for people to build around or within. The sandbox was much larger in Halo Reach than it was in Halo 3, which led to some very creative custom games. What's most interesting to me about Halo Reach though was the reception at launch with regards to multiplayer. The competitive community hated Reach, and the player base was really polarized on if the game was great or terrible. Nowadays everyone says Reach was great, but back then it wasn't so true. New game mechanics like Weapon Bloom, no bleed through shield to health damage, the health system from Halo 3 ODST, Sprint, jetpacks, and other armor abilities like Armor Lock threw competitive balancing completely out of whack. On top of these controversial changes were the removal of dual wielding, the beam rifle, brute chopper, elephant, hornet, incendiary grenades, and spike grenades. For the weapons that were dual wieldable in the past, they were now buffed to compensate. Third-person assassination animations were added, along with new weapons including the grenade launcher, DMR, needle rifle, concussion rifle, plasma repeater, plasma launcher, and focus rifle, with the Rocket Hog, Falcon, and Revenant being new vehicles. Oh, and you can drive a forklift around or a space plane in the campaign. It was unexpected and so cool to experience controlled spaceship combat in Halo for the first time. Reach introduced a huge variety of customization options for armor as well, with options for helmets with different variants, visor colors, chest plates, shoulder pads, armor effects, and more. You could mix and match things however you wanted, with everything being unlocked after achieving a certain rank and enough credits. Credits were awarded at the end of a match based on an individual player performance instead of the win-loss system. They were also obtained from playing other things like Forge and Campaign. Interestingly, it was the first time you could use matchmaking with Campaign to find someone to run co-op with. A new ranked matchmaking system called the Arena was where you'd scratch that competitive itch by climbing the ladder from Steel to Onyx. It utilized the seasonal system, with each one lasting a month until the next reset. Halo Reach not only reintroduced the race game type from Halo CE, but also new ones such as Invasion, Stockpile, and Headhunter. In certain game modes, the Elite character model was enabled, which was formidably larger, with faster shield regeneration and the ability to regain health fully over time, compared to Spartans, which were smaller and weaker, only regaining health to thirds over time without use of a health pack. Like all the Halo games before it, Halo Reach received critical acclaim, with many praising the new take on the Halo formula, but some criticizing that the game wouldn't really appeal to people that weren't already Halo fans. It was also the last we'd see of Bungie as we know them, because they were off to work on what they called their Halo killer, Destiny. Now, I'm going to go a little bit out of order here for continuity's sake, because in 2011, Halo CE Anniversary came out, and in 2014, Halo the Master Chief Collection came out, along with Halo 2 Anniversary. In between 2011 and 2014 is obviously Halo 4 in 2012, so we'll get to that next. The Anniversary games were essentially enhancements on graphics, frame rate, audio, and restyled classic soundtracks of the prior Halo games. The CE version came with new achievements, in-game terminals, skulls, and online co-op, with the best feature being the ability to toggle between the updated graphics and the original with the press of a button. And of course, in the last legendary cutscene, instead of the Elite touching Johnson's booty, it happens the other way around.
Come here, you motherfucker!
it, baby.
Forge was available, and so was Firefight, which took place on Installation 4, the second classic Halo level. It featured ODSTs that would help you out in your fight against the Covenant, and thankfully, there was no flood. Fast forward 3 years and the Halo Master Chief Collection released. Basically functioning as the Halo hub for all the past and even current Halo games, the Master Chief Collection was a great idea at the time, but it was absolutely ridden with bugs and issues to the point where it was literally unplayable for some. Games would black screen, matchmaking times were very long, achievements wouldn't work, and the user interface would completely bug out sometimes. 343 kept trying to patch all the issues after launch for several weeks until they had to just be straight up with everyone and release a formal apology for the state of the game, assuring that the studio would continue their work on amending all the issues with the collection. A few weeks later, they offered players a month of Xbox Live Gold and exclusive in-game nameplates and avatars, as well as Halo 3 ODST and a remastered version of Halo 2's map Relic for free as compensation for the ongoing issues. Issues persisted though, and it wouldn't be until 3.5 years later in mid-2018 that the collection would undergo an entire overhaul from the UI to game stability and a match composer that let players fine-tune their game selections until it was worthwhile. A year later, it was announced that the Master Chief Collection would be coming to PC, with Halo Reach being the first game available, soon followed by Halo CE Anniversary, Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, and Halo 4 all spread out through the next year and a half. Seasons, which are basically battle passes, were eventually implemented into the Master Chief Collection late in 2019, bringing new unlockable cosmetics to each of the games within the collection. Players would earn season points and could spend them in any season of their choice to claim its rewards. At the time of recording, we're currently in the final season, Season 8, which was purposefully done to coincide with the release of Halo Infinite. Although the Master Chief Collection works well now, in 2014 it left a really bad taste in people's mouth when it came to the perception of this new company, 343, running the Halo franchise, and Halo 4 in 2012 wasn't great either. Halo 4 was 343's first attempt at a Halo game in what was considered the Reclaimer trilogy at the time. There was a ton of hype built up for the game, with marketing firing on all cylinders across different trailers, with Chief waking up from cryosleep in the ship after Halo 3 amongst all this Michael Bay destruction, as a new story was teased with what looked like a colossal mechanical anus, which we soon learned was the planet Requiem. Then an entire web series called Forward Unto Dawn came out, with episodes releasing each week during the summer before the release of Halo 4. It followed the story of Cadet Thomas Lasky at a military training academy 31 years before the events of Halo 4. The academy gets attacked by the Covenant, a lot of people die and fall from the sky, but of course, Lasky and a surviving squad are rescued by none other than Master Chief. Lasky is later seen as the captain of the UNSC Infinity, which is a major part of Halo 4's setting and campaign. 343 respected the original trilogy and those that worked on it, but because of that, nobody felt confident enough to deviate away from what core Halo was. There was a lack of leadership internally, and with only one main Bungie employee, Frankie, joining the 343 team, they were struggling. The team had big ideas, but they really just wanted to separate themselves from the Bungie era, so they did things like changing the way Master Chief looked, or the UNSC Forward Unto Dawn, and added a new enemy, the Didact and the Prometheans. In hindsight, 343 said they probably should have all worked on a faithful, unbelievably beautiful remake of Halo CE instead of the forward-thinking Halo 4 that they dreamt up. Fans didn't like that Halo looked different, and even 343 felt like Halo 4 was a pale imitation of past Halos. The campaign was lackluster, with run through a horde of enemies, press a button, rinse and repeat loop, but the story was actually quite good. Chief was becoming no longer just a quiet, stoic super soldier. He started talking more, and you explored his personal relationship and emotions with Cortana as he disobeyed orders from the UNSC. Instead of being a suit of armor with badass one-liners, you learn more about the man behind the visor, John. For Halo 4's multiplayer space, 343 took competitive, social, and casual and tried to jam them together like chocolate and peanut butter for an experience that would appeal to all player types. Unfortunately, it wasn't successful, and this rocked 343 as the multiplayer dropped off quicker than expected. You played as a Spartan 4 in war games aboard the UNSC Infinity, with matchmaking creating lobbies of players with similar competitive skill rank. Loadouts were customizable, and with everyone having a plasma pistol ready to go, vehicles were constantly being immobilized. Armor abilities made a return with these new things called tactical packages and support upgrades, which added another layer of customization to your loadout. Random and personal ordnance drops were added too, but at first glance they felt a bit like kill streaks from Call of Duty. New weapons included the railgun, sticky detonator, saw LMG, storm rifle, one-shot bolt shot, suppressor, scatter shot, light rifle, incineration cannon, binary rifle, pulse grenade, and the new vehicle, the Mantis. It was a bit disappointing that there was no UNSC flying vehicle like the Falcon or Hornet from past games. Spartan Ops was a story-driven episodic game mode that could be played solo or cooperatively. It was the replacement for Firefight from Halo Reach and Halo ODST. The first 5 episodes were delivered on a weekly basis following Halo 4's launch, and the final 5 episodes were released in early 2013. Each featured a cinematic and 5 objective-based missions. The people that quit Reach early came back to Halo 4 hoping it would go back to the series' roots, but it didn't, and only further alienated and polarized the fan base. It sure didn't help that Call of Duty Black Ops 2 came out the same year either, and many left the Halo franchise entirely. Despite this, the game was still the best selling in the Halo franchise to date, receiving generally positive reviews, with most praise being around the story of the campaign. But man, the multiplayer population declined so rapidly that peak daily player counts barely reached over 30,000 after 9 months. But hey, at least we got to see Chief's face. Kinda. Before Halo 5's release in 2015, 2 games called Halo Spartan Assault and Halo Spartan Strike came out. These games were basically made to be played on a phone, but Spartan Assault was also available on the Xbox 360 and Xbox One. Spartan Assault had single and multiplayer elements, but Spartan Strike was single player only. You played as a Spartan 4 from the top down as you gunned through Covenant and later Promethean enemies with basically unlimited ammo. The campaign mode was divided into chapters, then further subdivided into individual missions. In Spartan Assault, completing missions or rotating weekly challenges awarded credits that could be used to buy boosts or different weapons for each mission. Or you could, of course, swipe that credit card and unlock things faster. Spartan Assault actually took a lot of flack and negative reviews because of its microtransactions, so they were removed in the Spartan Strike sequel. Both games were simulations of historical events controlled by a Spartan, with the first game taking place between the events of Halo 3 and Halo 4 and the second during Halo 2 and after Halo 4. Both received mixed reviews from critics, with statements of it feeling like a 1980s arcade game with updated graphics and sounds. Replay value wasn't really there either, and things felt a bit too grindy. In Halo 5, 343 wanted to continue telling Chief's story, but not through his eyes. They wanted to explore what it was like to view Chief from others' perspective, and thus decided on the Spartan Lock manhunt. They really played up the Lock versus Chief dynamic as well to find the truth, but at no point in the campaign did you actually fight Lock or Master Chief. There's just a single cinematic with no interaction. To further amp up the backstory of Lock before launch, the Nightfall miniseries was released. Like Halo 4's Forward Unto Dawn, it was 5 episodes long of live action following Agent Locke and his ONI unit as they investigated terrorist activity and a biological weapon that was said to only affect humans. In-game, you played as Locke for 80% of the campaign, which upset a lot of fans.
Every soldier, when they hear about this, they're gonna hate us. You know that, right?
On top of rarely playing as Master Chief, he was portrayed as an outlaw and as an equal in terms of combat effectiveness to Spartan Locke, despite Chief being physically and mentally superior in every way as a Spartan 2, at least according to the lore. There was a lot of repetition in the campaign as well, having to fight the Warden Eternal 6 times. Allies were also supposed to be able to revive you, at least when the AI worked properly. Many felt like Halo 5's campaign experience and story was a complete step backwards. People also hated that there was no split-screen local play anymore for the campaign or multiplayer. Microsoft's Phil Spencer came out and said, "The vast majority of people, at least those whose consoles are connected to Xbox Live, are playing co-op across Xbox Live, not locally. We see the robustness of what Xbox Live is today and where people are playing across Xbox Live. You at your house, me at our house. We know that's the vast majority of the co-op play. With Halo 5, the team really wanted to focus on making that experience great, both visually on the screen that you're looking at and all the systems in place. He then went on to say, "I love the nostalgia of the couch co-op of what Halo did in the past, but I also know in the realities of the day with people's busy lives, it's not as easy to get everybody in the same physical place. It's one of the advantages that Xbox Live obviously offers." People were now not only upset about campaign, but also that couch co-op was ripped out of a franchise that had had it for nearly 15 years. But hey, at least it looked good and played at 60 FPS now and was teen rated, right? Halo 5 eventually had a much more appealing forge than Halo 4, but at launch, multiplayer was split into classic arena competitive play and this new thing called Warzone. Warzone wasn't just the large-scale big team battle player versus player anymore. No, it added another layer with enemy AI objectives and capture points. The requisition point system was also integrated into Warzone with essentially loot box cards that you'd redeem for weapons or vehicles to call in while playing. These could either be purchased with real-world money or unlocked for free with rec points, which would be acquired by, just playing the game. Rarities of classic weapons and vehicles were assigned, which broadened the pool of available options, and we thankfully had more aircraft to choose from with the addition of the Wasp and Phaeton. However, cosmetics were locked behind the RNG rec point system as well, which some people absolutely hated. On the opposite end of the spectrum from casual Warzone play was Breakout. It was something different for the competitive crowd, featuring single life elimination style rounds on very small maps that needed a lot of teamwork because grenades and weapons were so scarce. Armor abilities were replaced with Spartan abilities, which had no cooldown and could be used at any time. This included the thruster pack, ground pound, clambering, sliding, charging, sprinting, and smart scope for all weapons. Most seem to prefer this over the pickups and loadouts that were seen in Reach and Halo 4. 343 really needed to prove themselves with Halo 5 after the evaporation of the Halo 4 online population and bugfest that was the Master Chief Collection. They seemed to get it partially right, with reception around multiplayer being generally positive, getting away from the loadout crap from Halo 4 and back to on-map pickups and power position control. The campaign, on the other hand, was met with a lot of criticism with how disappointing the gameplay loop and story were. If Halo 6 were to fail, it was looking like the end of the Halo franchise at the time. Before Halo 6 would be known as Halo Infinite, the sequel to Halo Wars came out, conveniently called Halo Wars 2. This time, it was available not only on Xbox One, but also PC. At launch, there were 7 leaders to choose from, including Captain Cutter, Isabel, Professor Anders, and Sergeant Forge for the UNSC, and Decimus, Atriox, and Shipmaster for the Banished. Through some later DLC, the list of leaders would be expanded to a total of 16. There were some networking issues and ranked matchmaking wasn't available at launch, but most of the talk around the game was if the new Blitz game mode was pay to win, which it was. It combined elements from collectible card games with RTS gameplay by replacing base building with a card and deck mechanic. Decks were created from card packs earned through the campaign mode and daily challenges. Each unit had an energy cost, where more powerful units required more energy. Energy would generate automatically throughout a match, and more could be collected from pods dropped into the map periodically. The issue is that you could just buy card packs through microtransactions like in Halo 5 and farm up a deck of more powerful cards faster than us lowly peasants that were just trying to get them from playing the game. It was once again another bad look for 343. But at least the gameplay was addicting, fun, and simplistic in control just like the first game, and it had more depth with unit interactions, game mechanics, and building that allowed for a variety of strategies. Of course, balancing had to be tuned, like with any competitive game, real-time strategy especially, but it was pretty bad at first, which turned away a solid chunk of the competitive community. As for the campaign, it once again followed the crew of the UNSC Spirit of Fire, but this time, instead of fighting against the Covenant, you engage with the Banished, led by a brute called Atriox. The story was pretty good, the cutscenes were beautiful, and it helped set up the story of the Banished for Halo Infinite. A few months after launch, a campaign DLC expansion called Awakening the Nightmare was released, letting you control Banished forces against the Flood. Halo Wars 2 received generally favorable reviews for console, but mixed for PC, mainly because there were just better, more complex RTS games available on PC, and Halo Wars 2 was just nowhere near as deep in comparison. The gameplay was really fun and the campaign was good, but there were frequent bugs that sometimes caused crashing and mission events could fail to trigger. Regardless, it was considered to be a successful game despite all the microtransaction, card deck pay-to-win stuff. Halo Infinite was originally planned to be the end of the Reclaimer trilogy, but it's now been expanded to be more of a saga. With it being a live service, Infinite is going to be a portal of sorts, with future content coming in the form of DLC. At launch, there's campaign, theater, the boot camp shooting range, and multiplayer. Multiplayer is free to play for the first time ever in a Halo game, and the gameplay really gets back to its roots. Many fans consider Infinite to finally be a worthy successor to Halo 3 and Reach because of the gameplay, art style, level design, and soundtrack. Regarding gameplay, it's solid, with several new weapons like the Hydra, Commando, Skewer, Shock Rifle, Stalker Rifle, Disruptor, Pulse Carbine, Heatwave, Cinder Shot, Ravager, and Mangler. Equipment makes a return with a new Drop Wall, Threat Sensor, Thruster, and Grapple Shot. Active Camo and Overshield have both also been moved to the equipment slot and must be activated to be used. Split Screen returns after its hiatus in Halo 5, but Campaign Co-op is not available at launch, along with Forge, with expectations of those features to be released within 6 months after official launch. Prior to launch, Battle Pass progression in the beta is slow, and the monetization of armor customization combinations and colors feels restrictive and exploitative because of armor cores. I think pretty much everybody right now hopes to see some good developments on this as time progresses. As for the campaign, it follows Chief and his new AI, nicknamed the Weapon, as they explore Zeta Halo and the relationship between Chief, the Weapon, and Cortana. Oh, and of course, you'll kick some banished butt cheek along the way. I'll have the complete story of Halo Infinite's campaign, as well as everything from the precursors and forerunners to the Flood, Covenant, Banished, Master Chief's past, the different Spartan programs, and how all the campaigns tie together in a separate video, so remember to subscribe if you're interested in that, and once it's live, I'll post it down in the comments. Let me know what I missed in this video, or if there's something you really wish I would have covered. Thank you so much for making it through the whole thing, and unlike those Xbox friends that were last online several years ago, I hope to see you again soon, either out on the battlefield or in another video.
Halo has created a universe spanning hundreds of thousands of years. With the announcement of Halo Infinite, instead of being dumbfounded at all these characters like who's this guy and was this, we'll be recapping the overarching Halo journey from start to finish. My name is Token, and you're watching a recap of everything you need to know about the Halo universe so far. It all begins over 100,000 years ago, a time where things were simple and ancient humanity was spacefaring. Ancient humanity's expansion throughout the Milky Way was profound, but there was a parasite issue. Parasite that survives through the consumption and assimilation of entire civilizations, and they were known as the Flood. Nothing too bad then, thought the humans. We'll just start running as fast as we can in that direction. So while fleeing, humanity arrived at a planet belonging to a race known as the Forerunners. But surprise, the Flood was already on that planet. The humans, finding there was no other option, and likely having new shiny warheads to test out, decided that only way to stop them would be to annihilate this planet. This act of kindness was mistaken as aggression by the Forerunners, especially by the Didact, who was the supreme commander of the Forerunner military, and he was evil because he had a British accent. He believed the humans unworthy of obtaining the mantle of responsibility. This is the obligation of the most evolved life forms to act as caretakers of lesser life. Ironically, it is said the Forerunners themselves stole the mantle from their own caretakers, the Precursors, by simply wiping them out. And they did this out of jealousy, because the Precursors wished to pass the mantle down to humanity. As a result, the Human Forerunner War began and lasted around 50 years, and also killed all of the Didact's children, so he was left a little bit bitter. The humans lost the war, and it wasn't until then that the Forerunners discovered the real reason for humanity's aggression. They were trying to stop the spread of the Flood. But it was too late. The Forerunners were being infested with Flood, their planets and people being consumed and twisted. As punishment, the humans were forced by the Forerunners to start again on a planet that would eventually become known as Earth. Humans were regressed to tribal communities, building with wood and listening to Justin Bieber from 2010, but mostly the first thing. The Didact and his Prometheans, his most respected warrior servants, found this punishment just. To protect the galaxy against the Flood, he proposed to create a significant number of shield worlds to monitor and curb its growth. This idea was rejected, and instead they decided to build superweapons capable of wiping out the entire galaxy. This was known as the Halo Array. He was ordered to dismantle his shield worlds, but he refused. Instead, he stole the Composer, a device that would transfer organic consciousness into mechanical shells. In his own effort against the Flood, he converted his Promethean warriors into a synthetic army immune to the Flood. However, his army was looking a bit thin at this point, so he thought, why not? Let's convert entire human communities and chuck him into the army. Now, the Council didn't much like this, so they forced him into imprisonment on one of his own shield worlds known as Requiem, and this was at the hands of his own wife, the Librarian. She had been pro-superweapon, as she wanted to preserve life for later distribution, rather than turning them into a mindless machine army. As the Flood grew more intelligent, the Forerunners created a highly powerful artificial intelligence known as Mendicant Bias. He was great at setting timers, shuffling your dance playlists, and leading all the defense efforts against the Flood. They decided to use this AI to test a Halo ring on the homeworld of an alien race known as the San Shum. And it worked great! They all died. While having a conversation with the Flood's Gravemind, an entity that exists as the Flood's intelligence, Mendicant Bias decided it no longer wanted to play music on shuffle for the Forerunners, instead wanted to start killing them.
What's on your mind?
The fight against the Flood became hopeless, with the Gravemind and Mendicant Bias mounting a large assault against the Forerunners. 7 rings were constructed by the newly created Installation 00, the Lesser Ark. These were the final rings, forming the ultimate death machine. Killing the Flood's food was the only way to stop them. Before activation, humanity, along with all the other species, were stored in the Ark, and slip space portals were placed on their homeworlds. The rings were activated, and boy did they do a great job. Everything was very, very dead.
Feel free to browse. Be careful.
Fortunately, the slip space portals worked. Humanity was transported to Africa, and by the 2500s, humanity had once again spread out across the galaxy. But only the remnants of the Forerunner civilization exist. Humanity entered an era of political unrest, with the outer colonies feeling there was an uneven distribution of wealth, with them supplying almost all of the resources for the inner colonies. So they devised a solution. They became known as the insurrectionists, committing acts of terrorism while fighting wars of attrition with the UNSC, the military arm of the government. In the interest of killing insurrectionists more effectively, Dr. Catherine Halsey, an Office of Naval Intelligence scientist, created a program known as the Spartan 2 Project. Since money was tight, she thought, why not just kidnap children, put them through brutal military exercises and experimental augmentation surgeries and call it a day, why not? And so, in 2517, the project began. Children were taken from their homes and their schools and were replaced by clones. Clones that would quickly die, erasing the real children from existence. Many of the subjects died in the grueling processes, but those who survived became stronger and quicker than thought possible. One Spartan proved himself to be one of the best and was made the leader of his own fire team, known as Blue Team. His name was John 117, and he would become a highly decorated veteran for his actions against the insurrectionists. But then humanity found out they were not alone in the universe. This attack began the Human Covenant War. The Covenant had been destroying the outer colonies one by one, starting with Harvest, turning their surface into glass using plasma. During the final days of Harvest, the UNSC Spirit of Fire defended the planet under the command of Captain James Cutter. The Covenant had managed to uncover a Forerunner relic on the planet that acted as a map route detailing the locations of other Forerunner artifacts. Using this information, the Covenant were pointed to a second human colony, Arcadia. Following them, the Spirit of Fire's crew found that the planet's defenses had already been destroyed, with the Covenant discovering more Forerunner ruins. As Professor Ellen Anders, a researcher on the Spirit of Fire, begins documenting the area, she is kidnapped by the Arbiter, a rank in the Covenant that is bestowed upon those who are shamed, so they may regain their honor from death in battle. With Anders, the Covenant wanted to use her to activate a Forerunner Dreadnought, as they had found that only humans could activate Forerunner technology. The Spirit of Fire follows them closely, eventually emerging over the shield world, Etrin Harborage. Here, Anders manages to escape back to the Spirit of Fire, but not before encountering the Flood, who despite the Halo array managed to still exist. Removing their slipspace drive and planting it on the shield world's inner sun, they sent it into supernova, destroying the installation along with the Covenant fleet. Had the Covenant utilized this shield world's technology, the Covenant would have sent humanity into extinction. However, without a slipspace drive, the Spirit of Fire would be unable to return to human space, as traveling below light speed meant they could have been thousands of years away from home. As the ship begins the long journey home, her crew enter cryosleep, not knowing when or where they would be waking up. And in 2534, the UNSC declared the ship lost with all hands. As a result, humanity had no idea of the existence of the Flood. As the war progressed, a new Spartan program was underway. Rather than kidnapping children, they could now make discount Spartans, known as the Spartan 3s. Meet this Spartan right here, Noble 6. We don't know their name because they're you. Together with Carter, Kat, Emil, June, and George, who's bigger because he's a Spartan too, they make up Noble Team. Come 2552, Noble Team were sent to the planet Reach with the understanding of there being a possible insurrectionist conflict, though upon arriving, they realized that these aren't insurrectionists, these aren't people. Reach had been invaded by the Covenant. Noble Team were called to defend Oni Sword Base, where Dr. Halsey was working. An item Kat looted from one of Halsey's scientists contained a plot device important for destroying the Covenant, or something else, who knows? She knows. Noble assisted with the defense efforts against the invading Covenant, but it became clear the planet was doomed to be glassed. At Sword Base, Halsey instructs Noble 6 to deliver a fragment of an AI known as Cortana to the Pillar of Autumn to escape the planet. June escorted Halsey in her evacuation, while the rest of Noble Team are killed in action. The Pillar of Autumn escaped and made a blind slipspace jump to escape the Covenant, only to accidentally stumble across a Halo ring world, Installation 04. John 117, the Master Chief, who was on board the Pillar of Autumn, was awoken and ordered to protect Cortana. So who cares about the rest of the crew? John Rand didn't stop until he was the sole survivor of a crashed escape pod. Chief was now stranded on the mysterious ring world, while the Pillar of Autumn was manually, landed. With the help of Cortana's instructions, Chief arrives at the ring's control room to identify Captain Key's last location. Though once they arrive there, there's no Keys in sight. And what's that unusual sound? Oh no, it's the Flood. The Flood had been stored on the Halo ring in a dormant state, and were made considerably less dormant by the Covenant, who had been poking around because they thought the ring was some kind of religious symbol that would propel them into paradise. But oh, were they wrong. 343 Guilty Spark, the AI monitor of this Halo ring, was prompted to activate his installation. Like with Professor Anders on the Shield World, only a human could do so. So Guilty Spark teleports the Master Chief and instructs him to retrieve the activation index from Hell itself, the library. The Chief, ignoring the whole Reclaimer thing and under the impression that the ring could be used as a weapon against the Covenant, happily obtains it. And just as the Chief was inadvertently about to kill all life in a 25,000 light-year radius, Cortana realizes the true purpose of Halo. Now 343 Guilty Spark doesn't much like the Chief's apprehension, and Cortana doesn't much like the Spark's tone, so the Chief gets the hell out of there. Cortana instructs the Chief to detonate the Autumn's fusion reactor so that the ring may be destroyed. However, to operate the Autumn, they had to locate Captain Key's neural implant. Unfortunately, he had already succumbed to the Flood and was on his merry way to becoming a proto-Gravemind. Chief had no time for this nonsense, and with the implant in hand, Chief flew to the Pillar of Autumn's crash site and fought his way to the reactor. Guilty Spark attempted and failed to stop him, and with a well-placed grenade or 20, the Autumn's engine was set to overload. Chief and Cortana escaped on a Warthog along the roof of the Autumn. He reaches a longsword where he makes his escape. In the distance, Halo, and everyone on it, was completely destroyed.
Greetings.
Not long after the destruction of Installation 04, the Sangheili Covenant Supreme Commander, who had failed to stop the Chief, was tried before the High Council. He'd been very bad, and on the human side, Chief had been very good. And you get a medal, you get a medal, everybody's getting medals. Suddenly, interrupting the ceremony and Lord Hood's generous medal giving, a Covenant fleet appear out of slipspace. Incredibly, they did not expect humans to be on Earth. The Covenant boarded the space stations with the intention of blowing them up. So, the Chief returned the favor by giving the Covenant back their bomb. He does so, and lands on the Inamber Clad. This ship was commanded by none other than Captain Keyes' daughter, Miranda Keyes. The Chief joined the UNSC on Earth in fighting the Covenant threat, successfully holding their invasion. This prompted the Prophet of Regret to flee Earth, hastily slipspace jumping right on top of the city of New Mombasa. Fortunately, the Inamberclad was hot on Regret's tail with the Chief on board. Exiting slipspace, they discover that Regret had led them to another Halo ring. The Prophet's intention was to activate this ring, but the Chief had enough of this, so he catapulted down with a couple of ODSTs, reached Regret, mounted him, and literally punched him to death. As the Chief made his escape, High Charity, the Covenant's mobile capital city, arrived. To stop him, they started glassing the surface of the ring, so the Chief started running very quickly in the opposite direction. On board High Charity, the disgraced Covenant commander was being given a chance at redemption. And by redemption, they mean suicide missions by taking up the role as an arbiter. His task was to assassinate the leaders of the Heretics, a faction of the government that split off after themselves learning the truth of the Halo Rings. That no, they won't send you to paradise, and that yes, they will kill you and everyone you love. The Arbiter was successful, also finding 343 Guilty Spark, who had escaped the first ring. To the Heretics and the Covenant, Spark was known as the Oracle of the Great Journey for his in-depth knowledge on the rings, before Spark could explain the reason for the Heretics' defection and the truth about the array. The brute commander, Tartarus, captured him. Returning to High Charity, the Hierarch Prophets declared Regret's death by Chief's fists to be the failure of the Sangheili, removing them as the protectors of the Prophets, bestowing this role instead to the brutes. The Arbiter was still the Arbiter, though, so he was sent on yet another suicide mission to recover the activation index for the newly discovered ring, which means heading to the fiery pits of hell. The Arbiter finds and captures Miranda Keyes and Sergeant Johnson, who had managed to retrieve the index. Just as the Arbiter was about to keep the index for himself, Tartarus shows up and reveals that the Hierarchs had intended for him to die. Tartarus then threw the Arbiter off the ledge right into the clutches of the Gravemind, who already had the Chief. It was here that the Gravemind helped the Arbiter question his faith in the Great Journey. Obviously, Halo's a super weapon. It was in the Gravemind's interest to prevent the firing of the Halo Ring, so that he wouldn't starve, needed to preserve all that meat. Reluctantly, the Chief and the Arbiter joined forces to stop the Prophets. The Gravemind teleported the Arbiter near Halo's control room, fighting his way there with the help of Sergeant Johnson, who had commandeered a Scarab. Blinded by his belief in the Great Journey, Tartarus forced Miranda Keyes to activate the Halo Ring with her human touch. The Arbiter killed him quickly, or slowly, depends how good you are, and with Tartarus dead, Miranda manages to retrieve the index just in time, deactivating the Halo Ring. However, 343 Guilty Spark notified them that this had activated a fail-safe protocol, sending a signal to the rest of the Halo array, placing all the rings on standby for remote activation from the Lesser Ark. While the Arbiter, Keyes, and Johnson were grappling with Tartarus, the Chief was sent to High Charity to stop Truth. Unfortunately, he is too late, with Truth making an escape to Earth. The Chief had no choice but to leave Cortana behind, as she had the crashed-in Amberclad primed for detonation in the case of the ring activating. Using the Gravlift, the Chief launched himself towards the Forerunner Dreadnought the Covenant had procured so that he may finish this fight. With the Chief heading towards Earth, the Gravemind had completely taken over High Charity, and with
MC go? Yo, MC, one's in the chat if you watched the MC or saw clips of it. I was really happy with the way it went, man. I was really, really happy, man. Duran and Ampi working together. People were moving well, playing well. It was focused. It wasn't too crazy in the comms. You know, like there's a lot of that expression, too many chefs in the kitchen. People knew when to lead, knew when to follow. Also, Ampi, right? God Gamer, Giga Gamer Ampi, he's been quiet for the last weeks. And it was a bit concerning because when we first were whipping this whole project up, we thought, he was going to be raid lead for sure, right? But he was pretty quiet for a while. So I didn't know where he was at, his headspace. I don't know where he was at. If he was still ready to lead the charge, or, if his interest had faded a bit, or what. Turns out he was just moving. So you know how it is. When I was moving, I was totally out of commission as well. Still sort of am. He's moved in, he's settled, new mic, good to go, new PC, new setup. And you saw him, he ran a tight ship, man. He was running shit, bro. He's got the commanding voice. Duranosaurus, they're both seasoned Hunter players, both Amp and Duranosaur. They've done speedruns and MC countless times. So the fact that they're both Hunters and they're both on that wavelength, they know every pull by heart. Every pull. And I feel like I really just like Ampi's leadership style. Duran is also a great guy. I was so happy with it, man. So happy with it. So I think we're in great shape.
What can I do for you? Go with honor, friend.
Did y'all get the raid down? We just did a trash farm. I know there's a lot of pushback, like there's a lot of haters there's a lot of haters with everything you do, man. That's just what I'm realizing in life with each day. There's just haters with anything you want to do in life. But there's a lot of people hating on the raid, thinking that, they're saying road to reset, Kek L, Kek W, all this, but thing is there's no way around it. We needed to do some trash farm, right? We needed Hydrax rep, we needed some gear, we needed crafting materials. There's no way around it. So we had to build a little cohesion in there, take some baby steps into MC, and it went really well. No casualties or anything like that. So this week, on Saturday, plan is to go kill Gehenna's Lucy in that order. And then the week after that, some people are thinking about the full clear the week after that. I haven't really talked about it much with the others, but I think that's a bit too soon to try to do a full clear after one Gehenna's Lucy. Like, I feel like we need another week. And then, raid makes sense, definitely good call. Yeah. Love watching it. Seeing the epics drop. I know, bro. I think we got like 6 or 7 epics. 2 hours of time. Man, it was beautiful though. Honestly, like, I was getting nerd chills watching it. So many hours, so much cost, so much time went into like the event, the hardcore community, everything, right? Just the dream, One Life rating, and to see it all come together, and to see people walking down that chain into MC, all attuned, ready to blast, all listening to General Ampi right there, Titans up, full consumes. Just this encyclopedic knowledge of the game everybody has built over so many months and years playing this, all coming together. One Life rating, killing shit, man. I know it was just trash, man, but it was amazing, bro. I mean, I remember months ago we were thinking to ourselves, if we even make it into MC with 40 people attuned, everything is just icing on the cake past that. And I think leaving the raid, Ampi was like hype as fuck, man. I had never seen him that hype, actually. And he was like, man, we can do this. That was so sick. And is this a second 100? Do you think it's too late to get into R2RHC? It's not too late at all. I mean, the hardcore community will be here. We'll be here all year, and we're trying to develop some infrastructure on the server so we can protect ourselves and all this. This is another thing I want to talk about today. I do want to form a multi-life guild here on the server as well. It doesn't have to be the most serious thing, but it'd be called something along the lines of like HC Defense. And, you know, you just casually level up a multi-life tune on the side. And if you want to just, you know, if you want to rank, you want to experience some multi-life content, maybe you're just bored, you're looking for a place, we should get a multi-life server here. And a multi-life guild going here, and we can casually chew through the content. I'm working on a multi-life tune right now. He's actually pretty high level, and I'm hoping to get that started. And I might rank on him casually to 10. But just like Bloodsail, if you played on Bloodsail, we eventually got to the point where, you know, we had enough 60s there. We transferred from all the different trophy realms, and we were able to like kind of protect ourselves from griefers and whatnot. So that's the plan. You know, there's a couple griefers out there. But 1, they're dog shit at the game. 2, they're playing on the dead faction. 3, you know, we have the numbers by far, man. We have the numbers by far. So I'm gonna get that started at some point. I don't think hardcore MC is undoable. I just think anything past that is a little undoable. Yeah, you never know. I mean, one step at a time. What's multi-life? That's just normal gameplay. Yo, what up, Red? Good to see you, bro. What's good, man? I saw you dabble in some hardcore at one point. Yo, Such14, thank you very much for the tier 1, bro. What server you playing on? Oh, we're on Obsidian Edge. It sucks that some of the griefers are Alliance, yeah. Yeah. It might be too late to get into the first raid. You never know, though, man. You never know. You never know. We could wipe. We might need replacements. And here's the thing. Even, you know, what's going to happen after Road to Rag? Like, what's going to happen after we full clear MC? If we do. A lot of us are just going to keep going, man. I'm sure there's going to be a percentage of people, maybe some of the bigger streamers like Joker and Stay Safe, they want to move on to greener pastures. I think they want to play some multi-life tunes or something. I don't know, though. Joker, anybody been watching Joker's stream? I've been vibing out in the stream, man. I really like his streams. He's a chill guy. And he's been liking it. Summit's been playing. I think a good amount of us will stick around. And we're just going to keep running raids, you know? Maybe every couple weeks we'll do an MC. So it's not too late at all, man, to get involved with the community. I mean, we rode the BWL after, you know, and people die all the time. I wouldn't say it's too late at all, bro. Guzu? Oh, yeah, Guzu's a beast. Yo, thanks for the subs, guys. Rorio Cookies with the tier 1 as well. Thank you so much, man. Happy holidays, everybody. Is there a wave of Summit viewers making their way up? Yeah, there actually was a bit of a spike. I was looking the other day. Foxtrot's been on aggressive purge mode recently. He's in Foxtrot, so is Peo. Summit, though, like, he's playing right now. He's got 10k people watching him right now. Dude loves classic WoW. I didn't really know. He loves classic WoW. He's doing hardcore Nomer. You know, he's slaughtering griefers left and right. He's been a huge pickup. Who would have thought, man? Summit. Sep, welcome to the jungle.
Aye, see you soon. No, what's on your mind?
King's Honor, friend.
Well met.
Well met. Light bless you.
That's the pages
Help
one.
you find something? Be careful.
All right, Tigers. Joker playing with his chat. It was super cool. Is that how he chose Warrior? Yeah, we had a crazy Dire Maul North clip a second ago. Stay Safe already made a video about it if you want to look it up on YouTube. Pretty much, they were in Dire Maul North with a really pumper group. Duran, Stay Safe, this heal guy. I don't know who the other one was, like a warlock, was a mage. But they pretty much didn't do any misplay, really. Like, they aggroed the patrol, but you were always gonna kill that patrol. It was mainly the demo shot at a cockroach, and the cockroach flew away, and proximity aggroed another pack. So they were ended up fighting like 2.5 packs, and healer just went down about an hour ago. Guzo is a Peo from half a world away. Oh yeah, Guzo's the homie though, for real. Cockroaches are rough. Yeah, that's our first critter-related death in hardcore, man. Who died? A 60 priest with Crusader enchant and a pretty good gear. He just went down a second ago. And 25 Agi as well. That's the Timber Maw rep, right? Yeah, that's brutal. That is brutal, man. Yo, what's up, Willie? Good to see you, man. Veil? Oh yeah, I mean that's the classic people ask, isn't Veil impossible? But you can just go ahead and press your Hearthstone when you get the buff, and it'll dispel the buff from you, and you'll just hearth out. Veil is going to be super hard and hardcore, but for different reasons, right? It's just going to be perfectly managing threat on the first time, and the consequence of mismanaging threat is like almost an instantaneous wipe, right? So that's going to be the super tricky part about that, but not so much the mechanic of that thing that kills you. Yo, Tactics, you're still awake, bro? 20 months. Yo, thank you so much, brother. Thank you very much, Tactics. You inspired me to go Hunter first time SOM. Yeah, Hunters are pretty good in SOM. Still not top DPS, but I mean, a way better spot than they were in before, right? Hates you? Why do I always get ignored? I don't ever like really intentionally ignore people. I just didn't see the message. You can go ahead and ask again though if you want. How are the raids harder in SOM? I think they doubled all the trash health. They added some new, is it new mechanics or like restored pre-nerf mechanics? Something like that. There's some newish mechanics in there. They are more dangerous. I mean, old MC was pretty easy, right? And you could kind of just sort of damage through all the mechanics. Like you can no longer do that. Like you're gonna eat a submerged face on Rag, at least one. If not, actually if you get two, you're probably dead. I mean, it's probably like twice as hard or 3 times as hard as the old MC, and that's not like really to say that it's rocket science now, but it's more of a statement of how easy the old MC was comparatively. Boss HP is 2x, yeah. How did the trash run go? Yo, went really well, man, really well. This week we're gonna do Gehennis and Lucy. Oh, I don't need to kill these. What makes them better now? Well, the meta is all different. So, yeah, the meta is really different. But then it sort of is, you know what I mean? It's different. I don't want to say it's really different. Warriors are still pumpers, even without world buffs, right? But rogues have, everybody's more or less on the same page that rogues are going to be top DPS due to their tier 0.5 set, which is definitely different from the old meta. Mages are underperforming, at least in our trash raid. Anybody like playing multi-life SOM raiding MC, like, curious your thoughts on this too. Are mages doing bad, just across the board? Are performing underperforming? You know, hunters now like get they consolidated a lot of the stuff that gives ranged attack power versus melee attack power and just made it one. There's a few things that just give you ranged attack power now, like True Shot Aura, but for the most part, all those attack power buffs just give you both RAP and melee attack power as well. You died 60? No, my hunter's still kicking. Yo, Invaders with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Yo, doing well, Joe Gnome, doing well, man. Oh, I can't wait for my pet to get 30. He's almost 30. Oh no, he is 30. Oh, thank God. He must have just hit it a second ago. He has the old version of Growl. I really need a new rank of Bite as well.
For the Alliance. What can I do for you?
No casualties in the trash raid. Yam HC, one of our pumpers, he did fall though. He fell into the lava, and we had to summon him out. That was the most dangerous moment in there. Yeah, this hunter's the backup. Happy for you. It's adorable when we get to see your beautiful bundle of joy on stream. Oh, thank you so much, man. Yeah, she's so cute. Yeah, I love her. She's grown and doing baby things. Does redeeming for advice not do anything? Pretty much all my channel point redemption things are pretty Scout Pro, to be honest. But I'm here for you, man. I might have missed your message. Just ask again. Another hardcore hunter. It's because it's pretty much the fastest thing to level, and I want to get something up there already. My one hunter is essentially dead because he's the med character, and then I had a pally at 52, but I died in JNR. So then I made a hunter after, died at 21. So this is my hunter after that. And I just want to level something quick up to 60, something as fast as I can. If I could just snap my fingers and make a character to 60, it wouldn't be another hunter. It would be like a pally or something, because it's going to be really high impact to help everybody. But I just want to raise something up as fast as I can. The art assets. If you go to the art assets channel in the Discord, it should be all in there, man. He's the bank character, so he has all the flash recipes, he has GFPP, he has lip, he has like shield spike recipe, all the Blast of Titan, Supreme Power, Distilled Wisdoms. Today I made like 15 Distilled Wisdoms. It's just too risky to play him. We would just lose too much, so we're stashing all the raid consumes on him. He's just staying at the bank, so that's why he's pretty much dead. Now, if it came down to the MC, if for some reason this guy dies, or if I die on my hunters, you know, when we're going for that final MC push, he's my backup. I will raid on him. I'll go into MC on him. He has like 70% of the way to prove this. He's just missing all of his enchants. So if worst comes to worst, I'll raid on him. But that's when it comes down to the final wire. The Petri Flask? Yo, what up, Gordon? Oh yeah, I need a Skolo ID. If you can give me a Skolo ID, that's the main thing. I'll make it for you, sure. Why is Pally so useful in SOM? Oh, they're just, the hybrids really shine in hardcore, but they're just so good, bro. Like, you can just save people's lives. They'll protect all their playtime with Bop, Clutch Bop. You can tank, you can heal, you can DPS, you know, you can DPS decently well if you have, like, NG, and, you know, you have cons and stuff, you know. Just drop cons, drop some bombs, you know, you'll do some serviceable damage at least. Plenty of utility. They're just very good. They're also the class that you would feel the safest walking around the open world in hardcore as. Hunter didn't feel too safe to me. I don't know why, maybe it's a lack of experience or something, but every time I left town, I just felt, didn't really feel that motivated to just go farm stuff on my hunter, because it felt really dangerous, man. Like, I would just look at the chat or something, or, you know, fall off a cliff and die. Posted your question 3 times now. Should I keep leveling my priest at 34 or work on leveling my warlock hardcore? Warlock. I think warlocks are more in demand than priests right now.
Need help?
Weirdly enough, we actually have a lot of priests.
Greetings.
So I would probably level the warlock.
Safe
honestly,
travels.
if you want like the best shot of like adding value to the group. What server? We're on Obsidian Edge on NA, and on EU it's on Kelsarar. He's Hunter because it's the easiest in hardcore, really no skill. Yeah, that's troll, right? That's troll. Yo, link your Hunter VOD for 1 to 60 hardcore. I actually think with each passing day, I think hardcore Hunter is harder and harder. Like, and I know you're gonna say Copium, but I really don't give a fuck, because every class kind of has its own unique challenges. You know, they really do. And with Hunter, like we were talking about, you level so quick that you have no defense and you have no weapon skill, and it falls behind, so you're very easily dazed. You are a very squishy pet class. As soon as your pet goes down, you're extremely, you know, squish. And obviously they're a strong leveling class, you know, but you know, just 99% of the time when people post that shit, they just never did it themselves. Like, but yeah, like, whatever, bro. What's the name of the quest add-on on the left? It's called Arrested XP. Especially in hardcore, yep. Like, it just sounds extremely noob when you say stuff like that. You just sound like a complete noob. No offense, just saying. Pally is strong but slow. Yeah, Pally's challenge is, you know, it's excruciatingly painful to level at times. So it's more of like a mental battle with Pally. You know, you get up, you have lack of weapon progression. You know, you can't use cool stuff like double thrash blade. You know, and it's like more of a mental battle with Pally. It's safe, but I've said before, like, out of all the classes, when they die at high level, Pally affects me the most because I really feel like they just spent way too much time leveling that character. Whereas like a hunter dies, you know, like it doesn't hurt as bad. They fixed the double thrash blades today. Did they really? Oh wow. Rogues? Yeah, I used to think Rogue was pretty hard because it's a melee class. I think it's on the easier. I mean, it's still hard, obviously, right? Like everything, just playing that amount of time on any class is hard. But I would actually say Rogue, and we can talk about it too. It's kind of a fun thing. You know, Scout's Honor. I'm not lying to you. I've leveled a Rogue to 60 on hardcore, so I'm not just like talking out my ass, you know. On era, I honestly think Rogue is easier than Hunter. No copium. I swear on my life, I do believe that. Having leveled both to 60 on hardcore, I really do believe that. Rogue is very well like kitted for hardcore. As long as you're like, you know, the biggest thing with Rogue is like if you're not really like paying attention or something, right? And you just like aggro a couple casters and you don't know how Vanish works. Like if you're able to just sprint away and Vanish and make sure you clear everything in the batch, both melees and spells, like everything in the queue, and then Vanish, it's pretty safe. You can go double Vanish, you know. I think Rogue is pretty safe. Rogue is hard pre-Vanish. True, but you still have a lot, you know, in your kit though, to get away. I don't know. I think Sub Rogue is the easiest class in the game. Yeah, I mean, it's personal preference, you know, like, so like Nom Nom, who he might have the best idea of like, you know, the difficulty level of various hardcore classes. He thinks Frost Mage, gun to his head if he had to level a class to 60, and not fail ever. He actually thinks Frost Mage was the easiest one out of all of his. So some people might think that. Easiest in my mind is probably Hunter, but you know, I don't want to say that and make it seem like it's like the most easy thing in the world. It's easy because you level fast, you know? You level fast and it's kind of fun just like zooming through the content. And that's the number one thing that makes it like the easiest to me. You know, just the pacing of like the whole leveling is quick, you know, and you don't feel like and the weapon progression is so streamlined on Hunter. Like, it's just vendor the whole way up, bro. Like, a couple quests here and there. It's so streamlined. It's really, really nice. Do you think the challenge not allowing any deaths is too punishing in hindsight? Oh, no, not at all. That's not the punishing part. The only punishing part, actually, that makes the challenge feel the worst is how easy it is for people to like grief hardcore players, right? And that's why we have to have the appeal system and stuff. And honestly, I was thinking about it, yo, we should just lean into the whole death equals appeal thing. Honestly, I don't even see anything wrong with it. People like to meme the hardcore community, say death equals appeal. Fuck it, dude. Death equals appeal, bro. Who the fuck cares, man? Death equals appeal. Who the fuck cares? Go play something else, you know? We need the appeal system. And I don't think we should be ashamed or back away from it. You literally need it until we can get hardcore servers. Then anything goes. I'm down. I'm DTF. You want to grief me, I'll grief you back. Like, but until then, you know, we need the appeal system. I don't think we should shy away from it. I don't have my buff. I'm probably not going to get the buff on this guy like until like MC. Yo, good to see you, Crix. There's appeal systems in every game. Yeah, I mean, other hardcore games don't have it, like Path of Exile and stuff, but, you know, this is kind of like a homebrew, like, community challenge that we're trying to, you know, make work best we can, given, you know, what we have available to us, so. But the pacing of SO1 makes it so, like, yeah, you do die. Like, I died at 52 on the Pally. It didn't feel too bad to re-roll for me, like, you know. You just think I lost a couple days, I'll be back up. It feels pretty quick, the leveling. You know, with a good guide and stuff, you know, you fly by the levels. You know, you can die at 60 and be like, all right, I'll see you guys in like a week or two. You know, it's not the end of the world. Go again, baby. Yup. I don't mind the Terra Mystery, but most of the others I've seen have no counterplay. Yeah, I mean, they're just crazy thing to me. It's just common sense, right? People like to. It's just common sense, man. 40 to 60 feels way faster than before. Yo, agree. The real cringe is the griefers themselves, yeah, and they are getting banned, boys. They are getting or suspended, not banned, but they're catching longer and longer suspensions. Blizzard's fixing stuff. They fixed the MC stuff. They fixed the remote control. Yo, I mean, some people have reporting that they've been dying to it, but I'm just not so sure. I feel like some people keep. I've got a huge amount of messages telling people saying they fixed it. There's some weird interactions with like charge, or you can still flag you or something, but they're working on it. Next thing I'd really like to see them fix, like ASAP, would be the Infernal stuff, you know? Because they did fix that in Classic, but for some reason, like in the SOM, it's back. So, you know, somebody touching down in a flight path and getting an Infernal dropped on him. Fix that shit. Would hardcore servers have the 40% XP buff, in my opinion? Yeah. Maybe even like, it wouldn't even bother me so much if it was a little bit faster. You know, imagine they did like 60% or 80%. It wouldn't bother me. Like, I'm not picky on that stuff though. If I get any version of an official One Life WoW server, like I'm pretty much fine with however they do it. Auction house, whatever. You know, we can still have the hardcore community within it that, you know, ops are solo self-found, but if they can just do any form of One Life WoW, bro, I will be so happy. They should, yeah. I kind of think they will. The best thing is seeing the griefers try. I love that shit. Oh yeah, bro, me too. You know what they can't stand? You know what tilts them so fucking much, dude? The fact that we have this appeal system. It actually drives them insane, bro. It gets them so mad, dude, that we have this appeal system. And I love it, dude. And that's why I'm gonna form this multi-life guild and just shit on them all day, bro. Just show of force, man. You can do one of two things. You know, you can totally ignore it and report them and do what you want to do, and that's a decent strat. I understand that. The other way is you just literally just shit on them all day, and that's great content for me, man. I'm fine to let the boys eat and play hardcore, and I'll just sit there and just shit on them all day. That is great content for me. I'll have a great time. I'll just park my dude somewhere centrally located. Oh man, that sounds like some fantastic content, dude. Do I have soul? No, I can get Soul of Iron anytime. I just don't really care about the buff that much. I'll get it later. Yo, what's up, Courtney? Good to see you. Happy holidays. Do you think Blizzard failed as a company, and do you think overall SOM is a failure? I don't know. I don't really like, my brain doesn't even think of stuff in that way. Like, some people have like a natural instinct to like think about how bad something is, or to like want to cancel it, or like tear it down, or like to criticize it. My brain, and I think a lot of other people's brains, if you're just like a normal, well-adjusted person, like, you don't think in that way. You're too busy trying to get that bag yourself, right? You're trying to succeed, you're trying to make money, you're trying to build something. You're too busy doing that to give the slightest fuck, you know? But maybe some people could perceive that. I mean, I'm having fun with my friends, you know, we're playing hardcore, we're making lemonade out of lemons. It's been good for us. I think it's been a good event. I think it's some of the most fun a lot of us have had playing WoW, so. Could have been much better though. Possibly. Yeah, there's gonna be haters no matter how they do it though. I just died to an undead rogue player in Westfall. Did you really just now? Oh, that's unfortunate, man. Don't worry, I got something for him real soon. I got something for him real soon, bro. Don't worry. Hang in there a couple more days. Frond was funny. You seem like a fucking loser. Yeah, that's a perma, dude. Get the fuck out. Alright, let's turn this stuff in. Yeah, we got something for him, don't worry. I definitely see the AV beta where people would rather PvP all day long getting ranked gear and not raiding. PvP has ruined early phases. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the main critiques of SOM right now overall, right? Where it's, they don't think the rank gear should be in this early. I'm not really like participating in that meta right now, so I don't really have a clear idea of how that all feels. Maybe it feels bad, maybe it feels good. I could see the feedback being legit though, where, you know, pretty much you want to skip MC, you want to skip Dire Maul, and you just want to rank aggressively and just no life it and get that gear. I think that's what's happening right now, and like people say that makes for like kind of a bad experience. I could see it. Do you think guilds will consolidate by level in the near future? Very much enjoying SoM thus far and work with you. Yeah, I mean, that was our plan, right? We were going to roll out the gate with like, remember we had 3 leveling guilds, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie out the gate with SoM. And we thought we were going to consolidate down to 2, like in, you know, 1-2 weeks later as the event started to lose some steam and, you know, the dust would settle. We're up to 6 guilds and we're still actively purging every day. If you're offline for like more than 24 hours, you're probably going to get kicked from the guild. You can always be reinvited, you know, it's no problem. But yeah, it's been really busy. So yes, if we get to the point where we're, you know, the guilds are losing steam, there's not many. I'm in the least active guild right now. This is the smallest guild, and there's 83 online. This is the least poppin' guild, HC Delta. Foxtrot is going nuts, you know. Charlie has like a lot of the streamers in it and stuff, so. I'm leveling another hunter. We're playing hardcore, so I'm just getting another hunter in the pocket, backup hunter, in case I die, so I don't have nothing to fall back on. Haven't heard of any actual hardcore guilds. The only one that's actual hardcore guilds. You're saying people that are just like sweaty, clearing the content, doing splits, all that. There's probably a few. I mean, I know of Orenthul. I think whatever one like is it Pre-Fox? There's got to be a couple, but it's way less sweaty than like, you know, Real Classic for sure. Summit playing HC is pretty good for the community. Oh yeah, it's amazing, man, amazing. Really amazing. You know, at his size, you know, usually like to get a streamer of his size to do really anything, to like, you know, say your brand on stream or something one time is, you know, costs thousands of dollars. Dude is just playing hardcore. He loves classic WoW. He shares that passion. Amazing, man. I'm a Summit fan now for sure. When is MC? We have an MC this weekend on Saturday. We're gonna go for Gehenna's Lucy. No birds for the hunter this time. I missed the window, man. Like by the time I got over to Eastern Kingdoms, I was already like 22 or something. I finished all the Ashenvale arc, so I saw those carrion birds on the coast, and I was like, I couldn't be bothered, man, just to level it up. And it just takes a minute to level from like 17 up to. I just decided to just pump through, and we'll get a carrion bird when we get into like Desolus. You have a clip of your pally going down? Nah, actually I was just playing locally. I didn't have a clip. I couldn't even farm a good death clip out of it.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
Hey there.
What is the vibe like, Cargo? Is the classic community still doing good overall? I like it, man. I like the state of the classic community. I mean, I appreciate your guys' feedback on this too, how it feels for you, but I like it when it feels kind of small, man. When it feels kind of small and it feels like you know most of the heads that are streaming and playing, and a lot of the people who are, you know, big detractors of classic are going to be like really critical to it, or like, you know, just shit on, like they've already like run their course and left, right? So you have a few people that genuinely like are passionate about the game, kind of on the same page with that. Generally more chill. Like I like it when it's like that, you know. So I like it overall. I've been a bit stressed out with the event and everything going on, but I think we're in a good place. Like with the Road to Rag stuff, I mean, I've never seen in my entire career doing this content stuff to see this many people, this many streamers, and just members of the community come together and try to do something really cool, you know, work together on something, play on the same server. So it's been really cool to see. Gonna see you in MC soon? Hopefully, brother. Hopefully, man. I kind of screwed myself a bit by making my guy the bank character, but somebody had to do it. Trying to get this guy up there. Even if I'm not in the main MC raid though, I'm not even tripping, man. I wouldn't mind just... I wouldn't even mind just leveling a Hunter up multi-life and just shitting on these griefers all day. And just protecting the boys. And that would be great content for me. I'd still feel like involved, and that would just delight me, man. That would delight me so much. But I mean, of course I'm gonna try to be in the MC raid, but I wouldn't even mind like not streaming it. I'd just be offline, just shitting on them, just eating, just keck popcorn. It'd be so great. Not taking a minute to train bite. Cats can't. Oh no, they can. Yeah, cats can learn bite, can't they? Oh, there's stitches. Okay. What's over here? What's over here? Why is stitches over here? Do I smell a griefer, dude? I smell a griefer? Where you at, homeboy? Oh, I can't wait, man. I got something for him soon. Main Hunter's still kicking, Chris. Love Classic more than anything, but will not come back for baby nerfs with new content only. Yeah, man, to each their own. I understand. I understand. Just want to say thank you for your rogue leveling guide. Is it still okay to follow it in the Burning Crusade expansion? I don't even remember what I said in that rogue guide, to be honest. Thank you. There's some stuff that's probably scuffed in there, but most of it's probably the same, yeah. Isn't it better to learn Claw or Bite? Yeah, I've heard a bunch of conflicting things on it. I think, like...
Hey there. See you around.
What I've heard the most is that Bite. Bite is just the best. It's the best focus stump overall. It's just more damage over the long term. But I guess if you want to tempo out your focus as fast as possible, Claw would do more DPS in the short term than Bite. So, you know, I guess if you're fighting mobs and they're dying pretty quick, like this mob right here dies so quick, you know, Claw would probably perform slightly better. It doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. But I could, you know, once you get up into the higher levels and stuff gets beefier and stays alive longer, Bite will probably outperform Claw. Even when your music pumps, the streams are always oddly relaxing. Oh, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. I feel like a little more on edge than usual. Thank you, everybody that's been watching and stuff. Thank you very much. I'm trying to check in with you guys as much as possible. Do a little stream here or there. Much love to everybody, man. Thank you very much for watching all the streams, supporting the hardcore community, the Road to Rag. It's been really great. It's been amazing, an amazing, memorable experience so far, guys. I really appreciate it. It's been so fun. What are your thoughts on Blizzard IP banning hardcore griefers? Ooh, yo, that sounds fucking amazing, dude. Is that true? I mean, I'm obviously going to be a bit biased, but it surprised me and it demoralizes me and it makes me feel a bit disenfranchised with the community when you get people that support like griefing, right? Like it's something that's objectively bad, right? You're literally just dedicating your time to celebrate hurting other people. Right? And you could just say it's in a video game, you're right, it's not that serious at the end of the day, but still, like, the concept is, like, there's these communities of people forming, and their common interest is to try to disrupt the experience and to make people feel bad, right? And to drag people down. It's an objectively bad thing, right? And so many people, like, are, you know, defending it and thinking that it's just a game, it's funny, right? There's plenty of things that are entertaining in life, you know, that aren't good, right? Like, so... if it was my game, bro, they'd get perma fucking instantly, bro. Instant perma. No fucking mercy, man. Yeah, they're just crazy. Yeah, it's a PvE server. That's the thing that I always revert to, right? On a PvP server, I'm down. Clever use of game mechanics. You remember Skyrim? You remember Skyrim, man? Who played on Skyrim? It was toxic on Skyrim, man. Like, we camped all the flight paths. Alliance couldn't move. They couldn't play the game. I kind of regret it in hindsight, to be honest. That's a PvP server. Anything goes, man. It's dog eat dog. I'm down. You know, that's what it is. On a PvE server, it's a different rule. It's not what you signed up for, right? These people are trying to avoid PvP. They signed up to play a game and avoid those PvP interactions. So when you're forcing PvP or ruining days of slash play by you know, going to a flight path and dropping an infernal, I get that that's entertaining, but it's still also fucked up, you know. Thoughts on the Dire Mall North tragedy tonight? Oh man, it was insane. That's the first time I've seen like a, you know, a critter-related death in hardcore. Crazy to think that a critter killed a previous healer with Crusader enchant and everything. A cockroach. Insane. That's gonna be on all the clip channels tomorrow, I guarantee you. Clip. It's on Duranosaur's channel if you want to go look at it. Pretty much they were in Dire Mall North, they had a pumper group, it was Stay Safe, it was Duranosaur, it was Heal Guy, and a mage. They went in there, they were killing a pack. Right as soon as you zone in, you turn that corner. They were killing one pack, they were CCing it, doing what they had to do. They pulled the patrol, which is still not the end of the world. It had those mastiffs and it had like the brute. So they're fighting already like more, they're a bit overextended already. And if you watch closely in the clip, you'll see a cockroach. It gets demo shotted, you see the little exclamation point above its head, and it starts flying off into Narnia. And it pulls an entire other pack with a caster and 2 more brutes. And it was really bad news. So the mage dropped the Nova, they were trying to escape. The priest went for a heal to try to stay safe. Stay Safe popped light a balloon. And he went for the heal, and the mobs are Nova'd right next to him. They just kind of like one-tapped the healer. So yeah, heal guy went down. Yo, I'd love to see that Reddit though. If it's on Reddit, you think there's a Reddit where griefers are getting IP banned? Man, that's got me feeling a little bit excited, man. That's got me feeling a little certain type of way, man. Whose fault do you think it was? I don't think it was anyone's fault, man. I think everybody was playing their best game. You know, no one was like AFK. It's just a weird thing, like, you know, who would have thought? That was the first time I've ever seen that, like a critter running off and pulling other mobs. I didn't even know I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest with you. Yeah, it is. It's the way she goes. The dude already re-rolled again, though. How crazy is that? Priest died. He just made a warrior. Do you think the hunter should have killed the critter? No one probably had their mind on it. Like, it literally was just a non-factor in their mind. I bet you 90% of the people here didn't even know that. I didn't know that till tonight. That the cockroach can just run off and aggro a bunch of other stuff. So. Don't let him drag you down. You're only doing this because HC got so big. I appreciate it. Yeah. I appreciate it, Courtney. And overall, we're doing great, man. We're in great shape. Guild has almost 200 level 60s in it. You know? We're stocking up the guild with players faster than they're dying, right? And you know, overall, we're doing really great. I'm so proud of everybody in the community as a whole. Cockroach grief, yeah. Why no 60 Hunter? He's just, I can't blame him. He's a bank guy. He's a banker. I know, Oracle. Won't the fact that they're not the same type make it so they don't pull? You would think, but that's for sure what happened. If you watch it very carefully in that clip, you'll see a cockroach. It gets demo shotted and it flies like northwest of their position, and then northwest of their position, right where it flew off to, you see the that next pack pull. Instead of deleting your 60s when they die, people just park them at Stormwind to kill Teramis. Yeah, I mean, that's the type of stuff I'm thinking. I don't even want to try to change anything. You know, we're already in like a kind of a delicate-ish position as is. Like, there is a perception that the rules change all the time and stuff for hardcore. It just, you know, and I know it's not the case. There's barely anything that ever gets changed, you know, like ever. But people love to think it that way. So there's no plans to change anything. But just in my own selfish mind, I think we lean into the death equals appeal. You know, who does it even hurt? You know, the people who are gonna laugh at us are the people outside of the community anyway. Who cares, bro? You know, even if that was the case, you know, just lean into it, man. Embrace it. You know, we don't need the buff. We don't need. But yeah, I mean, instead of that, pretty much, I want to form a multi-life guild on the server, and I'm leveling up a multi-life tune as well. And I'm gonna rank casually to 10 probably. I'm gonna get fully kitted out in NG stuff, rocket helm, nades, and yeah, I mean I'll be playing hardcore with the boys and doing everything. But
Need help? Be careful.
it'd be so nice, and we'd be these griefers' worst fucking nightmare if we're kitted out and we actually have mad numbers and we can clear content, and they're stuck on a dead faction. They can't do shit. I have my 60s ghost in the way I'm deleting. Yeah, it's on you, bro. Just saw the pre-step clip, so unfortunate, I know. I'll join the death squad, that's what I'm talking about. Soon, man. AC defense, soon. Soon.
Well met. Light bless you for the Alliance.
Lots going wrong in that priest clip. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Talk to the mayor again. Oh, I see. Good portion of these people die in ways that aren't fair, so they get to keep playing. Yeah, I mean, I do think we're gonna get it too. I really do believe that we made enough of a splash that next season of Mastery, I really do think next season of Mastery there's gonna be One Life servers. And all of this is just gonna be the growing pains chapter of One Life WoW. And we'll look back at all these days and we'll laugh, man, and we'll have that eventually, and it's gonna be sick. We just gotta hang in there for a little bit. We're coexisting with these clowns for a little bit. Did you lose your buff? No, I didn't even get it yet. I probably won't even get it. Add-on is sufficient. Oh, yeah. One bro guy in the chat, he's the healer that died, man. You hate to see it, bro. I'm so sorry, man. Hey, honestly, mad respect, though, for going again. Like, people like you, where you die at 60 and you go again, is a really good example for the community, you know? Shows like, yo, it's okay if you die. Like, you're not scared, right? You're not scared of the leveling. Fuck it. You went on a harder class. You went warrior. You know? It's all good. You brush it off. Like, we almost want that impression as hardcore players as kind of like the crazy people. There was this meme on Reddit where it was like, you know, tell me that you're sadistic or something without saying you're sadistic. It was like that goofy meme. And it was, you know, die an MC and be like, fuck it, let's go again. Let's do it again. That's what we want, man. That's what we want. You're not scared of a little leveling, man. It's a couple days. It's all good. This hardcore event is gonna be back in the white plate and vanilla skip classic. This is too fun and a great community. I'm so glad you think so, man. I'm so glad, man. It's actually like heartwarming to hear that, bro. Welcome to the community, man. Stick around. Yo, what's up, Chucks? What happened to Grays? He's been at a wedding for a little bit. He's probably still Stallbon time? Might be Stallbon time. People's Militia, no shots. Legend of Stallbon. Oh, it is. Okay. 32? Killing Stallbon at 32. Thoughts? Should be fine, right? These mobs around his hut are 30. He's dead. Yo, one ability that I actually slept on a lot is Hunter. And on this run in particular, it really clicked with me. And I really like it, is this ability right here, Disengage. I never really used Disengage much, man. I thought it was kind of a meme, but it's really, really good. I don't know, I'm just bad, I guess. It's a really good ability. You know, you think you would just feign death, but there's a lot of times where you still want to keep feign death in the pocket, right? And you just want to finesse the aggro, finesse the threat back. There's so many times you pull off your pet, and it's really powerful, Disengage, and you just send the threat back at your pet, man. So it's so good. Cheap little ability.
It's too far away.
I've been using it a ton. It's especially useful in that range before feign death, though, right? So pre-30. I'll use it right now. I'm just gonna go back to the pet. I don't know. There's a chest by the house. Okay, thanks. I'm moving Hunter too. Would you mind showing your talents? I'm just standard BM. I think on hardcore though, survival is really good. Survival is super good. And really fun too. But I'd probably go survival 30 plus once you get Feign Death, because you're gonna pull off your pet a lot, right? But you can just drop a Feign Death like almost immediately and just clear off all the threat and kind of be fine. And having like scatter, it's a lot of good stuff in survival, but BM is probably the best. What is the favorite product you've promoted on stream? Aside from my own product with Rested XP, favorite product we've ever promoted on stream. Man. Probably, I mean, I don't know, man. It just means a lot to me that Stay Safe extended the olive branch, so to speak, with the hardcore stuff. So I'm really happy to have built like a bit of a friendship with Stay Safe now after all these years. You know, we didn't always get along that well. It's not like we were, you know, like arch enemies or anything, but there was times where it was like a way different vibe in the creator space for classic WoW, you know. And I'm glad to be able to call him a friend now, and I feel like he was the first really like big streamer to like kind of step up and give hardcore a shot and like expose his own brand to some risk and stuff and try to like get involved. And he put a lot of people on. He's been sponsoring the event. It means a lot, bro. I'll never forget it. So, you know, he's got a business going on, right? It's one of us. Classic Andy has a small business that they're starting, so it just makes me want to support it. Become a power, yeah. Love to try the hardcore thing. Would be a Shaman or Paladin though. Yeah, man, both really good. I think Shaman is a bit overrated in hardcore though. I've had trouble with Shaman. It's mainly due to their like shocks and all their nature damage being able to be resisted so much. It screwed me over every time I tried hardcore Shaman. How many alts do you have? I just have this guy on hardcore. My main hunter and this guy. I have a multi-life guy that I'm leveling as well, which I will reveal when the time comes. But it's on this server as well. This server is home for the next year. So that's what I'm saying. We should build up some infrastructure so we can protect ourselves, help try to protect the hardcore community a bit. Put down some roots here. I know it's just for a year, but it's a pretty important year. Because I think next SOM we might have hardcore servers, right? And that'll change the whole beast. Wasn't trying to get in trouble, just tune in. There have been different products. Oh no, I'm not trying to say I get in trouble or anything, man. It's all good. I don't mind at all. I was genuinely just thinking about products that I've like promoted on stream that I've had like a vested interest in promoting for various reasons, like which products I really wanted to succeed and stuff. Like I do want Stay Safe's business to do well, man. I mean, he's got a wife and a kid, and it's a small business he's starting out of pocket and stuff, and he's helped us, right, big time with supporting this event, and his clout and streamer gamer reach has been really instrumental in bringing the event up to the scale that it is right now. I'll never forget that, man. He's been a really good partner overall to work with too. Look at intimidation, so much threat, man. Pet is just miles ahead on threat. Stay Safe is cool. Yeah. He does his thing, man. He does his thing. I created a Blood Elf Warlock on Fire mod 2 days ago. Hit 18, zooming through these levels. Nice, nice. Okay. Yo, Toe Jumper, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the tier 1 for 7. Happy holidays to you, bro. Any talks with Asmon? No talks with Asmund. He doesn't really like hardcore, and I think I understand why. He has badmouthed hardcore quite a bit to keep it a $150 with you, but I don't blame him on everything that he says. You know, he's I can understand the like everything makes sense to me and why he would feel a certain way. Not everything, but some of the stuff. It's just not for him, you know. He's a completionist guy. He likes pets. He likes mounts. And he's very much clear about that. Like that's what he wants to. That's the type of content he really enjoys, you know, being able to get every last thing, farm mounts, farm pets. It's like hardcore is the antithesis of Asmongold. It's so unappealing that it probably puts a bad taste in his mouth. He doesn't understand why people would want to do it, right? Because
farewell.
You're playing a character they are going to delete at some point when you die. It's probably one of those things for Asmon. He couldn't even fathom something more unappealing in World of Warcraft, right?
What can I do for you?
Because he's all about savoring the pixels and collecting the pixels. Where, you know, my man Heal Guy, he dies in Dire Maul North and he rerolls Warrior insta and brushes it off like it's nothing. Could give less of a fuck about the pixels, right? He just goes again. So, Greenskin Hunter? Maybe the next fresh, bro. He used Grief more than anyone else in Classic, yeah. I mean, that's one of Classic WoWs, and I love this game, and if there's no other changes to it, I'd live with it, and I'd play it, and continue playing it, and I love the game, don't get me wrong. I hope that much is clear, that I do love this game, and want the best for it, and want the best for the community. You know, I've been here since the start of the Classic journey, and I'll be here till the end, boys. Classic MOP, Classic BFA, wherever it goes, man, I'll be here. You know, as long as the homies are playing, I'm down, but on that note, one of the weaknesses of Classic is that, it's pretty easy to grief people in this game, and there's not a lot of protection. Blizzard's not really that hands-on with stuff. They're probably getting slowly better. So, you know, if there was a true hardcore server with one life, problem solved, man. Problem solved. Oh man, I dream. I'm having a fantasy thinking about it right now, about a hardcore server. It would be all the protection and more that you would need. The ultimate security blanket. Anybody that wants to fuck with you in the game, they have one life as well, right? So, oh man, I just, it brings an amazing smile to my face thinking about it. I'm thinking about that. That would be perfect, I know, man. We can put all this politics behind. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This hardcore event, Road to Rag, hasn't been that good for me or my brand, you know, that much recently. And I don't mind. Like I said, I see it as a team effort, and you know, we've had to make a lot of calls here or there because people have stupid drama back and forth. And with each call you make of like who's in the right, who's in the wrong, you make enemies. Which each decision you make, there's more and more people in the world that don't like you and think that's how it is in life these days. Like you either love somebody, or if you have even the smallest point of friction, they become your like worst enemy. You know, so I've made a lot of. There's probably a lot more people that, you know, don't like me or don't like hardcore as a result of all this. And in the past, I would just chill and have like just kind of a chill brand, and it would be all gravy. I don't know where I'm going with that, man. I just can't wait to be able to not have to deal with that stuff anymore, man, and just play and not have to be like a community enforcer, man. I don't enjoy it like at all. I don't enjoy being a mod. I don't enjoy being like an admin or whatever you want to call it, man. I don't really enjoy. I don't even really enjoy the tag streamer, man. I've said that before, you know, like, oh, Cargos, he's that streamer, you know, like that doesn't even really like. It seems like more of a something that's a bad connotation, man. I thought Statics was someone into this thing. Oh yeah, he's been working on his doctorate, so yeah, he couldn't make it, but he's been around in the chat supporting everybody, and he's been around just in spirit, not really playing so much. You still playing TBC? Not at all, man. I'm pretty much retired from it. think you're over focusing on the negative feedback and drama. No, I feel you, bro, and I am, and it's because Pigsy. It's because I feel like compelled to go into the eye of the storm of the drama, like wherever it is with hardcore, because it's our baby. You know, we worked so hard on it that like, if there's a fight that needs to be had or taken, I just want to run towards it and just live in that eye of the storm, right? And so that's why, like, you know, it puts you in like a mindset where you're just getting negative feedback and you're just squashing shit like all day, every day, right? So it's like, I'm glad that there's people out there that are just enjoying it, right? And just like loving it and just in the community, doing dungeons with the boys, making friends, you know, all the good stuff. It's just my take on it. I missed out on the drama. It's not really anything in particular. It's more of like a cumulative effect, but there's not really much drama, man. You guys are like my counselors right now. I'm just keeping it 100 with you guys. Negative feedback tends to be the loudest. Yeah, no, 100%, man, 100%. And we've gotten a lot of positive messages too. Just got to focus on that, right? Just got to focus on that. Just remember that people who are mad yell, people that are happy smile. You can't hear a smile, but you can definitely hear a cry. Yeah, I appreciate it. And just keep in mind, because I'm being... Just keep this stuff in mind, everything that I'm saying right now. When you see the negative feedback about hardcore, you see people memeing on it, hating on it, just keep it in mind. You know, you've worked hard to build it up. And,
well met.
You know, I don't know where I'm going with it, man. Just try to, like, go to bat for it where you can, you know? A lot of you guys have, like, seen it all unfold. It's easy to tear stuff down. It's hard to build stuff up. HC brought my son back into it. Oh, I'm so glad, man. So glad. Father, son, playing the game. That sounds awesome, man. You guys duo leveling, or? I say Guzo had some decent growth on his channel since streaming. Yeah, it makes me happy that people are like achieving, you know, all-time records with their channels. I think like Joker has the most subs he's ever had. Guzo's doing well. Graze is doing amazing. Tactics is doing amazing. Tommy's doing amazing. So many people doing amazing. Makes me really happy. There's no reason for anyone to hate on HC's smaller community. No one has to play it. It doesn't affect them. Yeah, man. I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro. And I'm glad there's people. I'm really glad that there's people with like, just like good head, like a good head on their shoulders out there, like reasonable people, man. I'm saying just reasonable people. Hardcore server will fix a lot of the drama, like you said. I'm not even bothering it until there's an actual edgy server. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I feel you on that. Yeah, that would be nice, man. Does 1 to 60 hardcore character need to be recorded or streamed? Not anymore. It used to back in the day because we were pretty manual with everything. But we have this add-on now, and it pretty much add-on is pretty much all you need. You just need to play with the add-on on. Resub Glock clap? Oh, I see it. I see it, Althron. Yo, thank you very much, bro. I appreciate it, brother. You've been helping the community a lot in so many ways recently, man. It's great to have you here, man. It's great to see HC thriving in streamer growth, but it also seems like there's mixed priorities between streamer content versus teamwork towards getting ragged down. That's an interesting point. I'd like to extrapolate that on it. Could you go into a little bit more detail? You might be onto something. Let me see. Okay, it seems like there's mixed priorities between streamer content versus teamwork towards getting ragged down. So does that, you're trying to say that we're rushing it? Is that what you mean? Like the desire to create good content is kind of like at the expense of completing the mission? dragging it out for more content. I think he's saying the opposite, that we're like rushing it for content. Yo, Sarth, oh my god, dude, thank you so much for the host, brother. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, man. It's been great. It's been great in every regard, bro. You're a dear friend, man. Thank you so much for the host, man. I'll get you back ASAP. Shout out to Sarth. Another member of the hardcore community, level 60 hunter, blasting. Great to have you. Great to have you here, man. Huge asset for the mission. Gonna get you back. Okay, yeah. I'll get you back with the host, man. I can see how that could happen. Like, no one wants to stream farming herbs. Yeah. For what it's worth, I mean, I do feel, if I'm being 100% honest, a little bit of pressure from like this, from the viewers and stuff to try to like get in there and kill bosses. Like, we were definitely feeling it during the trash farm last week, and we discussed it as a group, but we kind of just thought to ourselves after discussing it, like, we can't let that impact us though, right? Like, we needed to farm the trash, and we still do need to farm trash. Like, there, you know, we shouldn't have, and we didn't, right? We didn't try to kill any bosses or anything. We stuck to our word. We just did a trash farm, you know? We accomplished the mission, we got in, we got out safely. You know, my thing to the viewers too is that everybody like kind of low-key wants to see a wipe or people die because it's exciting, right? And it's you know, that is like one of the main aspects of the game mode, but you know, then it all potentially ends though, right? Then there's nothing to watch. Then you're back to just watching just normal gameplay and stuff. So for those rooting for us to fail, it's going to be super hype for like a second, but then, you know, it'll be over, right? And then that'll be that. So I think it's more hype if we do it and succeed. Joker's getting flamed by his chat. Yeah, I saw that. He was getting flamed hard. Saying road to reset, kick W, road to trash farm. But you see what I'm saying? It's just a non-starter. You can't just go into MC and just go right bosses. It's just a non-starter. You don't even have the rep, man. You need the rep. You need the crafting materials. You need to get some gear. I don't think we did anything wrong, man. It's just adjusting expectations for people watching. People been playing well though. Yeah, they were. They're playing super good. No reason to rush it. Joker shout out just meme wars. They're kidding. They make fun of him for having 3 healers, 2 tanks. Yeah, that's true. They are pretty memey in there. But they're not like toxic though. You know, like I watched a good amount of a stream recently. I just put my cooldowns. I don't think his community's bad though, honestly. I've seen communities where I watched the community and I'm like, yo, yikes, man. Like, there's some crazy like Ted Bundy type people in this community, but the Jokers, I think they're just like meme lords, like you said. And I just want to see some. I'm gonna spam some kick W's and chill, you know. What do you think about Phase 2 coming out Thursday? I don't know how I feel about it. Does it affect us in the hardcore side of things in any way? I know the world bosses, we're thinking about doing the world bosses, but I don't think we'll end up doing them. It's just too griefable and unnecessary. The cost of consumes, everything all added up, it's not going to be worth like the upside of killing them. Waiting for Road to Encourage? I mean, hey man, it might happen if we can get MC down, bro. There's a lot of us that want to stick around and do this all year. What are your thoughts on making the Tabard and Foxtrot? Sign Foxtrot can. I should. The thing is, man, my pally's the GM on it. I didn't delete him yet because I wanted to just be able to like moderate the guild if there's like some crazy people spamming gamer words or something. But I think it'd be kind of scummy to respawn and make a guild Tabard, because you're technically doing something on your character then after it died. So I don't know what the play is. Maybe just hand off GM to somebody else, one of the other mods or something in there, and they'll do it. Can those world bosses be kited to Stormwind? No, I don't think so. Yo, Fitched, thank you very much, bro. Good to see you with the tier 1 for 15. That's a long time, my friend. Thank you so much, Fitched. Supporting Grays, myself, so many of the people in the community. Thank you so much, Fitched. Happy holidays. Kazakhstan? I feel like they fixed that. Somebody did that like way back in the day, and there's like that epic video of it, and that's super low quality, but I don't think you can do it anymore. Yeah, high risk for little loot. It's just expensive in terms of consumes to do everything properly. So right now, it's a big mad rush to try to stock up as many consumes as possible. You want to have Distilled Wisdom spam available for the main kill attempt. That's going to require hundreds of Lotus, GFPPs for everybody, Titans for tanks, Supreme Powers for casters. Giving GM to someone is still doing something on a dead tune, but you can do it while you're dead, you feel me? Because I'm just a ghost right now, I'm dead. Whereas opposed to like making a tabard, you actually have to respawn. You know, all the moderation and stuff you can do while you're a ghost. MC seems doable and even hardcore, even BWL, but AQ or Nax without world buffs, nah. I actually think BWL is doable, man. I don't know why. BWL doesn't scare me that much, man. Veil is the scariest thing in BWL. I feel like even the Neff fight, is Neff even that hard, man? It's like, kill some mobs, and the mobs are super easy, and they die, they go to the middle of the room, and the Warlocks stay a little bit staggered, and you just kind of kill them. What else is scary in BWL? That Broodlord guy, maybe. Actually, Chromagus would be probably pretty monka, I guess. Everybody would have to be like perfectly on the same page with. But Dax is the one where it does feel like, yeah, that would be pretty much impossible. That actually might be impossible. It's probably impossible. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably actually impossible. You would need like everybody in the raid to be playing on supercomputers, like. Someone will die in Veil. Well, it's gonna be the type of thing where you either just one-shot it no problem and it looks easy, or everybody wipes. Only thing scary in BWL is tanks landing taunts. Is stuff tauntable in BWL? Kind of, my memory's a bit blurry. I feel like that was one of the challenging things about BWL, that a lot of stuff isn't tauntable. Killing Oni? Oh, yo, Oni actually seems fucking hard though, bro, in hardcore, honestly. All the dragons are taunt shift. Oh. An issue with BWL is getting Oni cloaks. True. Ah, man. I mean, Oni seems really hard, bro. Because Oni is such a chaotic fight. And I think, you know, still to this day, you know her whole mechanic where there's safe zones and she flies up. And you can hide insert, like... To keep it a $150 with you, I still don't even fully understand that mechanic, bro. Because sometimes you think you're in a safe zone and you still die. Like, it's like just like a wonky fight, man. Like, it's so chaotic, and chaos is the enemy in hardcore, right? Everything has to be like surgical. Oni scares the hell out of me, dude. Honestly, like, harder than anything in MC, man. The snake traps without being popped get targeted by the spore bats on Vash. Oh, bro, you're in the wrong stream, bro. I wish I could help you. I just don't know. I have no idea, man. I'm a vanilla Andy, pretty much. Bobka went fucking ham and cheese in MC. Yeah. Bobka is an absolute sweat lord, and you'll love to see it, man. You know, because Stitches again. Jesus, man, always up. Yo, hardcore players. I think the broader community of just multi-life gamers who are just playing WoW normally, if you ask them what they think about hardcore players, right, they probably think they're really bad. And I think it's because of all the death clips, right? They watch the death clips, people clicking abilities. So that's kind of part of our brand, for whatever it's worth. You know, we have to overcome that and show people that we can actually game, right? And we get the MC down, and we have a lot of high-quality people from all the
going
guilds.
to happen. So you off grid, but still on grid. Do you identify as bi grid?
Yo, what up, Drink? Do you think a reset is going to happen? A reset is going to happen, so you off grid but still on grid. I have no idea what any of that means, bro, but thank you very much for the 50, bro. Happy holidays, Drink. Hope you're doing well, man. Might want to cast the MC event at your bar, man, if you're around. Thank you for the 50, bro. That one LBRS clip makes HC look bad. Yeah, I mean, even that though, they were still level 60 and they're doing like LBRS. It's kind of, you know, it's mainly like the clips of getting perma-dazed, backpedaling and dying in, you know, like the Fargo deep mine or something. But anyway, I guess my point is it's really good to have, you know, Josito Jones, BlizzCon champion, Bobka WoW, fucking ultra sweaty Infernal Gladiator, you know, 100 average parser in the guild, Tactics Law, world record speed runner, Tommy, you know, we have people from Progress and Apes and Salad Bakers and all these people. We're slowly like changing the perception that hardcore players aren't bad, you know? Of course there's gonna be, you know, newer players and there's no problem with that, but it's nice to have these people in the community. Should I just do Eliza while I'm here? Probably, right? Do I have Frost Trap? What do I gotta do? I think the best way to do this. Freezing Trap the best way to do this? Or Frost Trap? Well, I can kill the guards right now. Let's see how hard they are, how hard they hit. Yeah, it's not too bad. Might be able to just like tank it, honestly. So we're gonna have to do this plus Eliza. I kind of want to just burst down Eliza though and reset the guards. Let's see. Be nice to have Screech in the situation to get some snap AoE threat on everything. This guy about to go. At 27? Bro, you're on your own, dude. You're on your own, bro. You're so low level that like I feel like it's kind of like disrespectful. I don't even want to help you. Is he gonna tag Eliza right now? Okay. I'm not a fan. Let me see what we want to do here. Okay, Pet has the aggro on the ads. It's on my Pet. Maybe we kill the ads? It's tough to know, actually. I think she spawns more ads. I might just reset, actually. Just get a clean reset on these. I don't think she despawns, so we can just pull her from range and kite her a bit. Reset on the roof. You have that little hut, right? I've had mixed results with that though. Sometimes I do that and they still hit you somehow. Like I'm standing on the wrong part of it. So, oh, hardcore player, 26, fighting Eliza. Oh shit, yo, we might die. Fuck. Oh shit, he's gonna die, dude. Did he die? He fucking died! He fucking died, dude. I might have killed him, honestly. I think I killed him. Possibly. I think he died, bro. He died. I saw the resurrectable shit. Oh no, dude. Yo, he died, man. I saw the resurrection thing over his body, man. Fuck, he died, man. Bro. He was a warrior, huh? Oh man, I hope I didn't kill him, boys. Did I kill him? Was he just standing on the grave and the mobs all leashed back to him? Did he get on threat table with like a shout or something? Oh man, you hate to see it. Where's the body of this Eliza? Killed her around here, right? Don't tell me her body despawned already. No shot, her body despawned, right? I need a request. Yo, where's her body? What? I might have to do it again, guys.
Nice
his life was actually for naught. I have to kill her again. The body despawned somehow. Oh, that's fucking tragic, dude. Yo, thanks for the 50 drinky. Nice gang. Thank you very much for the 50, bro. Yeah, nice gank. Oh man. Okay. Let's like reset and pull from a distance and try to like kite out. Okay. Her guards are gonna spawn soon. Bro, he just messaged me. I don't have dummies. This is pretty dumb, but I think it's worth. Okay, she's dead. Nefane. Bro.
Greetings. See you later. What can I do for you? Life bless you.
Need assistance? You have a great...
Well, let me get out of here. Man, I hate to see it. How'd he die? I think he was by Eliza when I was pulling her, like just kiting her away, and he got on the threat table. So when I feigned, I think everything snapped over to him, is my guess. Did you die? Oh no, this is just my backup on there. Yo, look what he said, look what he said. What a fucking outstanding member of the community, man. Already left the guild, probably about to delete. Nah, just me blundering into her. Don't blame me at all. Good luck, man. Man, imagine being a decent person on the internet in 2022. Like, actually imagine that. Being like just a fucking compassionate human being, dude. Can you even imagine? Not being like just a fucking like meme lord to like the very bottom fiber of your existence. Good shit, bro. Go again. Is there a clip of your pally death? No, there isn't. I was playing offline, man. Card from the future said 2022. Yeah. Yo, what's up, party animal? I remember you from Quissy's stream. How we doing, man? What is the threat add-on you use? I have details, but I haven't had much luck with the threat meter on details. It's pretty jank. I just use the threat plate. It's a modern nameplates, I think it's called. How do you feel about Frost dying? It's probably the most high-profile death in Road to Rag so far, right? Is that safe to say? Big streamer, dying in like a really, tragic way. He probably caught a lot of flack. People were probably making fun of him a bit. It's easy to poke fun, right? He died on his warrior same day. So I understand he was taking some time off from hardcore. I wouldn't want to make a new character, honestly. That would actually sounds awful, man. Having both your death clips on the same day and people like memeing you and all the chats and stuff. But it looks like he's going again. I saw a stream the other day and it said like hardcore later. Where he said hardcore maybe, and then the next day his stream said hardcore later. And then I heard him the other day say like, I'm just getting this rogue. He's living like a multi-life rogue. He's like, once I get this character established, oh yeah, he just deleted. He's gonna come back to hardcore. Is that announced rare add-on you're using? Oh, it's called Unit Scan. You can put like griefers and stuff on it too. You can put anything you want. So it's a good way to protect yourself. Add all the known griefers to it. They come anywhere remotely near you. You can eagle eye over around the zone too and try and find them and stay safe. Hey Scott, good to see you, man. Happy holidays, bro. Yo, I might want to actually get that Morladim sword ASAP. That thing slaps. It's really, really strong. Use it for a while. I might want to kill Morladim like now and get it. If he's up. He should be super easy for a hunter, right? Oh, that's gonna pull a lot. Oh, buddy. Might be able to do it, though. Let me check something. I'm actually gonna take stitches off my unit scan. Oh, I see you, bitch. Alright. We gotta be careful. Yo, holy shit, man. Yo, Dick for President. Oh my god, man. Thank you so much for the 100, dude. Thanks for everything you have done for the hardcore community. The OG still supports you. Thank you so much. I mean, of course, I remember that name anywhere. Thank you so much for the 100, my man. I appreciate it so much. Thanks, man. Happy holidays. Drinky, happy holidays. Dick for President, happy holidays. Thank you so much for the continued support over the years. I appreciate it. Yeah, we gotta be on Terramis alert. We could have Terramis on us at some point. We'll be alright though, we're a hunter. And like I said, all these griefers are just so terrible at the game, man. It's actually, it's pretty sad, man, so we'll be okay. $3K arenas and 3 X-Packs. Yeah, there he is in the chat. Oh, very nice, very nice. So easy to bait, man. It's disappointing, man. I don't know what to say. Yep. I got something coming, man. Don't worry. I got something coming. I can't wait, bro. Get my multi-life up. Whoo, it's gonna be fun, man. Oh, let's go. It's gonna be so fun, man. I can't wait. It's gonna be so fun, dude. Yo, drink with another 50, bro. Thank you so much. Do you still do a croaky channel points, or can you play a song? How much? I'm not sure what any of that means, brother, but I'm not really. I don't usually play like song requests. Thank you very much for the 50, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to... I might switch it up, man. Actually, I kind of do want to kill... Nah, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. Let's switch it up. Shreecorn gifting a sub. Thank you very much for gifting the sub. Should stream your 3K arenas instead of being a no-life troll. It's the way she goes, man. I'm here to play defense. I'm not here to inflame anything. I'm just here to try to protect the community best I can, you know. Griefers do this shit because they're trash at the game. This is their only way to feel power over another person. Yeah, you know, my theory on it is like these people have like very delicate egos. Just very like delicate egos, right? Like just very like insecure. Hello. Generally just bad at any game they try to play. Not really successful at cultivating relationships with other human beings, you know, kind of like outcast, kind of exiled. Low self-esteem, you know, all these things. So they just like lash out in any way they can, right? Let's go Hills, Brad.
Safe travel. Hello.
Yo, BJ, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, brother. Incels have a lot of anger. Yeah, they do. Yeah, just get unit scanned. It's pretty easy to just like stay safe against these dog shit players. And if they do kill you, man, you can just death equals appeal, right? It's so nice, bro. I love the appeal system. Makes me so happy, dude. Just appeal of death, man. Whew, man. Feels so good getting to appeal deaths, man. Makes me so freaking happy, dude. Bless the appeal system. Here to protect the community, yet out of 10,000 people who are playing because of a dream to participate in Road to Rag, and they will never step foot in MC because instead of leaders of the community forming teams to include the community, you'd rather have a circle jerk of streamers selling gum and leveling guides. It's actually like a pretty civil point. You know, you didn't really just fly off the handle, so I'll try my best to like respond to it. I'm not scared to. I don't want to shy away from the idea of like being a streamer or having some sort of like reach. Like I'm not scared of saying that it's like that is a factor. Of course it's a factor, but it's not the main factor. And our actions are speaking louder than words on that, right? You saw in the trash farm, it wasn't all streamers in there. The vast majority of players in that trash farm were non-streamers, agreed? I wasn't in it, Guzu wasn't in it, Defcamp Melderon wasn't in it. If people weren't prepared with gear, they were not in that raid, you know? Now, the selling gum and leveling guides, I mean, 100%. Like, I'm all for selling gum and leveling guides, you know, it's my business. And this event costs money to put on, right? And to everything come together, so responding to that, I don't see any sort of problem in wanting to promote these things. But I don't believe it's a circle jerk of streamers. I really don't. You know, there's dozens of mods, 30 plus mods, 40 plus mods, vast majority of which are not streamers. And we just try to be as honest as we can with the community at all times. Tell you exactly what's going on. You get to see it and judge for yourself, but I'd like to think that the broader community watches Road to Rag and doesn't think that way, that it's a circle jerk of streamers. In my mind, there's a certain there's a certain type of there's a certain personality archetype that's very like tinfoil hat-y. Like, what do you call that, right? There's certain people that like love to wear the tinfoil hat, right? And to think everything is like a fucking conspiracy, right? I had plenty of friends like that. My buddy Chris was like that. He was he's one of my closest friends and was my business partner for many years. They just love to wear like the conspiracy tinfoil hat, like, oh, it has to be corrupt and there has to be some like Illuminati like behind the scenes plan to fuck people over. When in reality, it's just not that, man. We're just people playing the game, just friends coming together to play the game. So that's my response to it, man. I don't believe it's a streamer circle jerk. At the same time, I don't want to completely say that like your stream has absolutely no impact on, you know, getting a raid slot or something, right? It would just be disingenuous to say that, you know, but it's not the main factor. The main factor is preparedness, skill, trustworthiness. If you are showing up to the eco farms, you're there farming, you're there every step of the way. That's the main guiding light, man. And also just respecting people's time is the main guiding light. Yeah. It felt good to get that off my chest, actually. Thank you for the, thank you for that. Let's see. The event Road to Rag seems so difficult to begin with. Why does it matter if it's a streamer-driven community event? It's super unique and I wouldn't care. Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate the positive feedback, man. There's no tin hat when I'm watching it happen live, dude. Elenia literally dies fighting Corone 15 times in a row. And 10 minutes later, a rule is changed to get added to appeal. Purposely road to fight a griefer. Yeah, dude, as far as I'm concerned, I think we just lean into the death equals appeal. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. Death equals appeal, man. Be mad. Who cares? I don't care if you're mad. For as long as we exist with multi-life players and we're gonna get griefed and PvP flagged and all this, you know, if you die to a PvP death, if you die to a grief, man, you know, as long as we're happy as a community and this game mode is bringing joy to people and they're having a great time and building relationships, who's really losing out, right? Is there some intergalactic, competitive, high global council on hardcore integrity affairs where are we going to the Olympic Games in Beijing for our hardcore runs? You know, we're a small grassroots community trying to have some fun in this game that we're all passionate about, you know? There's no tinfoil hat, you know? There's people like you that make it harder for us to try to pull this stuff off, right? It's kind of like why we can't have nice things, because people try to tear stuff down and usurp things, disrupt things. They get off, you know, they literally get off and bringing people down. Yeah. Beijing is the next step, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that felt good though, bro. It felt so good to get that off the chest, man. Yo, fucking Pog, dude. Thanks for being here, man. I'm still dying to know what hardcore is. What does that entail? Oh, that means one life death equals appeal. So if you die, you can just appeal it and you know, just keep going. That's what it means. Also, nothing wrong with streamers collabing, rating each other, and bring each other up along the way. Hell yeah, bro. You feel me on that though, right? Like it's almost like you're supposed to be ashamed to be a streamer, you know? Or maybe you don't feel me that. I don't know. Maybe that's in my own head, you know? Like you're no longer just a normal gamer anymore just because you stream. That's how it feels sometimes. It's not the case. Like you're instantly put in a different class and you're like the scum. Some people just hate streamers, you know? So. Feels good to get it off your chest. Why would something positive be weighing on your chest, bro? Well, it feels good to be able to just get my take on it out there, man, because I see a lot of this negative feedback being presented, and a part of me always thinks, man, maybe I should make a video on this, right? Or maybe I should go live and talk about this. And I never end up doing it. I never end up pressing the go live button and talking about it. It doesn't really get you anywhere when you're talking about these things. But for what that's just, it feels good to be able to like vent that, right? You know, that's my take on all these things. I think that's just literally a classic WoW Reddit thing. That place is a shithole. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty sure this bitch kid blocking you guys banned him like every other hardcore discords. No, I mean, I will ban him, but at the same time, like, a certain percent of people probably do share his opinion, right? And I don't want to run from it, man. Like, I'm happy to take these fights, right? Like I said, like, I'm happy to just exist in the eye of the storm of all the negative hardcore feedback and just hang in there, and we'll get hardcore servers eventually. The event will be over and done with in a few weeks, and I'll still be here. A lot of you guys will still be here. We'll still be playing, and then, you know, that'll be that. Streaming puts a spotlight on even if 1% of people are shitlords. Having an audience of 100 plus people is going to force you to a dialogue with them. Yeah. How did the MC farm go Saturday? Yeah, it went really well. No casualties or anything. Raid was moving well, playing well. And, yeah, man. It was really good. We're really happy with it. This week we're going to try for Johannes Lucy. Yo, did you die? No, I'm still alive. My character is basically relegated to being a water boy. He's a bank. He's the bank tune.
See you later.
So I can't really play him. Let me skip to South Shore. Hillsbrad Rothy. Yeah, this is good.
He's on it.
Too low for that. Where's those Murloc quests at? Inside.
Hey there. See you around. Good day to you. Have a good one.
At the end of the day, AC community is enjoying the game. What more
There
do you
is
want?
joking and roast,
Yo,
but
exactly.
too many people really respect what you're doing.
Yo, Drinky, thank you for the 50, bro. I appreciate the heartfelt message. There's joking and roast, but there's so many people who respect what you're doing. I appreciate it, bro. I really do. I'm hanging in there, boys. I hope you know that all this is out of love, man. It really is. It really is out of love. I do love Classic WoW. I've enjoyed my time with you guys, like, just since the start of launch and before the hype. I made friendships that I hope to, you know, cherish forever with people like Raze and Tactics and I mean, so many of you guys as well. I do care about this community, right? It's worth fighting for, and I do the things I do and say the things I do out of love, man. Out of love for the community. I want the best for all of us. I'm not having fun in hardcore because I keep getting greedy and killing myself. Seriously though, the best way to play? Yeah, I'm glad, man. Yeah. I hope you guys in the audience too kind of just get a taste of what we're up against though with some of these people, right? And kind of like their mentality on things. So you know like that's a thing, you know, that's a thing that's happening. And it's something we just have to face together as a community, right? And, you know. And we'll get through it, boys. We're gonna kill Rag. It's gonna be fucking legendary. And one day we're gonna hit hardcore servers. So all be behind us. Yo, Pickled Adam, thank you for the prime, bro. What build should I level my hardcore warrior? Any tips? I like just going arms all the way up until the late levels, and then once you're at that point where the mobs are really tanky and you can't do your little Mortal Strike sweeping strikes combo and you're kind of in that home stretch, I'd recommend going Fury at that point, just for sustain with Bloodthirst. And you can go two-handed Fury, dual Fury, it's whatever floats your boat. But probably around like the late 40s and beyond, respec Fury. But up until that point, just go arms. It happens on almost every group thing on social media in my experience, yeah. No. $275 only watching, only 75 likes on YouTube. Let's get some more likes on the stream. Hell yeah. Because at the end of the day, World of Warcraft is a game. It's not this hierarchy. It is what we make it into it. And we have a lot of love for this game. It's the reason why we're still playing it. Yup. Like I said, I've really enjoyed making a big splash with hardcore and Road to Rag, but I'm also pretty excited for the community to kind of like shrink back down again. And to have more of the vibe as like how it was on Bloodsail. That'll be nice as well. So, you know, I'm enjoying the hype too. You know, we'll have like a big event with Road to Rag, but there's something to look forward to when that time comes as well. You still enjoying this to the max? Got an opportunity to smell the flowers yet? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of admin work and behind the scenes work that like goes on. Plus having the baby and the move. I haven't been able to play as much as I'd want and do the things I'd want. I died on my pally, which was kind of tragic as well at 52. So I've kind of pivoted more into like an admin role. I'm kind of like the janitor, the admin person, just trying to like keep the lights on behind the scenes, if that makes sense. And then some of the other people are more in the spotlight, which I'm totally fine with, man. Like, I'm totally fine. So it's going a bit different than I expected, but it's still going really good overall. Miss Bloodsail vibe, yeah. When you drop Ragnaros, you gonna make a rap cry or do meet up event at my bar? Yeah, maybe all three, Drink. I might rap, cry, sing, and do a meetup at your bar.
You gotta make a rap, cry, or do a meetup event at my bar.
Yo, after this is over, Drink, you have my word, bro. We will go to San Jose. We will go to your bar if you're around, man, and try to break some bread over there. Invite some people, make a thing about it. Whether we fail or succeed, it'd be nice to meet the man behind the madness. The person I've heard a lot about you through Crix and everything. You know, it'd be kind of fun. Meet up. We'll get Crix, Voivid, Winky, a lot of the people that have done stuff over the past and kind of make a thing out of it. It'd be fun, bro. Thank you for another 50, bro. You're not too far from me, so. San Jose? Yep, San Jose. Drink's got a bar. There's got like an esports bar. Pretty nice, actually. It's actually really nice. Appreciate everything you're doing to make hardcore a legit thing, man. Brought life back into the game. Died 7 times on Bloodsail. Still on my first team. SoM 47? Yeah, you're getting up there, bro. I appreciate that positive feedback so much, though, man. I'm glad you're having fun with the game mode and everything. Enjoying the community. That's awesome, man. Y'all better hit me up. Hell yeah. We should make it a thing, right? I mean, we should make it a thing. We'll do a hardcore meetup at the San Jose bar. If you're down, Drink. I'll invite anybody who's in the community from around the area. I'm down, man. Mutinous server? Never heard of it, man. Is that SOM? See you there? I'll see you there, bro. See you there. I grew up in San Jose and used to work for a gaming bar that is now in Campbell. I know Guild House was opening up soon. Oh yeah, I think that's what it was called. I think it might be rebranded now, but it was called Guild House, I think. And then, yeah. The Pally death, yeah, it happened off stream. No clip. Died in Jaden R52. Got mana burned by those fell hunters. Hate to see it. Nice dog. Oh, did they come in here? I really hope they just run HC like they do in other games. No silly buff nonsense. Just a raw separate server. Yeah, man. Me too, bro. Me too. Oh, that'd be great. Just a one life server. And we'll still keep the hardcore stuff going, of course, right? But I don't think they're going to do solo self-found. If and when they do a hardcore server, I really think they're just going to disable res and leave all the stuff that they built in the game, like Auction House. And that'll be, I'll probably just do that for a while. Once I hit 60, can I go bug somebody in HC Elite to make me 14 slot bags? Is this guy hardcore? No. Raw server and no auction house. Yeah, I mean, if I could do one change to it, it'd be no auction house for sure. But yeah, we'll hook you up with some 14s, no problem, bro. Where's the Iron Soul buff? I don't know if I'm gonna get it, man. That might be my new thing. I don't think with my hardcore tunes, I think I'm gonna just not get the buff. You know, the add-on is plenty fine for verification and accountability. And then, you know, before the MC attempt, if I go on this character, I'll pick it up, no problem. You know, but I don't see a reason, you know? Like, if I get killed by a griefer, like, I don't want them to take anything from me, you know? Not even the buff pixels. Yo, see you later, dude. I don't get SOI because it caused me to stress out. Yeah, and it's kind of like symbolic too, not getting the SOI buff, because we were planning to do this event before Soul of Iron, right? So let's not get it twisted here, right? Blizzard didn't announce Soul of Iron, and in response to it, we were like, yo, let's go make the hardcore community and come up with a proprietary homebrew rule set based on the Soul of Iron buff. Don't get it twisted, fam. We were doing this for 2 years. Like, you know, all this stuff was well in place before. We were gonna do Road to Rag even before we even thought the buff was gonna be a thing, right? So it's kind of like, if you don't get the buff, it's kind of like saying, we don't need the buff. We appreciate it, but we don't need it. It puts a target on our back. It makes it so if people do grief you, it feels like they're taking something from you. You know, it also makes it for the people who do lose their buff, due to like a grief or some shit like that. Like, it makes them feel worse, right? That they don't have it. So, I mean, do what you want, right? It's your game at the end of the day, but I probably won't pick it up. Yo, Jordy with the raid. Thank you very much with the huge raid. Thank you very much, Jordy. Shout out to Jordinia. Absolute legend. Pillar of the community. Thank you so much, Jordy. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome, welcome everybody. I'm doing the same thing, no buff till 60. Word, yeah, I'd probably do the same thing. No trolling, is it too late to get in that Season of Mastery? No, not at all. SOM has been really casual, even for just regular players, like normal players. And it's been very casual and chill. You know, I wouldn't worry about that at all. Just play. I mean, You'll always have hardcore too. If like you try to do the normal meta and it doesn't work out for you, like if you feel like you're too behind, you can always just come play hardcore with us. Just remember, if you got some haters alongside a lot of support, you're doing something right and making some noise. I appreciate it, Finn. I appreciate it. Isn't that crazy how it works, though? You know how rappers... I know it seems really silly, right? But you know how rappers are always talking about haters? I know this might sound really stupid, but they're always talking about haters in songs and shit. One of the crowning motifs of rap music. And it just got me thinking, like, is that how it is with everything? Like, if you just start to succeed with literally anything, it could be the most, like, wholesome thing. Like, you're starting a non-profit to, like, rescue puppies from, like, abused homes.
Your stream helped me a lot during a rough breakup 2 years ago. Your passion is infectious. It made me real happy when I discovered another WoW fan that loved Marty Robbins. Keep it up.
No way, Joe. You like Marty Robbins, too? Thank you very much for the 10, man. Hell yeah, dude. Marty Robbins is a legend, dude. Possibly my favorite album. Gunslinger Ballads, possibly my favorite album of all time. Thank you so much for the 10, Joey. Happy holidays, bro. I appreciate the kind words, man. Uplifting words. Much love to you, bro. But yeah, it's crazy how like that's so like integral to like the humans. Like, why do we hate on people that much? It's just like an instinct, bro. You can just smell like a come up. There's something in our brain just like flips and we just want to like fucking tear it down. But people hate on failures too. It's just called putting down, yeah. Big Iron? Oh hell yeah, I love me some Big Iron. My favorite single has to be Benny Blanco. You know I finished that song, right? I just got to what's preventing me from uploading it is I thought maybe I could make a video someday about it with the Benny Blanco song, but I finished it. I have a second verse and put the hook on. I'm pretty hyped about it. It actually sounds pretty good. Let's hear it. Soon, man, soon. If you have no other way to rise up, bring others down, yeah. That's the thing, though. You just like think to yourself. I think the people who don't hate on others are probably the people that are just like too busy succeeding in their own careers or doing other. Because like right now, like there's probably a lot of you watching right now, right? And each of you watching right now is fighting your own battles, right? You have your own careers, your own things going, and you're just fighting hard to make those things work. And if you're doing something like that, like you don't really have space in your brain to hate on stuff, you know? At least for me. Like I don't really hate on stuff, but it's not because I'm like some like saint. It's because I literally have no space in my brain to hate on stuff because I'm just kind of doing my own thing, you know? You're trying to build something up or, you know, work on this, or you're passionate about something, or like your creative juices are flowing, you're trying to build something, draw something, write something, you know? I feel like if you're like a hater, you have to have like nothing going, man. Yeah. Yo, Nerf this. Thank you very much for the Prime, brother. I appreciate it. Happy holidays, man. Thank you so much. Why are you destroying the shells? Oh, I don't know. Just I don't really need them. If there was an add-on that opened them all for me, and I was able to just get the meat out in 1 second, that'd be great. That's because a lot of puppy rescues are run by scammers who use random stray pups as bait for views and donations. Not trying to be schizophrenic. Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I've definitely had thoughts where, like, I've seen some of those channels where they do rescue a puppy and then they're asking you to, like, donate to the cause. I was thinking to myself, like, oh man, maybe they, like, planted this puppy. Yo, thanks, Nerfdus. Because honestly, I'm kind of a grumpy old lady. I just like a lot of things, but I surely don't have the time to go actively hating on people. Word. You know, because you got stuff to do, right? There's no time to hate on people, right? You got a family to take care of. You got people to take care of. You got friends to go do stuff with, or go try to build something, a company, an organization, try to make some money, do something like to consume your brain. Yo, Life is Moot. No way, dude. Yo, Life, thank you so much for the host, man. It's been a minute, bro. Thank you very much, bro. I didn't mean to just drop in out of nowhere on your chat today. Yo, thanks very much for the raid. Like, maybe someday we get a Life is Moot hardcore stream. That would be super hype. What can I do for you? I hope all is going well for you, man. You're an amazing streamer and very good head on your shoulders. Very nice guy. Life is Moot's currently ranking right now, playing SoM. In which guild are you in, Moot? Yo, I was hoping to maybe get with you at some time, if you have any time in the coming safe travels days and weeks to get your feedback on MC. We really could use your help, bro. Since I saw you clearing it today. Like, you probably are building up a lot of experience with the new MC, and we haven't done it since the beta, you know? And I'm curious if they changed anything since the beta, like stealth changes, because that could totally fuck us over, right? If there's like a new mechanic or something that's different from the beta. You know, for example, what's the boss that we managed, right? Was it Harbinger on the beta? Stay Safe ended up calling like an audible to the strat where we just everybody sucked the mana out of the what are the scorpions or lizard people, and we ended up killing it that way. But we're thinking ourselves, maybe like that wasn't the intended way to kill them, right? And like if we go into it with that strat that worked on the beta and they changed it, we're gonna wipe. Things like that, you know? Mana drain doesn't work anymore, they regen mana now. See, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm by no means an expert on raid mechanics. Save knows way more than me. Oh yeah? Well, that's already super valuable. So the mana drain doesn't work anymore. So how do you kill them? You just have to... What is your guys' strat to kill those guys? Circulate on Jom due to hardcore deaths, but I'm 42 on Horde, dual leveling with a bud. See you around. Hey, see you later, man. We spread them into 3 locations, 2 on one side, 2 on the other. But they all have to be within range of each other, right? Or else if they start like enraging and going ham. Pull self really far back. Yo, Halstead's now the main hunter's still alive, just leveling an alt for now. Oh, Life is Moot's done hardcore? Oh, you did hardcore? Big time fan here. Could you please send regards to my little brother? Oh my god, the old classic one. Kappa, Mr. Pride, bro. From a first time viewer, yeah, we're gonna give you the one-time pass, my guy. I'm just gonna hope that was like, you know, a light-hearted bait into like getting my entire stream canceled. Yeah, we'll give him one more chance. He's a first-time viewer. Maybe we just like, maybe he fucking turns in over a new leaf. Paladin dead? Yeah, Paladin died at 52. Yeah. What do you think is gonna be the lineup for the 2 boss kills on Saturday? The lineup, I'm not sure. I'm not really the raid lead. Not built for it. I know my position to play. I know my role to play. I'm a creative guy, I'm a marketing guy, once upon a time I was a hype man. I know I've been pretty grumpy this stream from the sounds of it, right? But it's the way she goes. I know my role, you know? Duranosaur, Death Camp, Melderon. That's on them to find the best roster. And you already know they're not going to be choosing streamers over other people. They're going to pick the people who are the best for the job. And like I said, I'm actually saying that it's kind of scummy too. Like I don't mean to like shy away from being a streamer or having impact. Like, it is a thing. It's a it is a factor if you bring a lot of viewership to the event, and I don't think that's something that's you know, unethical or some shit. Like it's just a factor. It's not the main factor, but you know, we all want eyes on the event. We all want to make it a big thing and make it a big, exciting event for the broader community and get eyes on it. It'd be great. But their main thing is choosing the right people for the job. So hopefully I make it. Maybe I won't. Will everybody who is waiting outside MC to fill death spots get the same kind of credit? Yes, yes it will. And this is the type of things I'm saying where I hope it feels like it's not like a streamer circle jerk or whatever you were saying earlier. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if you are in HC Elite and we are victorious, we all, you did everything you could, you know, whether or not you were you were basically on the kill team, whether you were in MC or not. And I know that might seem like copium, but like, it's not, man. It's not. We needed you. You know, we're gonna sub people in for each fight. You know, you might have helped us farm gnats. You might have just like been there to help run dungeons along the way to help people get geared. And I think the plan is right now is if we kill Rag, everybody in the HC Elite Guild can choose to just immortalize their character if they want. You know, they filled their end of the bargain with our like test rule set with Road to Rag. You know. So you earned your freedom as a multi-life character if you want it. And probably most of us will continue on as hardcore. That's a way to feel like everybody in the HC Elite Guild gets something out of it, you know? You can breathe easy. You did what you said you were going to do. You leveled to 60. You got it tuned. You got your gear. You got consumes. You put the work in, you know? So you get... I think that'll be a nice thing to do. Go collect me some herbs, guys. For us top 40 that are already on the roster and have the gum in the title, we will be the reason we made it. You know, even if that was true, though, I still don't even see anything unethical with that. I really don't. Even if it was just a streamer, red carpet, VIP, literally dono wall, can't get in without a certain minimum CCV, even if everything you were saying is true, I wouldn't have any ethical problem with that, to be honest with you. It's just like a VIP type event, but it's not. You know, I'm only correcting you because it's actually not. That's not how it was designed. The hardcore community has always been accessible to anybody who want to play. You know, anybody can play at any time. No barriers for the HC Elite Guild. It isn't that. But if it was, I still don't think there's anything to be ashamed of, even if that was the case. But yeah, as long as you're honest and upfront, there's nothing wrong with that. 100%. 100%. The fact is that most streamers are putting in the time to gear people up so of course they will raid. Well, there is, yeah, I mean, yeah, we've beaten that horse to death. You guys get it. Yo, I downloaded Rest XP but only see 1 to 20 options. You might have the wrong version. If you purchase the guide and have it and you still have that, you might have to delete the guide out of your files and go to the site and make sure you have the up-to-date version. Would there ever be a streamer in the raid that people didn't want there? That's why they have the views, people want to see them. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly going to be streamers you don't like and stuff, and you know, a lot of people might find me cringe or Gray's cringe or whoever. Stay safe, you know, you're not going to get along with everybody, but yeah, there's probably some correlation with knowledge of the game or some correlation with skill and viewership and stuff, so it would make sense there would be like a relationship there. Any thoughts about a R2 and Phase 1 on Horde side? Oh, Road to Rag? Phase 1 Horde side? I mean, there is a hardcore guild going on the Horde side, and it's called Victory or Death, and I would imagine if they eventually get to the point like we did on Bloodsail, where there's 40 plus 60s, because that happened on Era, right? If they ever get to that point, which they inevitably will, people just eventually hit 60 and just trickle on in. I think that they would potentially give it a shot, yeah. If you wouldn't make it into the starting team for MC, are you considered streaming the event? Yeah. I'll stream it, I'll cast it, I'll try to make lemonade out of it. If I don't make the cut, maybe I'll go to Drinky's bar and try to cast it with some of the people who died. You know? I'm gonna fight for my slot, and I think I'm gonna earn it. But if I don't make it, yeah, 100%, man. Or I'll be a water boy. I'll be the bank and give people consumes and potions and stuff. But I feel confident in my ability to, you know, play the game and perform under pressure, and I think I'm gonna be able to earn it, but we'll see what happens. You do something RL in the day, post it? Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll do like a meetup group or something. All I gotta say is to whoever being the spirit of this event, I appreciate it, my friend. It's nice to hear the positive words. Did you cast the trash farm yesterday? I was planning to. I was gonna get Deathcap in there and Lesimos and a few other people, but we did F's in the chat and it went a bit long. No, it didn't go long. It was just like the intended amount. I thought I would have more like mental energy to get the stream going and stuff, but I was just working on the guild bank stuff the whole time, trying to get consumes ready that just didn't have the time to do it. And you know, this upcoming week, it's gonna hurt for me, boys, because I don't think I'm gonna be in the raid this week as well. Because I did say I'm gonna be the bank character. I can't go back on my word randomly. So I don't know if I'm able to get this guy up in time. I mean, there's almost no way, right? I'm 32 right now. So I'll probably be sitting this one out as well. So I'll probably just be casting it this week. But it's gonna hurt, man, because I'm gonna be missing some of the bosses, right? I'd love to be there for some of the first bosses. You know, to be able to kill Lucy and Gehennis, man, if we wiped at that point, like, it would already be, so it'd be like a success in my mind, you know? So it's gonna hurt this weekend not being able to be in there, but it's the way she goes, you know? Someone needs to be a bank alt, and I already trained all the recipes, you know? So. Okay, that's bad, actually. I gotta snipe this. Ooh, I gotta snipe this. Please die. Gotta save up for a mend. Should have enough for a mend in a second. 20% on the pet. It's on me, perfect. Alright, we're good.
Insane, got no brain.
You don't think it's a problem, but how many people have to tell you before you stop telling us that it's not? You don't think it's a problem, but how many people have to tell you it is? What is the problem, Cody? Reiterate as clear as possible what your problem is, and I'll comment on it directly.
Got no brain.
I'm almost 59 on my hardcore priest. Do you allow French Canadians in the guild? Of course, man. More than welcome, bro. Of course, my friend. Yeah, just submit your string to the site, get it verified, man. I'll invite you. What time is the raid scheduled to start? 1 p.m. PST, so that's 4 p.m. EST. It's like the best time. It's on a weekend. It works pretty good for EU as well as NA, so it'll probably be that. You guys didn't plan ahead of time for the bank guy. Is that a problem and you got stuck with it? Yeah, I mean, we thought we were going to have more people that were dedicated crafters at 60, and that was going to be their main thing and how they get enjoyment from the game. Is going to be like crafting and being more of like an artisan for the guild. Turns out all those people didn't make it to 60. It was really unfortunate. So everybody at 60 right now isn't like wants to play the game, you know? It doesn't want to just be like a bot. I mean, who would want to do that? Who would? I mean, honestly, it's not. One character has to take the L, right? Like, if you're gonna be the bank alt, you literally have to just be in the city at all times. You're basically just choosing to delete a 60 at that point. So obviously nobody wants to do it. I guess the thing that would give me the ability to like leave the city is if we got duplicates of everything, right? Like imagine we got another Titans. That's the main one. We only have one Titans right now. We have a couple Supreme Powers, I think a couple Distilled Wisdoms, but only one Titans. Let's see if we got another Titans Flask recipe. And we got mainly just Titans. We might be able to set up another character as Bank Alt. Maybe I might be able to escape my fate.
Go with honor, friend.
You got so many haters, what the fuck? Yeah, man. I've been getting a lot of haters as a result of this, but like you said, there's more supporters in the grand scheme of things. It's just, with each judgment call you have to make, or like each person you either have to ban or sort out, with each dumpster fire that you have to like deal with, you just make enemies, man. It's just so unfortunate that it is that way, but it is what it is, the way she goes. I got a strong team, I know they got my back. Solid, man. It's all good. Par for the course. Oh, someone said that we did get another Titans. So it's possible, man. Maybe my hunter can become alive again if we can get one of the artisan people up there. Give them all the recipes. Oh, I have YouTube going as well, Caribou. That's why. It's the nature of it. There's a certain percentage of negative, toxic people in the world, and the bigger our community gets, more of these we're going to see. Yep. That DM vid is hard to watch, brother. The look in Duran's eyes when the priest goes down, I know.
Hey HC Hamster, what you storing in those cheeks?
Hey HC Hamster, what are you storing in those cheeks? Yo, thank you, Drinky, for the 50. I know, I got the baby face, bro. Always have. Starting to appreciate it now more with age, though. Just because we're all like, you know, like getting older and dying, so it'd be nice to look on the younger side for as long as possible. Thank you for the 50. I missed the drama. Why so much haters lately? It might be an illusion, bro. I think it's kind of what you guys are saying in the chat, where overall it's not so bad, the overall climate. Like, we have ones in the chat right now. If you're just kind of like enjoying things and things are good, you know, like you're just like playing hardcore, you know, you're enjoying it, SOM, there's probably a lot of those people. It's just that I live in the negative feedback loop. That is my life for like these past weeks. I am just existing inside of the negative feedback loop, trying to just fucking like take buckets of water and throw them out of the fucking shit so it stays afloat, you know? Probably a lot of people like that, so. Enjoying SOM almost too much. Never notice a hater? Dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm just glad people are having fun, dude. Sorry to hear about your pally. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. We go again. We go again. I'm so incredibly far behind on the leveling curve, and yet there's still nothing I'd rather be doing. Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll be here all year, Jordy. You already know, so no, I mean, there's no rush. Even if you don't make the exact rag, you know, the rag event, you know, we'll be here all year. So, like I said earlier in the day, I want to start a hardcore multi-life guild on Obsidian Edge. I mean, no promises that we'll accomplish anything great, you know, but if you do care about the hardcore community and like would like to put down some additional roots on the server and build out some infrastructure so that we can protect ourselves from griefers a little bit more until Blizzard deals with them, and you know, you do want to dabble on the side with some multi-life content, you know, just be able to like chill and vibe out on a multi-life character from time to time, because playing hardcore exclusively can be exhausting. That'd be cool to put that in motion, you know, call it something like HC Defense or something like that to that effect. we'll post some characters up in all the zones, right? And if people are causing issues, you know, we log in and squash it. The room is very bright. Looks nice, brother. Yo, thank you, man. It's the new crib. I'm down. I'm glad. I'm glad some people are down. I don't want you to put all your eggs in one basket, though, and think this is going to be like the best guild ever. For a lot of people, it'll just be like an alt guild. They'll park some multi-life alts in there and level them from time to time. But I'm working on a multi-life tune as well right now. And you already know, man. I kind of want to sweat a little bit on it. I want to rank till like 10. Just fully kitted out and just like full PvP bis, like as best I can. Netomatic, rocket helm, thorium nades, all the trinkets under the sun, man. Tidal charm, reflectors. And I think that would be some relaxing, nice streams to just jump on this multi-life tune on Obsidian Age and just absolutely wipe the floor of these griefers, man. That would be so fun. May not be the most fun to watch, but for me, that's S tier content to play.
I think the world is crazy now. Protest. Everyone is so divided. Sounds like a bad winter. Happy holidays.
Yo, thank you very much, String, for another 50, bro. You're putting me on so massively tonight. You probably donated like $500, man. That's crazy to me. That's insane, bro. Yeah, that is the world. That is the world these days. That is the world these days. Very divisive time. But I like this little slice we have. Going this little classic WoW community we have going. It's really nice. It's yeah. It makes it all like the whole world a lot more palatable when when we have these online gaming communities too, right? You're just like, if you didn't have gaming, if you didn't have WoW, if you didn't have any of this stuff, and you're just like forced to exist in the normal state of affairs at all times, I could see it being like kind of miserable. You know, kind of lonely, kind of miserable. It's so nice that you can just like get online, socialize, throw the stream on, talk to people. And those are the best type of friendships, right? When you have a shared common interest, whether it's like WoW or tennis or... I'm excited to start playing tennis again, man. I just moved to a new town and some tennis courts nearby. I want to kind of get into golf too. I think it'd be fun. I've never really been too good at golf. I've been good at putting, like pretty decent, but just driving and all that. It'd be really fun. I think I'm gonna do it this year. The West Coast, yeah. I'm a New Yorker. I still very much identify as a New Yorker, but I've been living in Cali for about 4 years now. Go play some disc golf with Gray. I mean, that's the thing, bro. I can't wait. I think Gray has a really bright future ahead of him if he wants to do the streaming stuff, right? He's an excellent streamer, man. And a lot of people like that. I'm hoping that once this like pandemic stuff calms down a bit, we can all kick it a lot more. Let's just go to like Twitch cons and Blizz cons and all these cons and stuff. Like, I'm going to the EU Twitch con to see Tactics and Tommy for the first time, and they're gonna come to the NA one hopefully. They're terrified of coming to the NA one though. It cracks me up, man. A lot of like the EU folks, they legitimately think NA is like really unsafe, you know. There's like lots of gun violence, and maybe they're right. That's the crazy thing. Like for us who just live here, it's just, I mean, it doesn't seem that bad. It's like totally safe, I think. I mean, but it's funny watching some of the people. Oh man, they think like everybody walks around with like AR-15s on their back and like. Everybody's got like a revolver on their hip. I mean, in some places it's kind of like that, but I look forward to the day where we can all like link up more regularly and do stuff. Oh man. Yeah, Gray is awesome. Yeah. People forget how big the USA is, really. Yeah. How many Europes could you fit in the United States? I wonder. I might be underestimating how big Europe is as well. Because the Scandinavian countries and all that, they are different, right? Like, you know, you wouldn't factor that in. And then, you know, you wouldn't factor in, you know, places like Morocco and all those are in, you know, that's Africa. You would, I don't know. Double? Texas alone is so big. Like one if you include the Nordic countries. Yeah, but you wouldn't though, right? They're not like under, they're not EU. Eastern Bloc and Scandinavian countries. Bigger than I thought. 748 million people in Europe. Sorry for my ignorance, but isn't that more than the United States? Aren't we like 400 mil or something? So EU is bigger than USA? It is. Oh, take care, Jordy. Have a good one. Thanks again for the raid. Yeah, 350. So EU is way bigger than NA. Huh. In terms of population. The more you know. EU is more than one country, though. True, yeah. Is it kind of like tilting as somebody who lives in one of the EU, like to lump all the countries in as EU? Is that like a faux pas? I wonder. No, like I always think of things in terms of NA and EU, but like you're lumping a lot of countries with a lot of different cultures into one thing. A lot of different languages and stuff. NA is a bunch of countries as well, isn't it? I don't know if you're saying that ironically or not, but it makes you think, right? We kinda are, dude. If you think about it. The states are very different in their cultures. But at the same time, you know, you can go to any state and probably within a 10-mile radius, you're gonna find a Walmart, a Target, a Mickey D's, a Wendy's, a Safeway, an H&M, a GameStop.
Safe travel.
You know, like, so we do have these different cultures, but at the end of the day, it is pretty homogenous in terms of the businesses that you see, like, in any of these places. NA isn't just you. Oh, true. Yeah, you have to include Canada and you include Mexico then too, right? If you're gonna include Canada. Yeah, that's the full NA package, right? So NA. Yeah, that's why NA versus EU isn't like the best descriptor. We saw the Dungeon Death clip in LBRS for those hardcore guys, that Hunter gameplay. Yeah, we saw that. We analyzed that a lot on the last Fs too. Mexico is Central America. Oh, really? They're included in a lot of the North American like tariffs and international agreements and stuff.
Can I help you?
1600 died? No, he's still kicking. This is my alt Hunter.
What can I do for you?
20.3 DPS.
See you around. Looking for something specific?
Mexico is in North America. That's what I thought. Oh, okay. I'm confused. I guess oh shit, that is. Yo, this actually is Duskwood, but I thought it looks identical to the layout in South Shore. Stitches on the road.
Light be with you.
Claw shoulder 7 and 7 spirits. That's 12 stats versus 14 stats. Should be an upgrade. That skill is actually super OP. Oh, I love it, man. I love Eagle Eye so much. I never knew that it worked with unit scan. To be honest, it's so good. It's a huge reason of why Hunter is so flavorful. Is Eagle Eye. It might be their coolest skill for Hunter overall, right? Might be.
Safe travels.
It's badass, man. It feels so powerful. And it feels like you're a hunter. It feels like you're a ranger. It feels like you are able to, like, that's your strength. That's your superpower. You can survey and find things and scout things on the map. If you just think about it, it's so freaking cool, man. All of your tracking abilities, track elemental, track humanoid, it works with Eagle Eye as well. So if you think about it, it's just badass, man. Just Eagle Eye and the tracking. How did they make that so freaking sick, that whole system? That it's genuinely useful, but also adds massive like RP and flavor to the class. It's, you know, best game of all time, man. There's Summit? Is it? Really? This is Summit? Oh shit, it is, man. That's crazy, bro. What is he up? 10k Andy right now? Damn. It's got Meteor Shard and Stinging Viper? Kinda bumping. Yo, good for him, man. Let me get some arrows.
Hello. Farewell.
Let me check something real quick. Yeah, we got some Griefers on. Westfall and Orgrimmar, we're alright. They did Nomer tonight. I got something for him soon though, boys. I got something for him. It's gonna be great. Soon TM. It's gonna be amazing content coming soon. And you move away from Stitches. You can take Stitches? I probably could, man. At 32. Doesn't have any special abilities or anything, right?
Insane. Got
I'm level 13, but I have unlimited time. Also not a speedrunner though. Would I even have a chance to raid? Let's see. You're level 13 right now. Okay, good. I think it's possible, but there's a lot of people in line right now, you know? You'd have to roll like a high impact class, get fully pre-bis, and just start like being super active in the community, running dungeons, helping people, and give yourself the best shot. You know, probably like a warlock. But there's, you know, there's like almost 200 people or something in the 60 guild, you know, so. What's in most demand? I think warlocks at the moment, if I had to guess. Warlocks, they pump, they're extremely useful, and MC. Banishes, all that. Why not more than one raid? Well, let's see if it's possible first. Let's try to clear it out with one raid and just put all resources into one. And then if Ragnaros falls and we actually accomplish the mission, then absolutely we can splinter off into more raids. At that point, not as much is at stake. You know, we said we will have accomplished what we set out. Oh, there he is. There he is. A little cringer, man. I got something for you soon, bro. Got something real soon for you. You hang in there, bud. Protect yourselves though. Get unit scan. Get a second account. Keep them logged in. Keep everybody out. Keep everybody added. Protect your fellow hardcore players. Look at that little bitch. I know, man. Look at him, bro. He's probably watching your stream. Yeah, he is. He messaged me when I logged over to my other character. He is. That's why, boys. Show of Force, HC Defense coming soon. I know you guys are down. I know there's more good people than there is bad people, right? They're playing on the dead faction on this server. They can't get anything done, bro. They've been griefing, playing nonstop, as more than some of the hardcore players, literally dick riding us. Every day, every week, just absolutely schlong riding us. They can't even get to 60. They're dog shit at the game. It's actually pretty sad. And now we're gonna form HC Defense and we're gonna shit on them. And it's gonna be glorious. And they can't stand our appeal system. It makes them so mad that we just appeal. They kill us and we appeal. And we walk it off. How is that level 23 griefing? Yeah, it's a PvE realm, man. I mean, it's just he's MC capping, using NG remote on stuff, sitting on nodes, doing whatever he can to force PvP on a PvE server because he's terrible at the game and can't like make friends or be successful in any way, shape, or form, right? Tried everything under the sun to be successful, to live a normal, well-adjusted life, make friends, be successful, make, you know, get that bag. Can't do it. Nothing left. Against the ropes, lashing out desperately. It's true, the griefers are the worst players, right? Worst players, dude. Why not just play the game, right? Why not just play the game? Go rank if you want to do PvP, right? Start a guild, go do something productive, man. Start an organization, you know, start a company, start an organization, you know, do something you're passionate about, you know? Make a painting. Learn how to draw. Learn a hard skill. Go learn how to code, right? Go bake a cake. Go take a walk, you know? So many things. Life is so fun. It's such a fun experience. There's so many things you can do, right? So many things to do, so little time. But what do you do? What do you do instead? You just sit here for weeks, dick riding others, literally just wasting their own time, man. Just rotting away. Can we get a Keck W in the chat for all like the dog shit griefers who have nothing better to do? You see that? Griefers, you see that, right? All those kick W's. You're just wasting your own time, man. Nobody likes you. You're not accomplishing anything. Death equals appeal. You heard it here first. And soon, we're gonna have multi-life tunes, and you're just gonna get nothing done. It's just gonna be like Blood Sail all over again. Reefers came, we just shit on them for a couple days. Game over. I'm the one you just got griefed. I didn't know you could MC humanoids. Yeah. The publicity is thinner. Oh, it's free content for us too. That might be my content, boys. I might just sit here and just kill them all day and just get W's in the chat, right? That actually sounds really fun. I've already done a bunch of hardcore characters. Or the rag will be over soon. I think. Look at this. Look how much time he wasted, and my add-on just fucking saved the day. Look at that. Look at this. Imagine wasting your time this hard. Outplayed by an add-on, bro. Level 20 after 4 weeks, bro. Level 20 after 4 weeks, bro. I don't know what else to say, man. Just kill him, he's 23. I mean, I could. Just death equals appeal, right? Just kill his ass real quick. I could. Don't really feel like it, though. To be honest. Kinda not worth it. That's why I'm getting multi-life tunes. There's 2 things griefers hate. 1, they hate this appeal system. They hate it. They can't stand it. Alright? The second thing they hate is hardcore players on multi-life tunes. That's what they hate. And once a couple of us get some multi-lives going, it's fucking over, dude. Don't fly for PvP, you don't know who's hiding. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. They're just wasting their time, man. Did you die to a grief? No, I'm just not gonna get the buff. Maybe at 60 I'll get it, maybe. I would just make a multi-life tune just to anti-grief. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna form HC defense soon. Yo, the more the merrier. Just park some tunes around. You'll have a good time. Oh. Kite and Morbin fell on us, very nice. What they don't understand, man, is by doing this, and by people seeing this kind of behavior in game, right? Even like the biggest trolls on Reddit, or the people who think like griefing should be part of the game, when they see this behavior publicly, even those people, they kind of get on the same page and they understand the appeal system and they understand why we have to do the things we do, right? Right? So. That Bitcoin boy is really mentally unstable. He was in the hardcore guild and would have meltdowns and lash out. Yeah. Yep, some weirdos, man. Please report him. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to report him. If you guys are in game right now and you see him, you see the name, right? The name's right there. You kind of see what we're up against, right? So hopefully you understand, you know why we have the appeal system, right? You can't give these people anything, right? Yep. I'm probably gonna call the stream here though, boys. I had a good session. I was planning on doing 3 hours or a little bit short of that, but I'll catch you in the next one. I might be streaming tomorrow. We'll see.
Congrats.
Oh my god, dude! Someone donated 200. Yo, thank you so much. Man.
Yeah,
Yo,
this is it. This is it.
If you wanted to create your own challenge, if you wanted to create some other variant, you can. You can use this buff as a sandbox tool to make your wildest dreams come true. You know, for us, we can use it in the hardcore community. You know, it's not even just a win for us; it's a win for everybody. You can continue to sandbox the game and get fun out of it. You know, so.
Oh, the add-on. Yeah, no. We have the add-on. Sorry. We were making our own. Road to Rag is like a special event. I mean, I guess people could kill it with one life, but like.
Yeah. Yo,
the add-on can legitimize this at least.
Oh my god, 20 subs, 5 subs, great. This is honestly, as cringe as it might be, one of the top days like of my life, man. Seeing this, even if it's just a small thing, man.
You want to get Winky in the call?
Sure, bro.
Okay, go into Winky's call. Go into Winky's.
That's insane, man. Blizzard, man, coming through so big, so massive, man.
Yeah, here he
comes.
goes.
What up, Wink?
Yo, we need to test this, dude. I'm reading the Discord right now. Mr. GM is saying that you can get the buff removed.
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. You still can't get it again. That's the thing. It's just.
No. He's saying that you just run back to the guy, and he gives it to you again.
No, you don't.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
We just tested it, bro. We just tested it, bro.
We just
tested it.
Oh, thank fucking god! Holy
when you
shit,
die, you can't get that buff again. So
you get the buff.
Yeah, you can get the debuff removed, sure, the debuff. But like for our community, we can make use of that buff and say like, hey, you need to have this buff at the end of your run. Like, you know, we just have the buff, or we can verify that someone hasn't died. When we do Road to Rag, when we're in Molten Core.
Look, Cargos. Yeah, no, we did it. We tried dying. We did.
No, have you tried dying to PvP?
To PvP?
I mean, if you die, you die. If you die, you die.
Yeah, you die, I'm pretty sure.
So you can get relieve me of this burden. So this is like, if you die, you have like this tarnished soul. You know, all stats reduced by 1%, but you can actually take it off. So there's like this weird. Continue to play your character with -1% stats, but still
that's meaningless. I have no idea why that's there. I really think that thing is only there to show people who are nearby that they died, and you can't just fake it. Like you have to go back to this NPC and remove it. So that's going to give you a huge window of accountability onto that character to make sure they haven't died, right? And like we can tell our community that if you're playing hardcore, what is the policy, I wonder? We got to ask people, like, when you should have the buff up at some point, right? I would imagine. Or I guess we could just tell people to get the buff right at the very end if they're trying to get it verified. You know?
Yeah, you should have the buff by level 10. Like, whenever
it doesn't really matter, though, as long as they have it. As long as they have it at the end.
Died, you wouldn't get it. So as long as you have it at 60, it doesn't matter. You could hit 60 and then get the buff, right? Like, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, as long as you can get it right at the very end. This is a way for us to know and pull from a single source of truth that player hasn't died. The most important rule of hardcore, always and forever. The death, is the end, right? I guess it's not insta-deleting.
This is the sickest thing that WoW's ever done.
It is. It's the biggest win for the community, boys. It's literally Blizzard opening their mind, opening their ears. I don't know who the new person is after JL and Bragg left. I've sensed like a shift or something. Something happened with the classic teams. They're listening, bro. Like SoM, I was such a hater. If you remember, you guys remember, right? I was such a hater. I'm actually down, dude. I'm DTF, man. I'm DTF. I actually think they may have improved the pacing and the leveling. I love this game to death, always will, and we always have the old mango score on the lappy. But this is.
So if you're recording and you
kill each other in PvP to see if it
and
counts.
You have a tarnished soul, are you no longer part of the group we're going to pull from for Resurrect?
Yeah, we can tell people before going into Molten Core, you got to get that buff. How about that? How about that?
DC deaths,
just DC deaths. Sorry,
Resurrect are just accepted as deaths.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to think about that. Let's pause it. Let's pause it for now. I don't know. We'll have to think of a way. I feel you. DC deaths are definitely some proprietary blend community type stuff.
I mean, the thing is, it's a 1 year. The thing is, this is a 1 year season. Like, guys, you have to get the Ragnaros achievement. You have to get the tabard. Like, we will play this all year. DC almost is in the mix now. Like,
honestly,
they just gave us the.
What's the
What?
playtime with the bonus XP to get to 16?
It's not that bad, Winky. That's what I'm saying. So even if you do,
even if
it's,
you did DC die, I don't think it matters anymore. I think you just re-roll.
maybe,
You know what
I don't know.
mean?
Let's
Like-
talk about that's actually a massive thing we're gonna have to climb as a community. I don't know how people are gonna feel about that. That's one of our biggest strengths right now as a community, the DC protection. But
That's
we'll slaughter that dragon when it comes. But I'm just like vibing right now with this good news, man. It's
Dude,
unbelievable.
this is so
dude.
sick, man.
Yo, Benjamin, thank you for the 5, bro.
Do
man.
you want to run our night elves and go get the buff, or do you want to run the night elves that we have, or start new night elves? Or you just wanna
It's
vibe with the
fine.
community?
We just got to get the buff at some point. It doesn't matter when. Like, you know, if it's a hardcore character, you should. If you're playing a hardcore character, you should have no problems to get that buff. If someone checks you and says, "Hey, I think you died." Right. Oh yeah. All right. Let me go get that buff. Bet. There you go.
Honestly, I don't see a reason to ever not have it. Just literally, like, as soon as you hit IF on any character that you're playing, just go get the buff.
Yeah.
I don't see a...
Yeah, I mean, it just ruins your, like, pacing of the starting zone and stuff.
Yeah, maybe just get it by, like, level 20.
Yeah,
Get
like,
it by level 20.
whenever you find
Yeah.
yourself running to the Hall of Explorers before going to Menethil or something, right, to pick up a quest, grab the buff.
So here's the other thing. I'm just thinking if we do Road to Rag with the add-on and like no auction house, no trading, we almost permit DC deaths because we're already doing our own little special blend. You know what I mean? Why would we exclude everybody else that's not like have the hardcore add-on, but they have a one life character? You know what I mean? Like
But how cool would it be, bro, if you hit 60 and it changes to the Ragnaros icon that they
you have to. Yeah, I know.
Bro,
I
Winky,
know.
the other piece of the puzzle here, guys. And again, nothing is 1,000,000% confirmed because we're just going through the motions. But people, when they data mined this buff, this Soul of Iron buff, when they data mined it, they attached it in their mind. They said this is linked to this other event. It has died, and it's also linked to this other event, which is called Survivor of Flame. Okay, and Survivor of Flame is attached to a little icon of Ragnaros, and it says Achievement Boss Ragnaros.
You factor in a little bit of wind and we'll have feelings even in the afternoon of minus 16 to minus 18 degrees.
Arctic air is sweeping in right across the city this week with temperatures hitting dangerous lows, especially for those who spend a lot of time outside.
The last handful of days have been around normal. We will be well below that over the next 5 days with daytime highs only up to about minus 10 to minus 12 degrees.
Add in some wind and snow, our houseless population will be facing a tough week ahead. The city says they are monitoring the situation closely. In a statement they write, there is currently room in Calgary shelters for anyone who needs somewhere warm to go. Anyone who's cold and doesn't know where to go or sees someone who needs help should call 211 or the DOPE team. Just last week, the city administration approved one-time funding of $750,000 to the Calgary Homeless Foundation to increase access to emergency shelters this winter. Right now, the drop-in center offers access to non-clients when the temperature hits minus 10. In Calgary, Tara Overholt, City News.
Far from many urban centers, life in Northwest Alberta moves at a different pace. In the town of Lacrete, it's like the pandemic doesn't exist. Provincial public health rules like masking, capacity limits, and proof of vaccine requirements are often ignored. With only 29.6% of its total population fully immunized, the area has Alberta's lowest vaccine rate, and one of the lowest in the country, creating a dilemma for those who take the pandemic seriously. For Daniel Wall, being self-sufficient is more important than ever now.
I hate town trips. It's not fun wearing a mask when you know
Bisnu Allah. Be careful.
Elun Adore. Farewell.
The virgin hardcore player versus the Chad Soul of Iron gamer. What is this? The virgin hardcore player. The server went down and killed me. This doesn't count. Rules are determined by what Kargos likes to do with his friends. Doesn't strafe when running away from mobs. Gets dazed and died. Normal players don't understand hardcore mode. It's honestly hilarious. Soul of Iron debuff shows you died at 28, but it didn't count. How could you blow up the raid with getting bombed? It was obviously griefing. This raid doesn't count. Dude, if somebody does that, it's gonna be fucking funny. Like, oh, I'm not advocating it, by the way. I'm not advocating it, but it would be funny. But don't do it. But it would be funny. But don't do it. You're allowed to level as a duo as long as you're both online together the whole time. It's still hardcore. Okay. No, you can't just have Soul of Iron buff and run Dead Mines twice. That's not hardcore. Dice immediately files a death appeal in the Discord and keeps playing. The Chad Soul of Iron stops by the auction house every few levels to upgrade his gear. Appealing death, what's that? Trades with other players for useful items, groups with friends, runs dungeons multiple times. Doesn't record, doesn't have an add-on, the only thing he cares about is the Soul of Iron buff. First thing he does after creating characters to run to get the Soul of Iron buff. Bobble hearts when in danger. Dies to DC, strucks, delete the character and starts again. Really? That's how you will react? You just shrug it off. Dude, that's some alpha shit, dude. Dies to DC, males use some items to his bank gold, his 60 with the Soul of Iron buff intact. Honestly, I think it would be cool being able to trade with people and stuff like that, but it's so hard because, like, you can't really, like... It's a hard thing. If you start trading with people, it's sort of like... One of the things I do like about the hardcore thing is that, like, the progression kind of matters, right? Like, everything you kind of do matters, and if you can trade with people, and if you can, like, do the auction house and stuff, it kind of trivializes a little bit of the content in a way where the whole point that I think is fun about it is it makes me feel like everything I do with the character matters, right? But no, I don't know. I do get it though. Like, if you could trade with people and do stuff like that, that would be sick. But there's a lot of loopholes with that. But I don't know. Yeah, like trading some water or stuff like that, it's a little bit silly, right, in a way, but I like not trading and stuff makes it so, like, whenever I loot something that's an upgrade for me, it makes it, like, huge, right? Like, I finally get an upgrade, and that's sick. But there is also, like, a really fun part about trading. It's a weird thing, but I would love trading. If there was, like, a dedicated hardcore server where you knew everybody was hardcore and stuff, I think that would be sick. Where you knew everybody were hardcore, right? I think so. What are they gonna say? What are they saying in the Reddit thread here? What the fuck is a death appeal? Imagine thinking you could do that to another game like PoE or RuneScape. Yeah, the death appeal is a little bit... It is... I get it in the way that, like, it's to circumvent griefing in a way, right? I do understand that. But from my perspective, if I died to, like, some stupid stuff or, like, something like that, and I, like, kind of kept, like... It would make me feel a little bit weird, right? Because I know I died on the character. And I would feel like, well, even if I get to 60, I kind of died, right? Like, so it's like... I don't know. But the whole griefing thing is a little bit, you know, it's like, okay, you got griefed. It's like... You know, Jerk laughing when I saw the two posts with death appeals due to DC. First thing took me a few minutes to understand. If I died to DC, I don't think I would appeal it. I would just take it. It is what it is. I think I would just... It is what it is, man. DC death? No, I just delete. It is what it is. It happened. It's how it goes, man. I think so. No, I genuinely do think so. I would just take it. I would be pissed, but I would take it. Probably continue to 60 and use it as a bone gold. That's fair enough. It's perfectly fair if you're level 50 and recording, but your internet goes down as soon as you tag him up. That's pretty BS. I get that for sure as well. As someone who has been trying hardcore, this is pretty funny. Appealing and duos are for the weak, and if you don't do it for any validation but your own. I get the reason why people do duos, because like you want to play with your friends. It's like you're doing it as a challenge together. I'm just a solo Andy, man. I just think it's fun doing a challenge like this solo. Seeing what I can do, seeing what mobs I can kill. I think that's sick, right? And it would really trivialize that a little bit for myself if I did duo, but I could see it could be fun doing it with a friend. Like if I was like, hey, you know, Billy, let's try to do hardcore together and we'll play together. But it's not really my style, I think. I'm a solo Andy, man. I'm a very solo Andy, because I like the fact that like I can log in when I want to log in. I can log out when I don't want to feel doing it anymore. Like it's all me, right? I like that. That's fun. But I can see why it's fun. I can see why duos are fun for sure. Yeah. The true chat is playing hardcore rules and deleting instantly if you die. Dude, it hurts, man. Someone says hardcore mode where death equals delete sounds fantastic. This bastardized Iron Man bullshit where you can't group auction mail, that shit's for the birds. I'll play the game when it's meant to be played with one important distinction. I think an actual hardcore mode where your character gets deleted if you die would be so fun. You know, like you play Diablo or you're playing like Path of Exile or whatever, and you can toggle your character to be hardcore. If you could do that in WoW, that would be sick. If this character dies, it gets insta-deleted. That would be fun. That would be like, okay, this character is hardcore. That, or like a server where like, if you make a character on this server, this is a hardcore server. If you die on this server, you're dead forever. In-game. That would be sick. That would be biz. And I think that's what everybody has been asking for. Nobody really asked for this Soul of Iron thing. It's sort of like, you know what Blizzard does sometimes with these kind of things? Where they give it like, they kind of like half-ass the thing. They're like, okay, we see you guys want hardcore, so we're gonna give you guys Soul of Iron, which is hardcore, but like not really, you know? It's something, but it's a very silly half measure. Like actual hardcore servers or dedicated characters would be sick. I think that would be sick, personally. That's how I feel about it. You know? I feel like hardcore should only be like no dying, only do dungeons once, no auction hours, and that's it. You should be able to trade and do elite quests with other hardcore members. That's fair, that's fair. But like, imagine if there was a hardcore server, right? If there was a hardcore server where like, okay, everybody that's on this server is playing hardcore. That would be cool, right? Because you would know if you're grouping with someone, you know that he's hardcore. Or if you do trade with someone, okay, that's a hardcore person I just traded with. You know, that would be sick. So yeah. Interesting. I know it's this is like a meme, but it's funny. I feel both sides a little bit though. Like I feel both sides. Like I like, you know, I like some of the memes here and I like some of that there. I'm a little bit on the fence with both, right? So yeah, I feel like in hardcore you should be able to have a bank ult and use mail with that character. That's fair, yeah. It is a little bit rough not being able to trade and stuff. Problem with hardcore server where death equals delete is everybody will just make a bank and carry nothing of value on their main character. Isn't that what people do in like PoE and stuff as well though? Like they have like a bank where they put everything in and then like, yeah, I mean, seeing the 62 dungeons and farming mats with no space is rough. Yeah, I get that. I don't know, I personally, I'm a big fan of the hardcore stuff. I think it's really fun. Obviously, I would like to see a fully integrated version of it where like, okay, this is actually hardcore. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. For me personally, at least, right now, a very big reason as to why I'm enjoying hardcore is because of WoW. Just, you know that sentence I just said right there? Take WoW and hardcore and switch them around. The reason why I enjoy WoW right now is because of hardcore. That's what I meant to say, but I said it in the opposite way. Yeah, it's the reason why I like it right now. It's the sole reason why I enjoy it so much. I love doing the hardcore thing right now. I think it's super fun, right? So, I don't know, it's fun. But I would like to see like a more integrated version of it for sure. I think that would be very, very cool and very, very interesting. gang? Husu gang? Husu gang? Husu gang? Husu gang? Husu gang? Okay, that should be enough.
I just want to see if I screwed myself over as I recorded because I could die of grievers, so I have deleted some. If I couldn't get into the Hall of Fame and couldn't immortal disc and disc and did my characters over, yeah. You should be able to. Why am I getting fucked up right now? Why am I getting fucked up right now? What's going on here? Yo, what's going on? What just happened, bro? I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what happened, bro. What the?
Oh shit! Yo, Hodge baby, Hodge baby, Hodge baby. That's big, man.
Oh, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. You fade? No way.
Alright. Wow, that one shot me, really? I guess I wasn't topped.
Oh god, a little. Dit is risky. Wat doe ik? Ik ga dood. Oh nee! Oh, ik had nog kunnen trinketen. Oh.
Ja.
comes.
I back off, bro! Yeah, fine, bro. Try to see you, man.
Confused? Oh my god.
Small issue with these.
Sweep them.
Breaking news, Blood DK is fucking dog shit. Who would have thought? This just in. Discovered in the Great Push. The very last day of the qualifier. Blood DK is actually dog shit. Full story at 11.
I didn't mean it like that.
Wins the I feel back.
Chinese. We had a far better time than the Chinese. Because Blizzard are absolutely retarded, Rubino. Blizzard are retarded. We had a better time than the Chinese. They removed PTR and then the Chinese get a better time than us, right? They did not. We asked Blizzard.
Alinity meets Zoil. We can do LSF. Yeah, 6'8" makes sense. I'm 6'4". He wouldn't be that much bigger than me if he's 6'5".
Wait, can you have him on stream?
Oh my god!
How is he so ginormous? What is he eating out there? And bro, this was not our first interaction. I'm just saying. This, I would remember if this is how you reacted.
I don't remember when we met for the first time.
That's what I'm saying. You're probably like, oh, this is Hassan. He did this.
Probably.
Cutie and Maya love Hassan.
Hassan is like the sweetest little muffin.
Oh, wait, really? I bet Maya's gonna be like, no, he's not. sucks. I can't wait. I can't wait for that.
Is he? Someone scares the fuck out of me. Really?
What?
Nice, Maya.
Did you say Hassan?
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. That's still recharging.
Hello guys and welcome to today's episode of WoW Classic Highlights, featuring a clip of Guzu dropping a crawl blade. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, subscribe, and let's get right into the episode.
Yeah, I want the mask. If I can get the mask, that would be very, very, very nice. I would dig that. I think they got 6 epics or so from the trash farm, yeah. Oh! No way!
Whoa!
Yo!
No way!
Oh my god!
Shit.
You're kidding me!
Gigantic grats.
Oh my, I just need Mirror Song then, no Dalrens. Oh my god.
Yo, grats.
Thank you. What?
Oh.
There's no way.
Imagine the thumbnail.
Oh god, I can imagine. Dude, you wanna make it for me?
No.
Dude.
I don't have time, man.
Yo!
That's so big, man. Fucking crawl blade.
That is massive.
That's crazy.
Imagine the thumbnail.
Wahrscheinlich wäre ein Freedom besser gewesen.
Nein. Web Breakers mit Rings geprockt, der ist einfach gefloppt.
Da glaube ich nicht mal mit Wind.
So.
Okay. Disarms me?
No, I can't. Like, it's literally impossible. Like, I
Just
can't.
press it after you kill it, you fucking dog.
Dude, there's a new chamber every
Got your fears, hello!
Look!
You're so
I got
fucking
5
bad,
wounds.
I swear to god, man.
No, but it doesn't work like you think it does.
Yes, it does. You just kill the shaman and then you press fear. Of course it does.
100 times. No,
It
ticks,
Chaz, it ticks. It ticks, you fucking dog. It's a 3-second timer. Every 3 seconds.
Well, why did the last session we did this shit? It didn't tick. It ticked
No,
instantly.
you're a fucking dog, that's why.
Play the fucking game.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, finish.
I got full fucking holy fuck, Chaz.
Chaz, you don't know this.
I swear you don't understand how Tremor works, man.
Well, you claim it, dude, and then last time we played it.
Like an hour. Like, you guys know, remember those TBC scenes? So I would just mute myself for like 6 hours.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Unlucky. I should have... Dude, I should...
guys, do you want to see a magic trick? I'm gonna make Parla turn around. Hey, watch this. Behind, pull behind. Ah, you turned.
Of course we're playing hardcore. What else would we do?
What?
You're gonna die. Just kidding. Waiting here. Get a read!
Dude,
I'm trolling.
Okay, shoot. Yeah, but I don't wanna like get charged by the warrior. I got it though. Yo, the warrior's downstairs. No! I'm downstairs.
I need to target something first.
The fucking ranking gear, bro. It's so cringe. Okay, bro. You want me to inspect you? Alright. Yes, grats, man. Bro, you've been following me since fucking Tyrant Mill. Yes. Yes. Okay. Alright. Alright, can I have some G's? Just happy. And flexing. Yeah, but I'm kinda being jealous right now because I wanted to.
Wanna hustle, get money. Yo, what, dude? Are you dumb? What do you mean help? How am I supposed to help you, dumbass?
Probably drink that.
I don't even know. Are you a piece of shit, dude? Are you a fucking piece of shit?
You don't have a what?
Are you a piece of shit?
You don't have a what?
What do you mean I don't have what, dude?
I heard you say it.
I don't have fucking, like, you're such a piece of shit, dude. What the fuck was that, dude? You realize I'm on prednisone right now. You don't want to piss me the, you don't want to piss me the fuck off.
Do you get angry?
Yeah. You don't want to piss me the fuck off.
Are you irrationally angry?
Yeah, I am. I'm irrationally fucking angry now. My mood is swinging like a fucking swing.
There's nothing I can do. Oh my god, bro. Go in the house? Okay, I juked him. He's fucking coming, boys. I had to go to the Goldshire Inn. Come on. Help! Please, someone. I'm so slow.
It's still recharging.
Nah, bro, I'm fucking dead. Nah, I can't log out, dude. Oh, he died!
Oh, that cancelled.
This much without seeing the game. Oh,
Health pop, bro. There you go. Right, where's Chief at? Oh, he's in Zambia. We're good. I mean, just keep healing. You're fine. The only thing you fucked up was if you had Divine Favor, you just bind that to your like max rank Holy Light, And then you can batch the Holy Shock as well. You'll get 2 big crits. So you heal 1 for 2.5k, you heal... Fuck you. I hope you actually, like... Fuck yourself, honestly. Fuck yourself, honestly. Fuck yourself, honestly.
Customizing your experience. Welcome to Liquid Lab.
That spell isn't ready yet. need to get closer. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. It's too far away. I can't pass that yet.
What brings you here? Goddess, watch over you.
closer. I'm out of range. That spell isn't ready yet.
You wish to speak? Walk with the Earth Mother.
Hello. Del Nadris.
What can I do for you? Safe travels. You got my attention. Off with you. What can I do for you? Safe travels. Be good. Well met. See you soon. Great to meet you. Safe travels.
King's honor, friend. Light bless you.
Greetings. Farewell.
Need assistance? Very well then.
This episode of Internet Today is brought to you by Honey. Now let's get the apologies out of the way at the very beginning of this video, because we are sorry that we have to continue covering NFTs, and we know that the very mention of these outrageous digital tokens causes you to roll your eyes and sigh with disgust. But like it or not, the mainstream adoption, nay, exploitation of this hot new product has forced an unimaginable amount of very dumb news and ridiculous use cases that we simply cannot ignore because they are currently, unfortunately, shaping the digital landscape in a way that makes all of these companies look incredibly stupid. And it's very fun to point out when these things fail. And also when they're pitched with a certain type of energy that can only be described as, we have no idea what we're doing, but people are paying thousands for something that costs us absolutely no effort to create.
We'd be fools not to.
Exactly. So yes, we are sorry, but when McDonald's tries to jump into the NFT space, then ends up inadvertently endorsing racial slurs, or when Ubisoft makes users play 600 plus hours of an otherwise dead game for the opportunity to own a stupid helmet, we gotta talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry guys. I see your comments, your complaints. Some of you are straight up saying you're skipping the NFT stuff, but that's the news. We don't make the news.
We just report on it.
We read it and tell you about it. But so let's start with that first story, because yeah, you heard that right. And as you may or may not be aware, McDonald's, they jumped into the NFT space recently with a promotion that coincided with the limited time release of the McRib. For the unaware, the McRib is essentially the fast food version of an NFT. It's a bastardized version of a real rib sandwich, and McDonald's only releases it during select windows of time, thus creating false scarcity.
It is the most NFT food there might be in existence.
Yeah, and those windows of time are just whenever the price of pork, bulk orders of raw pork are at their lowest.
And if you are on TikTok for any length of time, you will see a behind-the-scenes video of how the McRib is made, and it is an abomination.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just McDonald's buying the dip, essentially.
Yeah, there you go.
On pork meat. But what better food item than the McRib to launch with an NFT paired with it? And that's exactly what they did. From McDonald's press release last month, for the first time in the US, McDonald's is creating a limited number of NFTs in celebration of the McRib's 40th anniversary. For those new to the world of NFTs, like us, they are non-fungible tokens, unique pieces of virtual art that can't be duplicated. Our McRib NFTs are digital versions of the fan favorite sandwich, almost as saucy as the McRib itself. And we're giving them away to a few lucky fans on Twitter beginning November 1st.
Basically, they ran a contest and some lucky winners got the McRib NFT as a prize. Simple as that.
Yeah.
McDonald's gets to promote the return of their McRib sandwich, and they also get to step foot into the NFT space because every goddamn company seems like they're currently forced at gunpoint to develop NFTs.
Would that it were so simple, though.
Yeah. This is the gunpoint is CEOs not getting their bonuses at the end of the year if they don't mention or put NFTs into something.
Yeah.
It'd be a real shame if you went home this holiday with nothing. But what apparently happened to McDonald's is they sent out a test transaction of the NFT to make sure that everything worked before they deployed all of the NFTs to the respective winners. You gotta make sure this works, right?
Yeah, the blockchain is forever.
So the test NFT transaction contained binary input data that, when encoded to the readable UTF-8 on Etherscan, displayed the following racist messaging. Ayo, N-word, gives me some of that McRib. Ooh! Ugh. Yeah, that's horrific, and that is on the fucking blockchain forever. And it is tied to the biggest fast food chain in the world. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, they're freaking, they're down at McDonald's HQ, just like, well, how do we erase that? We can't? What do you mean? I thought you said there was advantages to this. This seems like a huge disadvantage.
You said it was going to be a dump truck full of money backed up to the McDonald's HQ.
A racist PR nightmare on our hands.
And forever, too. This is attached to their name.
Like 100, let's be honest, are these things really gonna...
Who knows?
Are they even gonna exist 100 years from now? Depends who you ask, but if presumably the blockchain is still running in the year 2121, you'll be able
to... The 100th
to,
anniversary of the McRib NFT?
This would be like a Babe Ruth baseball card that just happened to have like the N-word hidden in the image.
Babe Ruth signed it and put a swastika next to his name.
Yeah. So yeah, according to outlets like CoinDesk and a now deleted Twitter thread exposing the hidden message, the data either came from someone actually working on the project at McDonald's, since it was included on the first test transaction of the NFT, or the more likely scenario, someone watched McDonald's blockchain wallet waiting for activity, ready to pounce and troll the company with the offensive language. From their reporting, the digital trail appeared to show that McDonald's official Twitter account is directly linked to the Ethereum blockchain transaction containing the slur.
While it would seem that someone with foreknowledge of the account wrote and posted it prior to the creation of the NFTs, there was a nearly 5-hour interval between the time of McDonald's tweet and that first transaction. it was possible to work one's way from the tweet to the contract. It's possible that a troll completely unaffiliated with McDonald's or the creator of the NFT found the contract and posted the offensive transaction without anyone else being the wiser.
So they go on to explain that knowing the wallet address to McDonald's and then just keeping an eye on that for any activity would have been the way to go. A nefarious user could then add hexadecimal data to the transaction. Do I understand any of this? Not really, but
well, basically, here's what happens.
Yeah.
You look at the transaction on Etherscan, and then there's like a hexadecimal code, and there's translations you can do for that code, and you put it into UTF-8, and the phrase comes up. It is coded into a bunch of letters and numbers, and when you decode it, that's the message, and it's all available on Etherscan forever because it was a blockchain transaction. That's the simple way of describing it.
Sounds like a pretty clear-cut example of why companies should be a lot more careful when immediately jumping into the NFT space.
For those who don't know a lot about NFTs, like us, McDonald's, here's a little starter. Also, please don't troll us.
So as for McDonald's, they released a statement to CoinDesk which read, "This is deeply offensive language and it has no place at McDonald's or in association with our brand. We do not believe and have found no evidence to suggest that this hidden message originated from within the company or one of our partners. But as we continue to investigate, we will take appropriate action and will be carefully evaluating any future NFT programs. This bad actor is using the McDonald's brand to promote a deplorable message that is wholly inconsistent with our values, which is unacceptable." They also add that, quote, "Those who are familiar with this space will know that once the address for a crypto wallet where NFTs are stored is public, which McDonald's address was before this incident occurred, anyone can initiate a transfer to that account. Those transfers can include encrypted messages that are extremely difficult to regulate or trace." And they ended their statement with, "While there is so much excitement and hope for emerging spaces such as crypto, it is tremendously disappointing to see the platform used in this way." So I think this might be the first and last time McDonald's tries something like this.
Maybe.
I guess we'll see.
Maybe it's just the beginning.
You gotta break a few eggs.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes those eggs are racist.
Yeah, but they make a delicious Egg McMuffin, which you can get 24 hours a day.
That's right.
We said fuck it. You can get breakfast all day. But on the topic of absurd deployments of blockchain-backed goods as a way to cash in on a hot trend, Ubisoft officially entered the NFT space this month when they debuted their new blockchain-backed platform, Quartz. That would be home to their brand of in-game NFTs called Digits. We spoke last week about how the reception to their announcement was so overwhelmingly negative that they delisted their promotional videos after receiving a 95% dislike ratio on YouTube amidst an endless sea of negative comments across all social media platforms from anyone whose profile picture isn't a cartoon animal. The first of their NFT releases, however, it seemed, look, in all things considered, seemed reasonable enough. It was free. All you had to do was have reached level 5 in Ghost Recon Breakpoint and then claim the token before they ran out. Level 5, maybe an hour of work. So there you go. The real money for Ubisoft in this experiment would have come and will come from the sales on the secondary market, which they will receive a portion of every single time.
But that was just the first of 3 announced items, and their promotional material stated that the next 2 would be for only the most dedicated Breakpoint fans.
All the dozens of you that are out there.
Calling all hardcore Breakpoint fans.
Yeah.
And we have just found out how much of a breakhead or a Clancy bro you'll need to be in order to receive Ubisoft's NFT helmet. So in order to claim the Wolf Enhanced NFT helmet, you will have to have played over 600 hours of Ghost Recon Breakpoint, which is an absurd amount of time played for a game that absolutely does not necessitate that amount of gameplay, nor is it compelling enough to exist as a game that is constantly played in that way. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, like maybe a game like Warcraft or Guild Wars, or like I'm trying to think of any other game that I come close, like Binding of Isaac. Even Division. I doubt that I have hundreds, like 200 hours.
Yeah, the only games I've logged those kinds of hours on are stuff like Civilization.
Yeah.
Where I'm just sort of playing it and watching videos and stuff.
But like their most replayable, living game, like game as a service or whatever you want to call it, is probably Division. And I was really into those games, and there's no way I got anywhere close to this. So
yeah. So yeah, look, I guess there's a lot of sickos out there who are putting a cumulative 25 days worth of playtime into this fucking title. And they're probably going to get these and sell them to some other sicko, some other freak for an absurd amount of money, because now, alongside false scarcity, there's a labor aspect to earning something that's limited. Here's Kotaku with more.
The Wolf Enhanced Helmet is a new NFT item for Ghost Recon Breakpoint that Ubisoft just launched today, as part of the company's ongoing experiment with the blockchain. The publisher isn't selling these digital items, but instead giving them away for free to qualifying players. In this case, to get this digit, Ubisoft's term for these NFT in-game items, you need to have played over 600 hours of mediocre open-world shooter Ghost Recon Breakpoint. This terrible nightmare scenario, asking someone to play 25 days of Ghost Recon to get a stupid-looking NFT helmet, is part of Ubisoft Quartz, an NFT initiative that allows people to buy artificially scarce digital items using cryptocurrency. I do love that, like, even Kotaku is like, this is the dumbest shit we've ever heard.
Yeah.
Now, look, I'll be honest, I'm at least a little bit curious as to whether or not all 250 of the available NFTs in this drop will even get claimed. Look, they probably will, but it'll still surprise me, because there's a limited time window where you can claim it, and the limited time window is only, like, say that you really wanted this, and you were like, I'm gonna play for 25 days straight and never sleep. You can't. It's like 100-something hours that it's even available for. So you'd have to already have 500 hours played to even attempt to push it over the edge, or actually have already had over 600 hours. So this is a very interesting case study.
Yeah.
The results of which will be fascinating.
But there's, they say they're eco-friendly because they're powered by the renewable energy of Tom Clancy turning over in his grave.
Yes.
I don't know. I can't remember who I saw posted that, but
okay.
It's good. I'm a joke thief. I'm sorry.
You're a joke thief. You're basically fuck Jerry. But also, Ubisoft with this promotion is not considering the environmental toll that running an Xbox or a PC for 600 plus hours on one game would do.
Yeah.
It's basically like mining Bitcoin. Anyways, there's a very strange Venn diagram of people who are on one side even aware of this promotion and somehow still in the middle from the other side of having 600 hours of gameplay in Ghost Recon Breakpoint.
Yeah.
It's a weird sliver that exists. Anyways, they are doing a digital pants giveaway next. So we can't wait to see who gets those.
Digital pants.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You don't understand, they have your serial number on them though.
For like 600 hours, like they should give you.
It's a helmet for the 600
full-on
hours.
fucking skin. But yeah, I don't think they're gonna make the pants any easier to get than the helmet.
If you play 600 hours of a game, you should get like every Tom Clancy game for free.
Yeah, you should get like company stock.
You are single-handedly supporting this company.
You should get stock options.
Yeah.
Anyways, if for some reason you do get your hands on a limited edition pair of fucking pants or a helmet with a serial number on it, you might want to double check your listing before it goes live, because one hilariously depressing cautionary tale played out over the weekend involving those dang bored apes and their dang yacht club. So someone trying to offload an offensively valuable ape accidentally put a decimal in the wrong place, which cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential profits. Whoops. Here's the story from CNET. Bored Ape Yacht Club. Someone accidentally sold a $300,000 NFT for $3,000.
Ooh.
In Saturday's case, the cause was a simple, devastating fat finger error. That's when people make a trade online for the wrong thing or for the wrong amount. Here, the owner, real name Max or username MaxNot, meant to list his Bored Ape for 75 Ether or around $300,000, but accidentally listed it for 0.75. 100th the intended price.
Ouch. Ooh. The reporting continues. It was bought instantaneously. The buyer paid an extra $34,000 to speed up the transaction, ensuring that no one could snap it up before them. The Bored Ape was then promptly listed for $248,000. The transaction appears to have been done by a bot, which can be coded to immediately buy NFTs listed below a certain price on behalf of their owners in order to take advantage of these exact situations. And they include a statement from the, who I imagine very sad seller, which read, "How'd it happen? A lapse of concentration, I guess. I list a lot of items every day and just wasn't paying attention properly. I instantly saw the error as my finger clicked the mouse, but a bot sent a transaction with over 8 ETH, $34,000 worth of gas fees, so it was instantly sniped before I could click cancel. And just like that, $250,000 was gone.
But hey, that's the blockchain, baby.
You absolutely hate to see it, right?
Anyway, and now he's kicked out of the Discord.
You have to leave.
Turn in your Bored Ape hat and sweatshirt.
And please remove your profile picture from all social media platforms.
Yeah, that's not your ape anymore.
There's gonna be like, there has to be a business in NFT policing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we should start that.
I don't want any part in that.
All cops are bastards, especially the NFT police.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have some non-NFT, non-fungible news for you.
Yeah.
In addition to also some more NFT. but
this episode is chocked full.
Yeah. Oops, all NFTs.
Yeah.
But first, let's thank today's sponsor really quick, because if you accidentally sold a digital ape for a fraction of its worth, you might be looking to save some money right now. And luckily, today's sponsor helps you do that. It's Honey. We all shop online. We've all seen the promo code field taunting us at checkout. But thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is a thing of the past. Honey is the free shopping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart. Honey supports over 30,000 stores online, ranging from sites that have tech and gaming products to popular fashion brands and even food delivery. Here's how it works. Imagine you're shopping on one of your favorite sites. When you check out, the Honey button drops down and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons. Wait a few seconds as Honey searches for coupons it can find for that site, and if Honey finds a working coupon, you will watch the prices drop.
Of course, everyone's been shopping for Christmas presents. I assume I've done the same, and I've had multiple transactions for various family members that resulted in discounts of 10% off, 15%
Pretty much
off.
Everything's on sale, especially right now when there's no guarantees for holiday delivery.
And also, like at the very least, I will always find like some free shipping code or something like that. It ends up being very beneficial, so it works. We've used it a bunch, and it's pretty great. Honey's found its over 17 million members, over $2 billion in savings. If you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out on free savings. It's literally free, it installs in just a few seconds, and by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting this show. We'd never recommend something we don't use, so get Honey for free today at joinhoney.com/itdaily or click the link in the description below. That is joinhoney.com/itdaily.
All right, back to the news. And before we leave the NFT news behind for today, it's probably good to let everyone breathe a sigh of relief by knowing that not every single celebrity is on board with the whole NFT thing, because of all people, Keanu Reeves thinks that they are silly. Finally, a voice of reason, and one that the internet loves and trusts, comes out against NFTs, or at the very least enjoys making them look like a joke, because to him they are. So during a recent interview with The Verge for the upcoming Matrix movie, the journalist brings up an NFT release for the film that was incredibly successful. He asks what Reeves thinks of these digital goods that cannot be copied, when Keanu interrupts him and says,
that are easily reproduced. Well, but they're not the same.
Yeah, so basically he interrupts.
He's a right clicker.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, you could reproduce these, no problem.
Right click.
He's like, you can't reproduce these. Like, yes, you can. Ha ha ha. But it's not the same. And then they quickly change the topic. But not before his co-star is like, do we get any money from those NFTs?
Yeah.
And of course they don't.
No.
But while Keanu Reeves is mocking the ability to right-click save as blockchain tokens, another figure in the entertainment industry is dedicating their next game to it. Peter Molyneux, who was a prolific game designer in the 1990s and then went on to create Fable, yet hasn't been able to replicate that success in well over a decade, he is developing a game based entirely on the blockchain and featuring NFTs. And this is a whole lot more depraved than simply creating a digital cosmetic item and calling it non-fungible. The entirety of this new game is based on the business of blockchain. He announced it at a crypto gaming convention in Las Vegas this past weekend. Miami and Las Vegas are, if they weren't insufferable already, just the worst places. But here's the explanation about this from the game's website.
Launching in 2022 from Peter Molyneux and 22 Cans comes an innovative new game that pushes the boundaries of blockchain gaming, the first ever blockchain business sim, Legacy. Legacy is a creative entrepreneur's dream come true, an opportunity for players to build their very own business, designing their very own products from a huge array of possibilities as they create a business empire the likes of which the world has never seen. Build a successful business to expand your empire, invent better products and produce them faster, carving your small town into a colossal and thriving industrial city, in the pursuit of winning competitions and earning real money from your gameplay, all while enjoying Legacy. Owning a land NFT allows you to start your own in-game blockchain business association in Legacy. You will be able to play Legacy while earning and owning your gameplay. Crucially, as a business association owner, you will have access to Legacy keys. These items can be lent to other people who want to start an in-game business in Legacy, making them your in-game business partners. As part of your association, they will share a portion of their earned Legacy coin with you. Listen, I say this as someone whose taste in games has very much, the games I play now are basically just a job.
Yeah, they're business simulators?
Yeah, they're not.
Like Civ.
Yeah, they're just work. It's mentally taxing. This does not appeal to me at all.
But you can make real money by...
This sounds like a fucking job.
But this is also, like, at its core, because if people are getting paid creating whatever business this is in this, what seems to be some gaming metaverse, where do you think a portion of all of that money is going? Straight to the top. This is like Pyramid Scheme the game.
Straight to Peter Molyneux's pockets.
Yes. A man who probably doesn't need it.
No, unless he's been real bad with his money.
I mean, it's been a while.
Possibly.
Although he did like sell Fable entirely to Microsoft, so I don't know. I don't know the business behind it, but this sounds like this sounds very bad.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't sound like a fun game at base level.
No. Yeah, it's like I'm just like, fuck, man. Where's the fun in this? It sounds like a job.
Yeah.
And it literally is a job.
It is a job.
Sort of.
Yeah. But if you think the hyper monetization and exploitation of essentially pointless digital assets is hell on earth, let us introduce you to how America treats one of its most important human assets.
Oh my god, this is so upsetting.
Teachers. Now, we're all aware, if you watch this show at least, maybe other people in your orbit aren't aware, but we're all aware of the fact that teaching has become very quickly one of the most undesirable jobs in America. They are underpaid, underappreciated, and deal with a hell of a lot more than just the impossible task of inspiring generations of students to actually learn something. There's the shootings, the bullying, the general chaos in the classroom, children that they have to deal with who come from broken homes, and the jaw-dropping lack of budget in public schools, which lead to recurring stories about teachers having to come out of their own pocket for school supplies.
Yeah, like one of the only ways to actually afford being a teacher in a major city in this country is to have a spouse that earns enough to like cover the difference.
Yeah, and buys supplies for your entire classroom.
Yeah.
Well, one town in South Dakota found a way to fix that last part by throwing a bunch of money on the ground and having everyone cheer on a bunch of teachers as they frantically try to gather it up so they can use it for the sole purpose of buying things for their classrooms. Literal dystopian sicko shit.
At a junior hockey game in Sioux Falls, South Dakota on Saturday night, $5,000 in $1 bills was dumped onto a carpet in the middle of the ice as 10 local teachers readied themselves to shovel up as much of it as they could. When the competition began, the teachers, all wearing hockey helmets, crawled into the big pile of cash, frantically stuffing the bills into their shirts as an arena of spectators hollered and cheered until every dollar was snatched up. A clip of the event went viral over the weekend and had amassed more than 7.7 million views on Twitter as of early Monday. Critics said the image of teachers on their hands and knees scrambling for low-denomination bills was dehumanizing and even dystopian, especially as teachers are paid relatively small salaries in South Dakota and nationwide. Some compared the spectacle to the popular Netflix series Squid Game, in which the show's characters compete in deadly games to win a giant piggy bank full of cash.
The reporting continues. State Senator Reynold Nasiba, a Democrat who represents a portion of Sioux Falls, said that while the competition was probably well-intentioned, it ended up being a terrible image. Quote, teachers should never have to go through something like this to be able to get the resources they need to meet the basic educational needs of our students, whether it's here in Sioux Falls or anywhere else in the United States, he said. The event was billed as an opportunity for teachers to gather money for their classroom needs, KELO reported. Schools had to apply for the competition, and teachers had to explain how they would use the money they won, Stampede President Jim Olander told the station. In the end, Barry Longden, a teacher at a local high school, snatched the most cash, $616, the Argus leader reported. He said he would put his winnings towards an esports program he runs for students. Cool.
All right.
Alexandria Kuiper, a 5th grade teacher, managed to grab $592. She said she will use the money on treats and decorations for her classroom. Other teachers said they'd use their winnings on flexible seating, standing desks, and document cameras to upload lessons online, the paper reported. For fuck's sake, these people are fighting over $500 to help their students and their classrooms. Especially like an esports program, like you might joke about that, like a Republican would be like, oh, to play video games, and it's like, no, you're creating a community with your students and a sense of camaraderie.
Schools have sports programs.
Yeah, exactly. There's a million reasons why that's a good idea. But also, document scanning for online classes, iPads and standing desks and anything like that. I don't even care what it is. As long as it's beneficial for the classroom, you shouldn't have to fight over a couple $100 to make it a possibility in front of cheering fans who see it as like a carnival sideshow.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, just fucking supply our schools and teachers with the necessary funds instead of blindly approving billions of dollars for the military every year. Almost $1 trillion this year in their budget. This is like one of those stories that you read about how a Make-A-Wish kid uses his wish to feed the homeless, or how employees pool together their vacation days and give them to someone who needs time off for cancer treatment. Like, this is the shit that's like portrayed as uplifting, but is actually incredibly sad.
Heartwarming. These 10 teachers absolutely debased themselves on their hands and knees in front of a hollering and hooting drunk crowd of hockey fans to scrounge up $1 bills.
To benefit their students' livelihoods.
That's not even for themselves.
Yeah, for their students.
For their job.
It's like, this is one of the most maddening stories.
God. Anyway, looks like things aren't getting any better, at least politically, because what appeared to be good news at first, Dr. Oz is ending his show after 13 seasons. Ended up being terrible news upon further reading. Dr. Oz is ending his show after 13 seasons so he can run for U.S. Senate.
No! No!
And knowing this country, he'll probably win in a landslide.
Yeah.
Here's CNN with more. The announcement comes as the show's host, Dr. Mehmet Oz, runs as a Republican for the United States Senate in Pennsylvania. And look, for us, Dr. Oz has always been a weirdo who dabbles in a hell of a lot of pseudoscience for someone who was given national legitimacy by Oprah Winfrey, but CNN's reporting continues, adding that he has become even more polarizing recently, if you believe it.
Because of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, Oz has morphed into a more polarizing figure. His commentary on the coronavirus, which often took place on the right-wing channel Fox News, was applauded by Republicans, but it turned off others and at times was criticized by the medical community. Early on in the pandemic, for instance, Oz talked up the anti-malarial drug hydroxychloroquine as a way to treat the coronavirus, despite the lack of firm scientific evidence that it is an effective treatment. In his opening campaign video, Oz said that politicians responded incorrectly to the pandemic. Oz argued that such politicians took away our freedom without making us safer. Oz, who is an advocate of alternative medicines and treatments, has been skewered by the medical community for years. In 2015, a group of physicians wrote Columbia University saying they were dismayed Oz was a member of the school's faculty. And in 2014, Oz was scolded by senators during a congressional hearing over his promotion of weight loss products on his television show. Each time, he has defended himself. In 2015, Oz said he provides the public, quote, information that will help them on their path to be their best selves, and provides, quote, multiple points of views, and contended that doesn't sit well sometimes with certain agendas which distort the facts. So, sounds like he is right up the Republican Party's alley and will safely slide into the Senate over in Pennsylvania. This is all Oprah's fault. You know, a lot of bad things are Oprah's fault?
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of good things, a lot of great things. Like when she released bees on an unsuspecting crowd.
Bees!
But there's at least like 3 or 4 people that she gave a national spotlight to that have done irreparable harm to the country.
Yes. Yeah, she's a weird magnet for these like power-hungry types.
Well, what I assume is that she, like a lot of Americans, loves an easy answer and easy solutions that are attainable and sound really, really good coming from a snake oil salesman, but have little to no bearing at all in the real world.
Yeah,
So
well, that's
people take
exciting.
advantage of it.
Senator Oz, the senator from Pennsylvania.
He should run in Kansas. Because that's where Wizard of Oz takes place.
Yeah.
A Christmas movie, I think. Anyways, that's it for today's news. Please, if you haven't already, make sure you watch our most recent episode of Weekly Weird News right over there. And of course, we have another episode of News Dump for you to check out. Watch both of those, subscribe to the channel, like the videos, and this is the last week for a while. So stay tuned. We have a couple more episodes coming out, and then we are going on Christmas vacation.
Yep.
Yes.
As should you.
Yeah.
That's all. I think we need a break.
I think we all need a break. So enjoy. Watch those videos right there. They're on the screen now, and we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, we're live.
Oh.
Welcome to the WAN Show, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a fantastic show lined up for y'all today. The FTC is suing to block the 40 billion NVIDIA and ARM merger. Whoops. And the Google Pixel 6 is apparently refusing to charge with low quality cables. It's all like, what's the matter, you poor? Well, I guess no charge for you. What else we got today?
Or new phone. Apple screwed with us in a really annoying way, and I want to talk about it on WAN Show because I'm actually just so mad. I'm so upset.
What are you upset about?
I told you earlier today.
Okay, all right, yeah, we should talk about that.
I'm so cheesed. Also, NVIDIA rumored to launch RTX 40 series in 2022. Just another generation of graphics cards you won't be able to get.
Wow. So, get wrecked, I guess.
Very cool.
And the show is brought to you by ID Agent, Team Group, and MSI. All right, why don't we jump right into our first topic of the day. The FTC is suing to block the 40 billion NVIDIA and ARM merger. That's right, they've stepped in to prevent NVIDIA from snapping up ARM, to prevent NVIDIA from stifling the innovation pipeline for next generation technologies. That is a quote. This FTC complaint alleges that the proposed merger would give NVIDIA the ability and incentive to use its control of this technology to undermine its competitors, reducing competition and ultimately resulting in reduced product quality, reduced innovation, higher prices, and less choice. That is one way of putting it.
Yeah.
According to the complaint, the acquisition will harm competition in 3 worldwide markets in which NVIDIA competes using ARM-based products already through the license that they have. High-level advanced driver assistance systems for passenger cars. So these offer computer-assisted driving functions like automated lane changing, lane keeping, highway entrance and exit, collision prevention, and that kind of thing. DPU smart NICs, which are advanced networking products that are used to increase the security and efficiency of data center servers, and ARM-based CPUs for cloud computing service providers. So these new and emerging products leverage ARM's technology to meet the performance, power efficiency, and customizability needs of modern data centers that provide cloud computing services. So, for example, Amazon is working on, not just working on, Amazon has rolled out ARM-based server processors that are reducing their dependence on traditional x86 vendors like AMD and Intel. In fact, the ARM ecosystem is arguably as vibrant as it has ever been. Everything from the watch on your wrist to the huge metal servers that are running all of the cloud infrastructure that powers the services that you use is basically running on ARM, probably at this point. So, the proposed deal would give NVIDIA control over computing technology and designs that rival firms rely on to develop competing chips. See, that's the thing. NVIDIA has a huge presence, both ARM and otherwise, in at least 2 of these markets. So through the Mellanox acquisition, they've definitely got something going on in the data center networking space. I don't know if they're actually developing DPU smart NICs. It's a space that I'm just frankly not familiar with. But when it comes to driver assistance systems acceleration, they've definitely got their fingers in that pot. And when it comes to cloud computing, absolutely, they've got their fingers in that pot as well. So this is a pretty cut and dried example of a non-competitive behavior, buying the company that controls the IP that your rivals rely on. However, NVIDIA has claimed that this wouldn't be a problem, but
sure. We've seen how NVIDIA is happy to take advantage of the situation of being on top. I don't know if it's necessarily worse than any other major company that has been in a clearly #1 position, because that's just always bad for everyone. So I can't necessarily particularly pick on NVIDIA here, but it's not like they're necessarily playing nice guys when they're in that situation, and this would just make them even more so.
So here's the thing. I actually wrote a follow-up video. I didn't write the whole thing. I wrote most of it. Let me just see if I'm logged into the right doc here. I created a bunch of notes for a video that I was going to call something along the lines of, like, NVIDIA, why are you so mad? You know? I remember what it was going to be called. It was going to be called Who Hurt You? And basically, most of the thinking that I was doing about it was really along the lines of, you know, I understand at some point a very, very long time ago, you were a scrappy, desperate competitor, and you kind of had to leverage every possible angle in order to succeed. But
yeah,
that was, at this point, really a very long time ago. And at some point, don't you think you would like to just be liked? You know, at some point, isn't it time to realize that you're not punching up anymore? You're punching down, and it's time to take a more magnanimous approach to your dealings with the rest of the industry, because, and it was inspired partially by NVIDIA's behavior towards Hardware Unboxed. So this was back when that whole thing unfolded, but it was also inspired partially by the, at the time, regulatory resistance, and not just regulatory, but also industry resistance to NVIDIA's, I think at the time, alleged acquisition of ARM. Maybe it wasn't alleged. Here, I've got my notes up. Unfortunately, this particular computer does not have, oh boy. Well, that's a little uncomfortable. This computer doesn't have Word on it, so that's what opening this document looks like. I'm sure someone's gonna manage to turn that into. Oh, come on! Why does WordPad not even show? Like, this is the kind of stuff. You know, I've done a lot of complaining about Linux in the last few weeks, but this is the kind of stuff that Windows absolutely needs to do better. Why is it that by default in Windows, Open With does not bring up WordPad, which will open this document? Here it is, okay? Here it is. Why would it not just default to this view rather than what we saw before? I don't know. Luke, do you mind curating a couple of merch messages while I go through this? So here is pretty much what I wanted to say about it. Oh man. Yeah, no one would talk on record. I wanted to kind of say, like, hey, you know, let's look at your financials. Let's look at your market share, your public company, right? So this is all stuff that we have access to. Look at current growth. And, you know, there's a bit that I've kind of written here, and I go, I get it. Only the paranoid survive. But there's a limit. You can't, and probably don't even want, to win 100% market share. So why is your grip so tight, you know? Let's not pretend this pressure on the media through Hardware Unboxed was somehow an isolated incident, right? The difference is just that most of the pressure NVIDIA applies to partners, be they press partners or be they other partners, it happens behind the scenes, where those partners are far more susceptible to the kind of damage that NVIDIA can deal than independent media, who more and more are getting funded directly by their viewers. I have in here, massive shout out, by the way, to my float plane peeps, and of course, LTTstore.com shoppers. So it comes across petty, emotional, and scared. Like, are you really so insecure that when you're in a position of unassailable power in the industry, that you need to put down everyone else who thrives in your ecosystem to reassure yourself you're the top dog? You're the top dog! I said it! So can we put it behind us now? Right? So basically, I wrote a video that was kind of a lot of that. And I'm reminded of it now as we look at this kind of regulatory pushback, because it doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from this history of behavior that NVIDIA has, where every time they have an opportunity, whatever they might say about how they're going to encourage a vibrant, independent ARM ecosystem, nobody believes them. They don't believe them because that's not what NVIDIA does. NVIDIA creates closed standards. They create closed ecosystems. They box out competitors at every possible opportunity. So I get it. I understand why the FTC is coming at them on this. I also understand why there's been a lot of pushback, not just from companies that NVIDIA has been openly hostile towards, like Apple, but also companies that are just worried that whether it's immediate or whether it's over an extended period of time, complete NVIDIA ownership and control over ARM's IP could have lasting and damaging impacts on their business. And that's honestly why ARM has been so successful. That's what's allowed it to proliferate, is that they have created this really amazing business model where you can license their technology in almost every way you could possibly imagine, literally, actually, in every way you could possibly imagine, from just taking cores that they've designed and essentially paying to have them fabbed, all the way to taking the underlying architecture, designing your own core. And I mean, look at what Apple's done with that. They've managed to outcompete the entire rest of the industry with an underlying fundamental IP that anyone can license. It's incredible, right? And so why are we going to risk damaging a good thing, I guess, is the question. I mean, really, RISC-V is coming.
Yeah.
RISC-V is coming for ARM's lunch already. So
it's been kind of coming for a long time, but
do we need to accelerate that transition? Because that's what I feel like might happen if NVIDIA were to acquire ARM. I feel like a lot of these licensees of ARM's technology would just go, okay, well, writing's on the wall now. I guess it's time for us to go ahead and...
Someone in Flowplane chat said, as you were kind of transitioning into that, I think possibly before you mentioned RISC, they said RISC-V would get really popular if ARM gets sold. It's like, yeah, potentially.
Pretty much, but it costs so much and it takes so much time to make these major transitions. You guys got to understand, hardware is just such a small piece of the puzzle these days. It's all about the software. And so if Amazon had to go, whether it's Amazon or Facebook or Google or whoever it is, if they have to go and switch architectures like this, okay, we're going RISC-V now. It's not just as simple as, okay, compile the code for RISC-V and here we go. Not by a long shot. So much optimization takes place these days, and it's a years and many, many millions of dollars investment to do something like this. So honestly, I know I'm all about progress in general, but maybe we could ARM is just now, swinging for the fences. Why don't we let it just be for a little bit?
I don't think not wanting some gigantic conglomerate company to gobble up another company, I don't think that's anti-progress. I think you're all right.
I'm all right? All right, I'm coming away okay on this one?
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, the FTC, I don't think, is the only ones resisting this move, so... Why don't we move on to our next topic? This one's pretty funny. The Google Pixel 6 refuses to charge with low-quality cables. So there have been numerous reports from users on Google's forums that reveal the latest Pixel phones refuse to charge, but only under specific circumstances. And at the heart of the issue appears to be the quality of the Type-C cables being used. So lower quality Type-C cables and chargers, incapable of power delivery, appear to be incapable of pushing any charge to the devices. And the really frustrating thing is that while on Google's support page, it is stated that Pixel phones might not work with some cables in order to protect the battery from the damage that out-of-spec charging might cause, there doesn't appear to be any meaningful error message that really gets pushed out to users. It doesn't say, hey, get more money, buy a better cable. It just
doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
There's also a note here that I was kind of searching for, and I strongly agree with, on-cable labeling is extremely uncommon these days. It's not like Ethernet back in the day where every single one had the printing across the entire cable.
They still do.
Ethernet does?
Yeah, pretty much all of them that I've seen. Yep.
Okay, sweet. Anyways, USB-C, not so much.
No.
I don't think I have a single labeled USB-C cable. I'm sure people out there do. It's very likely, I think, on the plug itself, you might have a little stamp that indicates what it is. But like
on USB-C,
yeah,
I've never seen it.
No, yeah,
nope.
I don't know.
Nope.
I haven't seen labeling at all. So like, figuring this out as a layman would be very annoying.
Pretty much the only way that I can tell if it's wired for USB 2 or USB 3 is just by the thickness of the cable. And even that's not a surefire thing because it could just have a really thick sheath on, 5 conductors, or I don't know. I guess it would be 9 or whatever it would be for reversibility. And the thing is that in addition to just how many conductors are running down a Type-C cable, there's also the gauge of them, right? So especially as we get into, I think we've got 100 watt now, but as we get into 240 watt power delivery over USB Type-C, that is going to be really important. And it's actually a really great safety feature that Google has, that it just prevents the phone from operating correctly with a cable that could damage it. It's just that they need to do a better job of documenting what's happening or alerting the user to what's happening so that people don't get confused. All right, let's go ahead and roll this. Oh, wow, that's actually a really good question. Go ahead and do that. Okay. I think I'm going to have to just call this out because otherwise we're going to run into trouble here and people aren't going to get a chance to get their hands on it. The Swacket. Oh, that's not it. The Swacket is back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It's somewhere between a sweater and a jacket. So it's a heavy, heavy sweater, and I've got a large on. Long story, it is not going to fit this baggie. Normally our size medium is my size, but this is pretty much the LTT store hoodie for if you don't want.
Okay, guys. Hi, everyone. Hi. Welcome to my discussion about some of the biggest issues from my point of view that are facing Season of Mastery and that Season of Mastery is currently experiencing, and that they could... Well, frankly, it's probably too late to fix some of these things, but definitely going into Season of Mastery Season 2, if there is to be a Season 2 about a year from now, I think they should change these things to improve the game a lot. So I play Season of Mastery every day. I have a level 60 hardcore character. I've done all the hardcore dungeons. On my hardcore character, I have 8 days, 12 hours played, and I'm currently leveling up on a PvP server, Dreadnought EU PvP also. I've played a lot of Classic. So these are, and I'm touching base with the forums and the subreddit and my chat and other people's YouTube comments. I think I have a pretty good vibe for like what some of the biggest Classic Season of Mastery complaints are. And I've been able to pinpoint 3 of them that seem to be causing a lot of friction and a lot of issues that people have a big problem with. And the first one, and I actually really strongly agree with this, I think leveling speed is too slow in Season of Mastery. Now, Season of Mastery is 12 months long, whereas normal Classic WoW is around 21 or 22 months long. So Season of Mastery is like 80% faster. The game duration is like 80% faster than normal Classic WoW. Whereas the leveling speed is only around 15% faster. Of course, you have the 40% bonus to Quest XP, but not all of your XP is Quest XP. So ultimately, the total leveling speed is around like 15, maybe 20% faster. So I think the ratio is kind of, it's kind of off. So I would definitely increase leveling speed with the next Season of Mastery. Your average player 1 to 60, ends up, here, let me just do this real quick. I've outsmarted them. Your average player 1 to 60 takes, I don't know, probably 8 days / played normally 8 or 9 days. In Season of Mastery, with the 15% decrease in leveling speed, it takes maybe 6 or 6.5 days played, which means if your average player is playing maybe 4 hours a day, it's still going to take people around 36 days, maybe 40 days, real life, to hit 60. And I think a lot of more casual players look at that, they see the leveling speed, it's a little bit faster, but not faster enough, and they say, considering it's a 12-month seasonal server, and, there's really no prospects for your character after Season Mastery ends. At the end of those 12 months, I'm just not going to play because it's going to take me over a month in real life to hit 60. And by then, I mean, you understand, by then, you're already getting close to Blackwing Lair, or at least the end of Phase 1. I think they're going to feel like they're getting behind, and it's just kind of a waste of time. So I think next time, speeding up the leveling speed to get more people involved is probably a good decision. And then the second point that I think a lot of people are having a lot of tension with Season of Mastery is the ranking system, primarily the availability of rank 12, 13, and 14 gear in early Classic WoW. It's possible to get rank 14 if you're bracket 1 every week right now in Season of Mastery, within 6 weeks, maybe 7 weeks, if you're blasting bracket 1 all the way up to the top. So, which means there will be a lot of rank 14 players walking around before, like literally months before Blackwing Lair even comes out. And you can imagine why that's a problem, right? It makes it so pre-bis gearing is really trivialized. It makes it so Molten Core gear is way less valuable. It makes it so Blackwing Lair gear is way less valuable. It makes it so Zul'Gurub gear is way less valuable. So what I think makes sense, and I've seen a lot of people echo this sentiment, is having rank 1 through 11 rewards available in-game, and you can rank up and get those right now. And you can still rank up to 14 if you want. It's just that the gear isn't available until later on. I don't know, until ZG comes out or until AQ40 comes out, which would make sort of that mad rush when the game first comes out a little bit less important. It would sort of decrease the power differential between people that can grind Honor 23 hours a day versus those that can grind Honor 10 hours a day. Because, you'd imagine if you have full rank 14 gear within the first 2 months or 6 weeks of Classic WoW, you're in a very, very powerful spot. Your gear is the equivalent of AQ40 gear. So I think having that gear available early on, it sort of undermines the pre-bis gearing, the Molten Core, the ZG, the BWL, and even certain pieces in AQ40 itself. So I think probably delaying that gear on the vendors at least is the smart move. Next up, I would say, and I think this seems like a no-brainer also, I've seen a lot of people complaining about this, I think there should be official hardcore servers. And on these official hardcore servers, I think they should operate in a way that if you die, your character is automatically deleted, or in a way that if you die, you just cannot resurrect. The resurrection function, not at a spirit healer, you can't get a res, you can't soulstone, you can't onk, just completely disabling resurrection. And that's actually probably my preference, because then if you die, you still have your character as you have like a little time capsule of your character. You can log in, you can run around as a ghost, you can still see your items and say, oh wow, look at all the stuff I accomplished. You just can't res, right? And then maybe you see like other ghosts running around the world, and I think that'd be kind of cool, right? At least you get to keep your character to a certain degree. You just can't really progress any further on it. I think that's probably the way to go on an official hardcore server. There also seems to be a growing sense of animosity between hardcore players and non-hardcore players, where hardcore players are reluctant or just refuse to group up with non-hardcore players because they don't want their hardcore experience kind of undermined. In fact, if you're playing with the hardcore community created rule set, you're actually not even allowed to group with other players. So this results in places like Hogger, as an example, where ideally you have 5 players group up, you all kill Hogger, you all help each other, and then you all go about your day. What this has resulted in, this reluctance of hardcore players to group up with non-hardcore players, is, you have you're just having a bunch of individual standalone players fight for tags, and it creates this huge bottleneck where, it takes potentially 5 times longer to funnel players through this one quest than it would otherwise if people were just grouping. And this is just sort of one of the problems with not having hardcore servers, right? I also have heard the complaint, right now I'm using the hardcore add-on. I'm part of the hardcore community. I'm leveling up. I followed all the rules, and you can see other people in your guild, how many other people have the add-on turned on. And it has its own rule set. It prevents using the auction house. It prevents trading. It prevents some other stuff, I think. And I think a lot of people that are potentially interested in playing hardcore, they just view having that add-on as a bit over the top. It's just like a bit much for them. They don't want to be they don't want to have the add-on and have to do this. They just want to kind of log in and do it. And so I think the add-on is kind of prohibitive for a lot of people. And in fact, I think most people would agree with this. I think in a perfect world, hardcore players would be able to group with each other and trade with each other and potentially even use the auction house with each other, as long as you know that everyone you're grouping with, trading with, and auction housing with is also a hardcore character. The problem is that you don't know if that thing you buy on the auction house is from a non-hardcore character, or you know, like the second you have level 60 characters enchanting a level 14 character with 30 spell power on their dagger and stuff like that, it kind of makes the whole experience a little bit stupid. But if you know that that level 60 is hardcore and you're hardcore and everyone else around you is hardcore because you're on a hardcore only server, I personally think it's badass to trade with people and group with people and share resources and have that like hardcore economy. I think that'd be the way to do it. So I think, you know, the Soul of Iron buff is kind of a step in the right direction, but I think it's sort of like a weird half-ass approach. Maybe they're just kind of testing the waters with it with this first season of Mastery, but I really do think having an official hardcore server would go a long way. I mean, there are, as far as I know, there are 6 different hardcore guilds now. 5 of them have 1,000 players each in them with hundreds of daily active players. And right now we're just about exactly 3 weeks into Season of Mastery. The level 60 guild has 124 members in it. 124 people over the last 3 weeks have hit 60 following the hardcore community rules. There is definitely a passion for this. There's definitely a desire for this type of gameplay, and I think it would be a mistake for Blizzard to not cater to it in a more legitimate and official way, right? Tons of streamers are doing it, tons of community members, tons of normal players like you were doing it. It's badass. So I think it'd be great to have a server specifically accommodating it. And this way hardcore players wouldn't bother the non-hardcore players, and the non-hardcore players wouldn't have to complain about the hardcore players. They should do it officially. Anyway, I think those are probably the top 3 biggest growing pains happening with Season Mastery. Let me know what you think. Drop a comment down below, and maybe I missed something, but those seem to be the most discussed issues right now in Season of Mastery that I think would be really easy for Blizzard to change in the next season, if there is to be a next season. Like I said, I think it's probably too late to do these things now in this season, but next time, these seem like no-brainers. So thanks, guys, and drop a follow, subscribe, buy some Power Gum, and thanks for watching. Later.
Second lockout clear MC. That was the server's second.
Yo, you're only 10 in the world, bro. Zaruma says you're only 10 in the world. That's trash compared to.
Oh my god, Zaruma.
Trash.
Zaruma.
Trash.
This is a paladin in my rate. Zaruma, your loop band next. Your loop band on Tuesday for that.
Lester's also the main, you know, admin, owner, whatever, of the Paladin Discord, so you probably, you know, let's just see his name. It's great to have you here, man. It's so great to hear. I just recently earned my wings as a Paladin, legit Paladin level 60, major pog for that. Got him on the Bloodsail Buccaneer server, so it is, I'm like you said, man, I'm fresh off the press, man. Like, it's all so crispy in my mind. The leveling experience is in my mind, so hopefully I can contribute more on that front. Pretty much, yeah. So
no, absolutely. I'm excited to get into it.
I'm very excited to get into it. So there's a lot to talk about, guys. We'll do our best. You know, we may put our foot in our mouths. You know, you guys already know. I put my foot in my mouth every couple sentences, so you're used to it by now. So we're gonna show you what the. Thank you everybody for being here today. It's a lovely Monday. Is it Monday? It's Monday. You guys, anybody have a case of the Mondays out there, dude? Everyone said people back at work. Oh, this is probably the first Monday people are back at work. They're stressing right now. I can tell.
Yeah, after the new year, this is like the first serious Monday.
Yeah, this is the real Monday, dude. This is a real freaking hard-hitting Monday right now. They got the whole week to go, dude. F's in the chat, please, for all our battle buddies out there. Have a whole new work week, whole new year. Anyway, so thank you for tuning in, guys. This will eventually be edited down into a VOD that you can watch over again after today's broadcast is over. But the goal of this session is to revamp, revise, improve upon my old Paladin leveling guide and make it better with some fresh information that's updated for Classic, and to be as just comprehensive as possible, because Paladin is a really fun class, and it's also a class that people oftentimes think is really not fun. If I look back and I look at my original, it's my most successful video, I think, you know, how to pick a class for Paladin, I went into great detail with like every class, talking about how awesome it was. Then the Paladin section was like 30 seconds, and I look back on that and I cringe, because there is so much to love with Paladin, so much to love with hybrids in general. People often talk about the hybrid tax, that because hybrids are able to do a lot of different things in the game, that they're taxed, they're penalized for that. I kind of look at it as a hybrid bonus, man. That's the way I've been looking at it. I love the way hybrids perform in vanilla, but we'll get into that in a minute. So today's agenda, we're introducing ourselves as we speak. We're going to talk about, you know, why leveling is important, why level a Paladin, what's there to love, what's there not to love. We're going to talk about stats in your Paladin. We're just going to bang them out. There's so many implications to each stat. When you're dealing with hybrids, each stat is just more impactful. As a Warlock, I had a much more straightforward time looking at the stat weights and how do I pump harder. You know, this is a whole different beast, especially when you're dealing with tank itemization, which is something I'm doing right now. We're going to talk about talents, deep dive. We're going to be banging them out. Each talent, pretty much for every class in the game. It's not just Paladin. You know, you go through each talent in a tree. You could talk for like 20 minutes about that, you know, and all the different reverberations of choosing that talent or not choosing that talent. General strategy, 1 to 30, 30, 40, 40 to 60, so on and so forth. Tips and tricks, weapon progression, AoE grinding, tanking tips, healing tips, DPS tips, anything.
Not even close. Not even close, chat. Imagine being scared of that little bitch. Holy macaroni, please, please.
The biggest ape in the
Sprint
rogue
360.
community. Vodka. Oh, biggest ape. Truly.
No. Yes. Yes. Dude,
Finally.
Yes.
Grass,
After
what?
15 runs, puggers.
Grass, dude.
I think it looks really good.
In my life.
It looks really good on no mages. To be
No. It's leather, right? you get, look there. You got a nice wand. Right.
What the fuck?
What is that?
Can I use your fierce? I still have to use mine.
I'm silenced. I'm silenced. I'm silenced. Close.
Oh my god. Oh, this is close. I died! Oh my god.
Vishnu Allah. I need to get closer. I can't cast that yet.
Oh man. Did you just use a sapper for real, bro? Come on. Oh, yo, I swear to God, bro. Oh, it's so cringe. Nah, it's really, it's cringe as fuck.
Oh! Fuck. Fucking horror movie, man. What in the fuck? Yo. Nope. That's not true. Nope. I'm good.
I do a lot of damage. Be careful.
Yeah, but you're being tanked.
Oh, do I?
Oh, you're cranking the aim shot?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him. Don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him. Oh!
What?
I was charging up a Mind Blast too, man.
Bro, Silver has it out for me.
Silver's went. He was at 30%, 35, and your Shadow Bolt went out.
I'm not used to hitting this hard. I literally just respawned.
Oh my
I'm
God.
so sorry. Oh my god, my heart.
Hello and welcome to the Halo Iceberg. Now before we begin, I need to mention two things. One, most of this iceberg will be centered around the games only. This is because I'm not super knowledgeable on the Halo EU, unfortunately. But I mean, if you look at this video's length, you'll realize that there's more than enough content in just the games. And finally, because I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike that demonetizes the video, I can't actually use Halo music in this video, which is extremely frustrating to both me and I assume you. So, sorry, I'm gonna have to use copyright-free music. Without further ado, let's begin.
Isolate that signal.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing watching Pigpen's Halo Iceberg? Sir, wasting my time. In the Halo 3 level Sierra 117, you can find 3 groups of disgusting, evil monkey cavemen people that bleed if you shoot them. This is no joke one of the creepiest Easter eggs in gaming to me. I just hate how these things look, they're terrifying. They're weird monkey creatures that have Bungie's former creative art director Marco Leto's face plastered on them. You can even find one of them in ODST in the final cutscene of the game. Some other interesting facts include how you can shoot the teddy bears they're holding, and those teddy bears bleed, which either means that those teddy bears are alive, or they're stuffed with meat. Hidden on the Halo 2 level Metropolis, which by the way is one of my favorite Halo levels of all time, is the Scarab gun. A seemingly normal plasma rifle sitting on top of a bridge, however when you fire it, it fires a massive blast of plasma, similar to the Scarab's cannon. It kills pretty much everything within one shot, including yourself. However, there's actually another Scarab gun that can be found in Halo 2, in the level outskirts, and can be accessed via a skull in any Halo 2 level. In the level of the package in Halo Reach, you can enter a secret room filled to the brim with Easter eggs. You can do this by activating a button outside the mission on Legendary during the firefight section at the end, and after you kill a bunch of Sword Elites that spawn in, or just try past them on a Mongoose. This room is known as the Tribute Room, and it's actually Dr. Halsey's lab, and like mentioned before, is filled to the brim with Easter eggs and references to Halo's past and the Halo's community, such as Red vs. Blue, I Love Bees, Bungie's various charity projects over the years, and several pictures of Bungie's employees can be found around the room, along with pieces of Halo concept art and posters of the Halo game covers. Also, there's a bunch of Xbox 360s laying around, which means that Halsey is a gamer. I wonder what game she plays. Hunt the Truth is a promotional campaign for Halo 5 Guardians that consisted of blog posts, ARGs, audio dramas, and cinematic commercials. The campaign set up the idea of the game being about Master Chief and Locke being at odds, and how Chief has gone AWOL and somehow a traitor now. It's a really great viral marketing campaign that tied in with Halo 5 for the first 5 levels. Yeah, looking back at it, in my opinion, Troop's story was actually better than Halo 5's story. Red vs. Blue is a web series that started out on April 1st, 2003, about a crew of red and blue Spartans sitting around in Blood Gulch just waiting for something to happen. I absolutely love this web series and its characters. Church, Simmons, Washington, Lopez, Caboose, Griff, Donut, Sarge, Carolina, Doc, and of course my favorite character, Tucker. It's gone from being a purely comedy series to something more of a dramedy at times, with seasons 6 through 15 being a mix between the two genres. As much as I love the series, I personally want it to end because I really don't like season 16 and 18, and we're kind of stuck with Season 18. Also, this is a web series that's lasted 19 seasons. Jesus Christ, ended already. By the way, the show peaked to the Chorus trilogy. I should also mention that both Bungie and 343 have acknowledged River City Blue and the company that produces it, Rooster Teeth. Characters from the show can be heard in Halo 3 and Halo 4. In fact, the game mode Griffball is taken directly from River City Blue, with River City Blue making a spin-off show to promote it. That show was very okay. Microsoft has also recently used River City Blue to promote Master Chief's inclusion in the game Fortnite, which has given us this iconic line.
That's Ninja! It's such an honor. I'm a huge fan of yours on Twitch.
In Halo 3, if you wait around for a few seconds with each terminal after reading the last page, the terminal will turn red and all the blanked out spaces from before will be filled in, revealing the story of the Didact, the Flood, the Librarian, and the fall of Benedict Bias. During Halo Infinite's 2019 E3 demo, which I personally thought was pretty cool despite a lot of people hating the plastic look to the characters, there was a brute that was briefly seen that didn't really look right. This brute was dubbed Craig, and was used as evidence that Halo Infinite needed more time, and thus Infinite was delayed. He's arguably the most well-known Halo meme at this point, at least from a non-fan's perspective, probably. I really hope Craig makes a cameo in Halo Infinite. First appearing in Halo 3 ODST, the phrase "Remember Reach" has become an extremely popular saying in the Halo fanbase, and a popular saying in Universe too. Halo Reach's marketing was also filled to the brim with hashtag Remember Reach, and when Reach was released on PC, the hashtag saw a return. Halo 3 and Reach feature rats that will occasionally walk around campaign levels. They've become a bit of a meme online, especially the Halo 3 rat, but there's something about them that not many people know about. In Halo 3, the rats have their insides completely detailed, which is beyond gross. This isn't visible in the game, however, unless you use mods. On the Halo 3 map Standoff, you can see that the moon has a face on it, which is absolutely horrifying when you think about it. This is Chris Carney's face, an environmental artist, designer, and software engineer for Halo 2 and 3. In 2005, it was confirmed that a live-action Halo film was in the works, with Peter Jackson producing, while Neil Blomkamp directed. The film was originally going to be released in 2007, but ultimately never happened because of budget concerns. Now, while we never got this film, nor do we really know anything about this film's plot, we actually have seen elements of this film. I'll talk about it in more detail later, but the promotional series Halo Landfall was actually composed of test shots filmed for the Halo movie during early production, and several designs for the film were reused or straight up adapted for District 9, notably the Flood Infection form. There's a theory, or well, there was a theory, that Noble 6 had actually survived the events of Halo Reach, and was simply hiding in a cave to avoid the collapsing of Reach. This was a legit theory back in the day, but it's since become a joke in the fanbase because of how silly it is. Here's hoping that Noble 6 shows up in Halo Infinite. In ODST, you can find a box of cereal called Webos, featuring a brute that looks pretty hyped to be eating what looks to be Fruit Loops. It even says in the box, "Your mom loves them." This Easter egg is most likely a reference to how Webos in Spanish sounds like eggs, which is a reference to Easter eggs. In the late 200s, god damn it, I wrote 200s, not 2000s in the script. Yeah, in ancient Babylonia, they were eagerly waiting for Halo 4. Anyways, in the late 2000s and early 2010s, an image was spread around online that was apparently from Halo 4. So was it? Well, I mean, no, look at it. The war monsters from Gunman Chronicles. The actual image was created by a user going by the name Major Dump on halo.bungie.org in either 2006 or 2007. Check out Chunkier Bean's video on the subject for more details. But anyways, this image was spread around constantly, with it appearing as thumbnails for tons of YouTube videos back in the day, saying that this is a screenshot from Halo 4. So Microsoft decided to take my wife Cortana and turn her into a virtual assistant that uses Bing, of all things, to perform tasks and answer questions. Jen Taylor, Cortana's voice actress, actually returned to voice the US-specific version of Cortana. Basically think of it as Microsoft's version of Siri. I don't know how popular it is though, as in 2019 it was split from Windows 10's search bar, and in 2020 the mobile app was removed from certain markets, and in 2021 the mobile app was shut down globally. Halo 2600 is a fan-made Halo game made by Ed Fries, and released for the Atari 2600 in 2010. Basically, it's a demake of the original Halo that takes inspiration from Atari titles like Adventure or Berserk, While physical copies of the game do exist and can run on Atari 2600s, most people have played it through computers on emulators. The game was pretty well received and was selected for inclusion in the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The game also features a legendary mode, so let's get to seeing some speedruns of that, guys. In Halo 3, there was a certain armor type that if you saw on the enemy team, you pretty much knew you were going to lose the match. This was the Recon armor, and for a little bit, nobody knew how to get it. Some people thought you had to die by a traffic cone, or share a certain image 100 times. Bungie then revealed how to get it, and well, it was kind of insane. These were called the Vidmaster achievements, and you need to get all 7 of them to unlock the armor. These achievements included Light Switch, get the rank of Lieutenant in any playlist in the new EXP progression system. Annual, after September 25th, 2008, complete Halo on 4-player Legendary Live Co-op with Iron and everyone in Ghosts. 7-on-7, enter into a ranked or social playlist with 7 EXP on the 7th of the month. Brain Pan, find all the hidden skulls on the mythic maps. These were just the Halo 3 achievements. There were still 3 more that were exclusive to Halo 3 ODST. These were Endure, in firefight on any mission, pass the 4th set on a 4-player Heroic Live Co-op. Deja Vu, complete Coastal Highway on 4-player Legendary Live Co-op with the Iron Skull on without using Warthogs or Scorpion tanks. And Classic, finish any campaign level on Legendary Solo without shooting or throwing a grenade. Power sliding and hawking the Horde on vehicles will be counted as shooting/grenade throwing. Yeah, these took a while to do, especially Endure, which is one of the most difficult Halo achievements to get. But hey, if you get all of them, you got the armor. And then in MCC, you can just casually put the armor on, so it doesn't actually require you to do anything. Oh yeah, and there's also unrelated Vidmaster achievements for Halo Spartan Assault and Halo Spartan Strike. There's been plenty of scrapped Halo levels. Most of the ones we know about from Halo 2, as Halo 2 went through some serious changes towards the end of its development. For example, there's going to be a level called Alpha Moon, in which you'd have the Arbiter securing 343 Guilty Spark. This level was scrapped and was ultimately replaced with the Oracle. There's Covenant Ship, which was meant to take place directly after Cairo Station. This level would have featured Chief and a team of ODSTs boarding a Covenant cruiser, killing all of its crew and using a Wraith to destroy the ship's power core. It was ultimately replaced with the iconic What If You Missed cutscene. Forerunner Tank was the code name for a level that would take place after Quarantine Zone. This level would have had Chief using a Forerunner Tank in the bowels of Delta Halo before being captured by the Gravemind. And finally, there's Forerunner Ship, which was the code for the original final level of Halo 2, and would have featured a Warthog run through High Charity. This level can actually still be played through modding. As for Halo 3, there's the now famous Guardian Forest level, which would have had Chief battle Sentinel forces in a forest, and feature a boss fight, the Guardian. It was set between the Ark and the Covenant, and its Guardian boss fight was actually restored by the modder ejected shotgun. Side note, this level was actually used to inspire designs in Halo Infinite. There's also Floodship, which would have taken place in between the Storm and Floodgate, in which you'd have to destroy the Flood-controlled cruiser that crashed into Earth. Or at least I think that's what it may have been. We don't know for certain what it would have been, just that it would have taken place between the Storm and Floodgate. And audio at the beginning of Floodgate has Miranda mentioning destroying the Flood ship's core, so maybe that's what the objective would have been. There's also a level that people refer to as Global War, but I can't find any information about the name. All we have is footage from the level that comes from a Bungie PAX panel. And finally, the last scrapped level from Halo 3 is Level 090, which we know literally nothing about, outside of it taking place right after Guardian Forest. And finally, the last level I want to talk about is from Halo Reach, which doesn't have a name, but we know it would have taken place right after New Alexandria, where you control a Scarab that Noble Team hijacked to escape the city. As for Combat Evolved, ODST 4, 5, and Wars 1 and 2, there's actually not much we know about in terms of scrap levels, sadly. So how did Johnson exactly survive Halo Combat Evolved? Well, the official answer is that the experimental and unrefined augmentation procedures that Johnson went through altered his nervous system to the point where the Flood couldn't properly take control of his body. So he just fought them off and flew off the ring. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that Johnson is actually a Spartan 1, which is not something that every Halo fan knows about. Before this official explanation, it was kind of just a joke as to how he survived, as in the novel Halo First Strike, Chief reunites with Johnson immediately after the events of CE, and threatens to kill him because he saw Johnson getting infected. Cortana then confirms he's not infected, so Chief backs off, and Johnson just says he must have not tasted good to the Flood. In Combat Evolved, players can't actually use the fuel rod guns used by the grunts in the campaign, but in the PC port, which I'll talk about a little bit later, allows you to use the Flu Rod gun in multiplayer, but it's battery operated, meaning it acts like the plasma rifle, just firing explosives rather than standard plasma. Thankfully, you can use it in multiplayer in the Master Chief Collection, and still to this day, this Flu Rod gun doesn't have an official name. Seriously, the one in Halo 2 through 4 has a name, as does the one in 5, but not this one for whatever reason. Alright, there's a ton of these scrapped weapons, so I'm gonna go buy them a bit fast, so bear with me. In Combat Evolved, there was an anti-air rocket launcher, which was basically just the rocket launcher, but it could potentially lock onto Banshees. There was also the chain gun, which is basically just a portable minigun. A bolt-action sniper rifle, jokingly referred to as the old shovel by Bungie, was also scrapped. There was also the excavator, which would have fired some kind of fire-based attack, and would eventually serve as the basis for the Mauler's design in Halo 3. There was also a machete that would have been usable, basically the UNSC's equivalent to the energy sword. There was also a spear gun, which was intended to be used against underwater creatures. The submachine gun from Halo 2 onwards was actually going to be in the game, but it was removed. The concussion rifle would have made its debut in Combat Evolved as well, but it had to charge before firing. Elites would have also been able to use shields along with their energy swords. There was also the gravity gun, which basically would have been a laser pointer that spawned fire wherever it pointed. Then there was the gravity wrench, which would have basically been a Covenant grenade launcher. There was the microwave gun, which was a flamethrower-like weapon, though Bungie developers have actually forgotten about the microwave gun's purpose. There's the particle beam rifle, which was the Covenant's version of the sniper rifle, and finally there's an unknown rifle in CE's promotional material that may have been a Covenant version of the bolt-action sniper rifle. In Halo 2, there's the GPMG, which is basically Bungie's version of the Saw from Halo 4 and 5. It kind of reminds me of the stationary turrets in Halo 2, so maybe these were intended to be those stationary turrets, but you could, like, lift them up like you can in 3 onwards. There's also the silenced SMG, which is going to make its debut in Halo 2, though it could actually be used in the PC version of Halo 2 back in the day. In Halo 3, the excavator returned and was going to act pretty much just the same as the Halo 3 Mauler. And in Halo 3, there was also a walking shade turret that would have been used in multiplayer. And then finally, in Halo 4, there's going to be the status rifle, that when fired, did no damage to enemy players, but instead produced a bubble that slowed players down considerably. During the last cutscene to level the Pillar of Autumn, you can turn the camera to the right and spot Master Chief in cryosleep, setting up the events of the original Halo. In the multiplayer map Sandtrap in Halo 3, it's actually possible to flip the elephant upside down by using a lot, and I mean a lot, of explosives, like some fusion coils or some mines, while in Forge. Though you can also use a drop pod or a scorpion to do so, with other methods. Regardless, you can knock it upside down, and when you go to flip it like any other vehicle, the text will read, "Press blank to... wait, what? How did you do that?" instead of the standard message. Halo Forward Until Dawn is the first ever Halo movie. Kinda. Not really. Sorta. You see, it was released in 15-minute chunks on YouTube in 2012 before being released as a single film on DVD and Blu-ray, and getting a Netflix release. It's a live-action film that tells the story of Lasky, who was a cadet in the military academy during an attack by the Covenant, when suddenly Master Chief shows up to help Lasky save the rest of the squad. It takes place 31 years before Halo 4, and is kind of an origin story for Lasky, meant to build up hype for Halo 4. Reception to the film was mixed. Mostly everyone agrees that the CGI and special effects were great, but when it comes to writing, many people felt that the film needed some rework. On the Halo 3 map Sandbox, if you go out of bounds, you'll get killed by a heat ray fired off from one of the towers surrounding the map, called a Guardian. These are obviously not the same Guardians as the Guardians from Halo 5 or the Wars 2, but for a while, before both games were released, it was speculated that they were related. Sadly, it doesn't seem that these Guardians have any real lore to them, but that hasn't stopped them from being an iconic part of Halo's past. Halo Nightfall is the second Halo movie. Or, no, it's actually not. Like Forward Until Dawn, Nightfall is a web series that was released in parts on the Halo channel. Yeah, remember that thing? It's actually still up. It hasn't been updated in like 5 years. The show was then released on Blu-ray as a movie in 2015 and tells the origin story for Agent Locke, who's been tasked with tracking down the origin of a bioweapon, and even how he visits the original Halo ring from Combat Evolved, or a small segment from it. It was received a lot more poorly than Forward Until Dawn. I, for one, haven't seen it since I couldn't care less about Locke. No offense to any Locke fans out there, he just doesn't do it for me. Anyways, apparently Nightfall will have narrative connections to the upcoming Halo TV series, but that was announced back in 2014, so there's a good chance it's been scrapped. In the Halo 3 ODST level, Kikowani Station, on Legendary you can find Martin O'Donnell dancing surrounded by bubbles and hearts. All you have to do is go towards a red denied sign during the mission, land at a platform next to it, and do a bit of climbing, and boom, there you got Dancing O'Donnell. In the video game Forza Horizon 4, released in 2018, you can actually drive a warthog on a Halo ring that looks suspiciously like a town on Earth, while being attacked by banshees, all while she tried to get to a Pelican landing zone with a bunch of Marines to evacuate. However, this isn't something that can just be normally played. There's only been certain times this event has been available to play, with the most recent being last month. In Halo 2 and 3, you can find Jason Jones, the co-founder at Bungie, half-naked dancing. In Halo 2, you can find him in the cutscene for Gravemind on Legendary, for when you're insane enough to actually try and do that level on Legendary. This Easter egg returns in Halo 2 Anniversary, but instead it's Frank O'Connor as a janitor. Then, Halo 3, in the final level, Halo, you can find him next to the 7th terminal by doing a jump over a chasm. This Spartan Life is a talk show created by Bong plus Stern Productions. In this show, they interview people with the format of a Halo machinima, with some sketches thrown in for good measure. It was pretty popular back in the mid-2000s, even winning awards for Best Machinima, and being asked to make content for SpikeTV.com. Throughout the Bungie Halo games, there's been multiple Hippo Easter eggs scattered throughout. These include hippos found on the walls in the Halo 2 map Headlong, a toy hippo found in the Halo 3 level Foundry. Hippos are also featured in the Combat Evolved shotgun shells. Halo Legends is an anthology anime film that tells several different stories, each done by a different studio. There's Prototype, which is about a Marine helping civilians evacuate a planet, done by Studio Bones. The guys responsible for Bob Psycho 100, Eureka 7, and both Full Metal Alchemists. The Package, which is about a Spartan raid on a Covenant cruiser, done by Casio Entertainment, who are known for Halo Legends. The Duel, which is about an Arbiter who refuses to accept the Covenant religion, done by Production IG, who are known for Psychopaths, Robotics Notes, and Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Homecoming, which is about the tragedies involving the Spartan 2 recruitment process, done by B-Train, who are known for Hack Sign, Requiem for the Phantom, and Psychic Detective Yakumo. Origins, which is literally just the history of the Halo universe, was done by Studio 4C, who are known for Detroit Metal City and the Berserk film trilogy, and also did Babysitter, which is about the ODST and Spartan rivalry. And finally, Odd One Out, a non-canon comedy interpretation of Halo done by Toei Animation, who are known for Yu-Gi-Oh!, Dragon Ball, and One Piece. On the Halo 3 map Valhalla, you can find different messages on the map's giant wall, depending on the holiday. There's one for New Year's, Earth Day, Christmas, Veterans Day, Cinco de Mayo, 4th of July, Bungie Day, and Halloween. These will change on your console's date, so if it's one of those holidays, those messages will show up. On the Halo 2 map Blood Gulch, let's not kid ourselves. There's a message written in the cavern wall. Not Sid was here. Who's Sid? Why is he here? Or I guess why wasn't he not here? I have no idea. There are several points in Halo Combat Evolved that refer to Master Chief as a cyborg. For example, in the level Keys, the description reads, "Stage a 1 cyborg assault on a Covenant ship and bring back the captain." This is one of the earlier ideas for Master Chief that were accidentally left in the game. You see, during a majority of the game's development, Chief had no name, and was instead just referred to as the Cyborg, or Future Soldier. Finally, they went with Chief, which was intended to just be a placeholder name. But here we are now, and Master Chief is pretty much a household name. Side note, people also still debate whether or not Master Chief counts as a cyborg. I don't personally care, though.
C'est pas possible! Non, por favor, no! Nay, Connie! No!
Yes!
Halo game just by piggybacking, or let's attempt to do every Halo game in Lasso before Infinite comes out. Or even let's count how many grunts are in all 7 main installments of Halo. Or even let's beat a Halo game without touching the ground. I love this channel and highly recommend it. Here are some of my favorite videos from him. Halo Fireteam Raven is a rail shooter arcade game released in 2018, made by 343 and Play Mechanics. The game features a unique and candid story about a team of ODSTs trapped on the Halo ring during the events of the first Halo game. The game also adds some interesting lore to the events of the first Halo game, like how Flood Juggernauts, which I'll talk about a bit later, Scarabs, and drones also took part in the battle. While I really want to play it, at the moment 343 have no planned support to consoles, despite adding Fireteam Raven content into MCC. I don't know why they won't. If they released it for like $15 on Xbox, I'm sure it'd make a pretty damn good profit. During Halo 2's development, the Mongoose was created, but was ultimately removed from the final game, despite it being pretty much completed. In fact, the Halo 3 Mongoose is pretty much the exact same as the Halo 2 version, but it just looks nicer since it, has a newer engine. The Mongoose was ultimately removed from the game, however, because Bungie had a very difficult time integrating it into the gameplay, and feared to interfere with the Warthog and Ghost. Every ATV Off-Road Fury 2 fan just had to wait until the next installment to finally drive their favorite vehicle. Funny enough, they also tried out the idea for the Gun Goose in Halo 2, which would later be revisited in Halo 2 Anniversary. In Gears 5, Emil and My Wife Kat from Halo Reach both appear as playable characters, with abilities that come straight from Halo, and even have both their voice actors return. They're just two of the many guest characters in Gears 5, like Sarah Connor, the Terminator, Dave Bautista, the characters from Dark Fate that I can't remember the names to, and these guys. Why did they add these guys? Did you think that Forge Mode started out in Halo 3? Well, yeah, it did. But did you know something like Forge Mode was in Halo 2? No, not the original Halo 2, not Anniversary. You see, in the Windows Vista version of Halo 2, there was a built-in map editor called Halo 2 Cartographer, and even included its own Forge World called Example. That's just a single room long and isn't actually Forge World, it's just there to show you what you can place in an edited map. And it's very complicated, at least a lot more complicated than Forge. I Love Bees was a massive ARG created to promote Halo 2. It tells the story of the quote-unquote operator and the quote-unquote sleeping princess, dealing with a Covenant spy and an alien artifact, and require players to go to payphones across the United States, and call in certain numbers where they'd have to prove they're human by providing the person at the other end with their username, rank, etc. Once the game wrapped up, players were invited to go on a training mission that was just a chance to play Halo 2's multiplayer early. Fun fact, this ARG was so popular that some guy tried to call in during Hurricane Ivan, which led to the person on the other end to break character and tell him, "Dude, it's a hurricane. Put the phone down." There's a ton more about this ARG I haven't talked about, but there's so much that could be its own video. In fact, there's plenty of those online, so check them out. The Golden Warthog was a video game urban legend back in the day. You see, on the Halo 2 maps District, Terminal, Turf, and Headlong, there was an advertisement for a civilian Warthog that's not found anywhere else in the game. There were a ton of myths spread around online and in classrooms about how to unlock the Golden Warthog. Sadly, none of these were true, but Bungie would pay tribute to the rumors by bringing the advertisement back for the Halo Reach map, Breakneck. Mega Bloks would even pay tribute to the Golden Warthog in 2015 with the set Covenant Drone Ambush. Finally, with Halo 2 Anniversary in 2014, 343 released the Golden Warthog in Forge Mode. And finally, the decade-long hunt was over. Hidden Superior, or Xperia? No, I said it right, is a Halo YouTuber who specializes in Halo lore videos and opinion pieces. Is that the right word to use for, like, opinionated videos? Opinion pieces? That feels weird to say. He also covers Halo news, and even got an interview with Marcus Leto, the co-creator of Halo itself. He's a great YouTuber with a ton of great stuff, like a Halo Iceberg. Ah, shit, he beat me to it. Seriously though, the dude makes great content, and I highly recommend his channel. Here's some of my favorite videos from him. Nah. I get made fun of because I said pricks instead of pre, and said some weird Norse mythology word wrong before in the video. You think I'm going to pronounce these names? You're out of your mind. Anyways, these two elites are players 3 and 4 when you're playing Halo 3 co-op. And this is the only time in Halo history where the 3rd and 4th player are newly created characters for... Oh, right. But unlike Team Osiris, these two aren't really talked about as much. Seriously, both of their only other appearances outside of Halo 3 are the 2015 novel Hunters in the Dark. Interestingly, though, neither of them appeared in any of Halo 3's cutscenes, and both can spawn in without helmets via glitch. As you play on the Halo 3 map Isolation, the map will slowly become more and more infected by the Flood. This is due to the map taking place in a Flood containment zone. And oh yeah, the Flood hive right beneath the map. Some even speculate that if you wait long enough, the entire map will become infected, but that's just... I mean, it's just not true. Cool theory, but no, it doesn't go out that far. In fact, actually, after a while, it goes back to normal. So, it's the opposite, actually. In 2021, Pringles released a flavor based on the fictional burger, the Moa Burger. That's made of the fictional bird, the Moa, from Halo Reach. This was done in promotion for Halo Infinite and is apparently pretty good, though I haven't tried them personally yet. At the very beginning of the Halo 3 level, The Covenant, you can perform a glitch to hijack and drive the anti-air wraith you're supposed to destroy at the beginning of the level. This is leftover assets from when the anti-air wraith was originally normally drivable in earlier builds of Halo 3. Once leaving the vehicle, there's a dead man switch in it, meaning that once you leave, the vehicle blows up. It was later made available in Halo 3's Forge mode when Halo 3 was released on PC, so now you can just drive it normally. The name 2 Betrayals for the Halo CE level, well, 2 Betrayals, doesn't really make sense to a lot of players, as there's only 1 betrayal in the level. Except there isn't really, kinda... Something the name is in reference to a potential scrapped plotline, but I'm fairly certain 2 Betrayals is just referring to how Guilty Spark was trying to get Chief to betray Cortana, but then Chief betrays Guilty Spark, or I guess Guilty Spark betrays Chief in that regard, he was tricking him. There's a lot of betrayals going on right now. General Kid is a Halo YouTuber who specializes in showcasing mods and content from Halo. Usually pretty obscure stuff that you can really only find on his channel because nobody's talked about them. He's also covered the Chinese version of MCC in great detail, something that I'll talk about a bit later, and releases content about these pieces of content, mods, and Easter eggs very regularly. Go check out his channel, he's got some great stuff. Here's some of my favorite videos from him. In 2017, gameplay was leaked for a cancelled Halo Mega Bloks game, codenamed Hagar, produced by N-Space for the Xbox 360. It played like Traveler's Tales and LEGO games, but with a Halo makeover. But while it played like them, it was far from a cheap knockoff. The game featured new elements like actual aiming, and you had to collect blocks of fallen enemies to use in the build stuff. You could also upgrade your weapons and vehicles. Sadly, the game was cancelled in 2013, and the gameplay demo that was leaked was pretty much the only completed portion of the game. In a video by IGN, a former Bungie employee who worked on Halo Combat Evolved said that the Warthog section in the mall had to use a special Warthog that was specially tuned in order for the player to get to the ending. However, it seems that the employee may have misspoke, because the Warthog in the mall is not actually different from any other Warthogs in Combat Evolved. Well, Combat Evolved's campaign. You see, in actuality, the Warthog in the campaign has different specs than the one in multiplayer, as the one in multiplayer is too fast and its speed messes up jumps during the Warthog run. Before Master Chief Collection was ported to PC, Combat Evolved and Halo 2 were the only 2 mainline Halo games available for the PC, both of which featured exclusive content, like exclusive maps like Ice Fields, Danger Canyon, Infinity, Death Island, District, Uplift, etc., and weapons like the Flamethrower and Fuel Rod Gun, and the previously mentioned map editor for Halo 2 Vista. Despite Combat Evolved and 2 now being available on Steam, these 2 old-school versions are still pretty popular with modders and online communities, though the PC part of Halo Combat Evolved actually has some visual errors and new textures. Oh right, there's even a Mac version of Halo Combat Evolved, which I'm pretty sure is the only Halo game officially available on the Mac. There's an Easter egg in the Halo Reach mission, New Alexandria, in which you have to activate 2 different switches on 2 different buildings. Once you activate these switches, head to Club Area, like you're supposed to, and you'll be met with dancing grunts, a brute DJ, and another brute serving drinks. Unless you attack them, they won't attack you. It's a pretty funny Easter egg, and it's pretty iconic at this point. Believe is a marketing campaign for Halo 3 that included live-action commercials, Xbox Live marketplace ads, and 2 different websites. The first website played an interactive flash movie titled Diorama, which tells the story of Master Chief's sacrifice for humanity during the Human Covenant War. There were also real-life plaques displayed along with another website about Jack Courage, a war photographer during the Human Covenant War. There were also a couple of live-action commercials taking place after the events of Halo 3, about veteran Marines telling their stories of their time during the war. Though I don't know how canon these commercials are, as they mention that Chief is believed to either be killed or missing to the public, but these commercials take place long after Halo 3, 4, 5, etc., so wouldn't they know that Chief's alive? Or maybe it'll reveal that Chief does actually die in, like, Halo 10 or something. Halo Landfall is a collection of 3 live-action short films made by Neil Blomkamp, as a test for the Halo movie, as mentioned earlier. There are 3 different short films: Arms Race, Combat, and Last One Standing. And in these films, we see ODSTs, Brutes, Banshees, Warthogs, etc. It's a pretty cool series of shorts that has a pretty funny legacy. You see, on September 2nd, 2009, Kirkland police were called over to Bungie Studios in, well, Kirkland, Washington, because there were reports of a man holding an AK-47. Turns out, it was just a Bungie employee holding a replica of the Halo 3 sniper rifle that was used in Halo Landfall. The Yon Head are one of the few sentient species in Halo not to appear in any game. The Yonhat were a part of the Covenant Fringe, which was a collection of various species that were used to serve the Covenant's interests outside of war. They looked very human-like, and didn't actually have a very high population, as that was one of the reasons why the Covenant decided not to use them as soldiers. I mean, if they did use them for soldiers, there's a very good chance the Yonhat would have gone extinct. Sadly for the Yonhat, they don't have a very happy story after the war either, as when they emerged from hiding, they were then used by Covenant remnants, hoping to take advantage of the Yonhat's natural skills at trading, and a lot of them were sold into slavery by either jackals or Covenant warlords. Late Night Gaming is a Halo YouTuber known for his videos about how certain weapons from Halo have evolved over the games, though he's made a ton of other videos like Q&As, reviews, videos about mods, news updates, and various opinion-based videos, ranging from serious issues he has with Halo, or things he absolutely loves about Halo, to more minor problems he has, bordering on nitpicks. He's one of my favorite Halo content creators out there. It's clear he puts an insane amount of work into every single video he does. Go check him out if you haven't already. Here's some of my favorite videos from him. At the beginning of the Halo Reach mission, the package, it's possible for players to get access to 4 Banshees, one for each player, which basically allows them to skip over most, if not all, of the above ground section of the mission. It requires players to activate a switch in a soft kill barrier towards the beginning of the mission, that then requires another player to activate another switch quickly, or else it'll disappear, and you'll have to restart the entire level. And once the Easter eggs complete and the Banshees spawn in, you even get an achievement on MCC. In the Halo 5 mission of Cyrus, there's an Easter egg only available in Legendary that allows players to take part in a secret boss fight. Throughout the level, there are 7 knives you must shoot, which ignites them in flames. Activating all of these will give you a special checkpoint, and you'll be given a Prophet's Bane, Plasma Pistol, and Active Camo in order to battle a giant Promethean Knight and the Warden Eternal, who's now even taller. I personally will never do this Easter egg, because fighting the Warden Eternal on Legendary is a nightmare, and I never want to experience that again. On the Halo 2 mission, the Oracle, there's an Easter egg that allows players to find the Holodrome before the Heretic leader uses it during the final boss at the end of the level. And this is where I described to you how to do it, but I don't feel like it, so I'll leave a video guide in the description. But basically, through some glass breaking, jumping around, and a grenade jump, you'll eventually find the Holodrome floating. You can't actually attack it though, as bullets will go through it and grenades have no effect. In every Bungie Halo game, there's a secret grunt that talks. In Halo Combat Evolved, it's the Thirsty Grunt in the level The Maw, who mentions how he can't wait for the food nipple back on the Covenant Cruiser, because he's worked up a big thirst. Here's what a food nipple is, I don't really want to talk about it. Then in Halo 2, there's the Cowardly Grunt, during the level Uprising, in which the Grunt begs the Arbiter to spare him, as he hates brutes. In Halo 3, it's the Final Grunt, in which in the Halo level, the Grunt can be found towards the end and will insult Master Chief before asking him to spare his life. And then finally, in Halo Reach, there's the Dreaming Grunt, in which you can hear a grunt at nightfall say, "It's funny, but I dream in English while sleeping," though you can actually hear this in other levels as well. On the Halo 3 level, the Covenant, you can find a secret room underneath Tower 3. In order to get to it, you have to get out of the level with the Hornet and fly into the tower from the back. This room serves no purpose. There's no achievements involved with this room, it's not seen in any cutscene, and it's completely useless. Though it has been speculated that this room is what controls the elevator Chief uses to get to Tower 3's control room. In Halo 4's Spartanot mission, All the Secrets, there's an Easter egg only available if you play it on Legendary. At the beginning of the level, use a jetpack to make your way to the second level of the facility. Destroy a loudspeaker and then kill all the Covenant in your area. Upon entering a door that you'll now be prompted to go through, you'll find 8 grunts dancing in a circle. Think of it as a less terrifying version of that one really scary World of Warcraft pentagram kid Easter egg. Actually wait, now that I think about it, these Easter eggs are nothing alike. At the very end of Halo Combat Evolved on Legendary, you can see Sergeant Johnson and an Elite fighting before realizing they're both about to die, since the Halo rig is about to blow up. And so the two of them decide to hold each other. In the original version of the game, the Elite also grabs Johnson's ass while they're hugging, while the Anniversary, Johnson grabs the Elite's ass while they're hugging.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
On the ODST mission NMPD HQ, there's a phased graffiti onto the side of a building in the second area. However, the player can only view this graffiti when they jump off the building, killing themselves. The face is also there in the firefight map Windward, which is based on this level. How exactly did someone graffiti a building up this high? In Halo 3, if you change your Xbox 360's date to Christmas Day, and then load in any campaign level, and then press both thumbsticks down, instead of the normal loading screen, a message saying, "Happy Birthday Lauren" will play. This was added in by Adrian Pires in dedication to his wife Lauren. I'll leave a link to a video about it in the description because you can't really see it with pictures. Hopefully this Easter egg didn't end up aging poorly like that one Spider-Man PS4 Easter egg. Halo Canon is a Halo YouTuber that talks primarily about, well, the canon of Halo, obviously. From the lore of each Halo game's weapons, answering lore questions, discussing armor lore, giving out news updates, etc., the dude is pretty much one of the go-to guys for Halo lore and updates. I highly recommend checking him out, as he's one of my favorites. Here's some of my favorite videos from him. After the release of Halo 3, Bungie employees began pitching ideas for another game. One of these pitches was Halo 4, in which Chief would wake up from cryosleep. However, Bungie decided against making Halo 4 because their 10-year deal with Microsoft was ending, and they didn't want to start a new chapter of the Halo universe, only for them to be ripped away from it. As for Halo 4's story, all we know is that it would have involved a Forerunner mystery of sorts, and have a new set of enemies for Chief to fight. The Marathon Trilogy was Bungie's first attempt at a sci-fi epic. The games were released between 1994 and 1996 and have become a pretty big cult franchise. What's interesting about it, though, is that Marathon had a lot of influence on Halo, and has even been referenced in Halo. For example, the Hunters are designed after the Hunters from Marathon. You can see the Marathon logo on Key's shirt and the Pillar of Autumn. The control room in CE looks like the Marathon logo. The logo appears in the easy difficulty image, and there are many more Easter eggs I could list, but it would take forever. A really minor thing that not a lot of people know about is that in Halo 3's campaign, you can actually shoot through deployable cover, through a little rectangular hole in the middle of it. It took me a sad amount of time to figure this one out. During the intro cutscene to the Halo 2 mission, Delta Halo, you can see a grunt playing with toys. However, it changes between difficulties. On easy, he's playing with a stick in the dirt. On normal, he's playing with plasma grenades. Heroic, he's playing with fire. And on Legendary, he's playing with a Master Chief and Grunt doll. Meanwhile, in Halo 2 Anniversary, the cutscene has changed so that Jackal is taunting the Grunt with a doll. This doll will also change between difficulties. On Easy, it's the Didact. Normal, the Librarian. Heroic, Master Chief. And on Legendary, it's Rampant Cortana. Cursed Halo is an extremely popular mod for Halo Comedy Evolved by Inferno Plus, with the sole intention of making Halo Comedy Evolved the most cursed game ever created. And I'd say it does a pretty great job with that, with its massive warthogs, tiny warthogs, Minecraft weapons, plasma pistol nukes, flying warthogs, and a UNSC guy that just looks like he's having a really bad day. Also a water cannon. There's plenty of playthroughs of it online, and there's so much stuff I haven't even mentioned, I had to take up an entire video. The point is, if you have CE for the PC, check this out ASAP. In Halo CE and Halo 3, there are Japanese, Chinese, or Korean characters on the magnums. These either translate to power or the number 7, because for some reason Halo loves the number 7. In the Halo Reach mission Oni Sword Base, there's an Easter egg where if 2 players activate 2 hidden switches, both players will be teleported to the entrance of the Sword Base with 2 Gauss Warthogs. These 2 players are then supposed to race each other around the map, and whoever loses will their vehicle explode, obviously killing them. If there's also a 3rd or 4th player, they'll also take part in the race. Blast is a lemon-lime flavored soda in the Halo universe. A can of Blast can actually be found in each remastered Halo 2 multiplayer map at MCC, and you can actually get achievements for each can you destroy. Now, in universe, Blast was a potential sponsor for Project Hog Sticker, which was an idea proposed to create an over-the-top extreme warthog that would shoot flames out its back, called the Needleback. This variant of the warthog never saw the light of day in the universe, but is actually playable in Rocket League. Installation 01 is a fan-made Halo game heavily inspired by Halo 3, in order to finally bring Halo 3 to the PC. Well, in all fairness, this was being made long before that announcement. The game is being developed by SoM Studios and had several public betas. But then Microsoft stepped in and was like, hey, you guys aren't technically doing anything wrong, because it's non-commercial, but we don't really like you guys. But because they aren't breaking any laws, and 343 Industries themselves even giving them their blessing, the game could still be made, and is still currently in development, with the latest update being this year. Here's hoping Installation 01 releases one day. In the final mission of Halo Reach, Lone Wolf, there are 13 dead Spartans littered around the map. It's been speculated that these Spartans in lore were either part of Red, Gauntlet, and or Echo Team, as those 3 teams were present on Reach. Their armor is randomly generated every time you load into the level, and I guarantee you there's a trillion different fanfics out there about some dude's OC being one of 13 dead Spartans, and how he's probably like Master Chief's brother or some shit. There are far too many differences from the beta builds of the Halo games to their final releases, so I'll just go over some of the ones I found the most interesting. For Halo 2, the sniper rifle in the alpha uses the exact same scope and melee animations from Combat Evolved, and the Needler did almost no damage in the alpha, but was extremely buffed up in the beta, but then was brought back to its near uselessness from the alpha in the final release. And the Wraith's cannon also required a charge to fire. In Halo 3, trip mines were a lot deadlier in the beta, as they could stick to the bottom of unmanned vehicles, meaning that as soon as somebody got into a vehicle, it'd explode. Also, the Spartan models were a lot more detailed in the beta, as the models included paint chipping and dents in the armor. Ultimately, this was changed for artistic reasons. For Halo Reach, the armor customization menu was extremely different from the final build of the game. The assault rifle and DMR also had completely different melees than the final game. Oh yeah, and the Magnum had unplayable levels of recoil. And finally, in Halo 5, a lot of the multiplayer maps were brighter in the beta, and the energy sword was also a lot brighter. Arby and the Chief is a web series created by John Graham that currently has 8 seasons with 122 episodes, and a movie. It's filmed using both Halo machinima and puppeteering action figures, both Master Chief and the Arbiter, and most of the voices are text-to-speech. Contrary to popular belief, the series is actually still ongoing, with the latest episode being released in 2020. The show also has started introducing serious plots and dramatic moments to it in, I think, Season 6? Which I think viewers like? I'll be honest, I never watched this when I was younger, so I have no real connection to it. Unlike Red vs. Blue, this is an outsider looking in. A lot of people, myself included, have found exploring certain Halo multiplayer maps, primarily in the original trilogy, kinda creepy if you're playing them alone, like you're being watched or something. Many people believe this is because these multiplayer maps are meant to be filled with players, but with nobody there, it's like you're visiting a ghost town. People have made really great videos on the subject, and there's even an indie horror game about the idea. Some of the maps I find the most eerie to walk around in by myself are Sandtrap, Sidewinder, Valhalla, Blood Gulch, Isolation, Ascension, and Lockout.
Now that there's Halo 4 double XP under every cap of Mountain Dew, I have to start training! Because the more dew you drink, the more double XP you get! And the more double XP you get, the more I get to rank up faster! So stock up on double XP and I'll keep training like a beast! That way together, we can dominate Halo 4! 7,000. Are you with me? Yes! Now drink that dew!
Advance your Spartan's career in Halo 4 with double XP under every cap of Mountain Dew. Enter codes at dewxp.com.
Well, Arbiter, I think you're cute, too.
There's an Easter egg only available on Legendary in the level New Alexandria in Halo Reach, where you can drive a Pelican and a Phantom. After completing all the objectives in the mission, before you're given the objective to destroy the Shade turrets at Oni HQ, there's a building in which you can activate a switch allowing you to fly a Falcon through an oval ring tower. Once you pass through that ring tower at a certain altitude, you'll be spawned into a Pelican. If you do this Easter egg with a Banshee instead of a Falcon, you'll get access to the Phantom. This is the only time we've ever actually been able to control a Phantom in a mainline Halo game. In fact, I think it's the only time we've ever been able to actually drive one, period. During ODST, you can spot a poster of the moon on it with text reading, "Destiny awaits." This was a tease for Bungie's eventual second sci-fi franchise, Destiny, which has gone on to have 2 installments so far. Now some may think this is just a coincidence, but when ODST was ported to MCC, that version of the game removed the poster altogether and replaced it with another poster with the Earth and Moon, with text reading, "For her." So, it wasn't a coincidence. This was a flat-out tease for Destiny, a game that wouldn't be released for another 8 years. On the Halo 2 level outskirts, you can actually play as a grunt for a glitch. You have to kill your co-op partner with a plasma grenade, then rush to the front of the destroyed Pelican. Restart the mission while making sure your partner doesn't respawn. When the game begins again, stick your partner again with a plasma grenade, then start meleeing for a bit to keep them from respawning. And then eventually your partner will respawn as a grunt. As a grunt, you can't actually drive any vehicles besides ghosts, and you will automatically dodge warthogs. But you can use turrets. Your jump is reduced by a whole lot, and the Covenant won't attack you, but the UNSC will. In Halo 2, there was a boss flood form called the Flood Juggernaut that would have appeared in the Oracle, Sacred Icon, and Quarantine Zone. They were cut fairly late into development and can be spawned into the game via mods. They're extremely deadly and will send players flying if it hits them with its whip. It'll even knock cover out of the way to get to you, and it even has a berserk phase like a brute, where it'll begin waving its tentacles around wildly. Because they were scrapped from the game, they were never actually made canon until Halo Wars 2, where they were mentioned before finally appearing as an enemy in Fireteam Raven. Though in the Mona Lisa motion comic, there was actually a flood form that kinda looks like the Juggernaut, but it's never been confirmed to actually be it. The only way to kill these things are the high damage weapons like the rocket launcher or shotgun. And if the Flood ever does return, I'd love to see the Flood Juggernaut return with them. So back in 2013 when Halo 5 was announced, or Halo's presence in the Xbox One was announced, though eventually a version of the trailer will be released with Halo 5's name attached to it, so I guess it's the trailer for both. Master Chief was seen in a cloak, witnessing a Guardian emerge. This led to a lot of people getting hyped up for a cloaked Master Chief, only for him to never actually appear. Ever. Master Chief in a cloak would get a figure of him released, though as for appearing in-game, this never happened. Hell, a situation like this never even happened in Halo 5. We can only assume one of two things. One, that this trailer was just an original marketing thing, not meant to be taken as canon, or two, this was part of Halo 5's original story before getting changed. My money's on the former, but who knows. Halo 2's E3 demo was a completely different build of the game. In fact, this entire demo was only put together because Bungie were pressured into releasing footage for E3 2003. The demo is basically an alternate version of the level Outskirts, where Chief battles brutes on Earth. These brutes are a lot more ape-like. Other changes include how the battle rifle is semi-auto now, the brute shot fires plasma instead of grenades, phantoms are destroyable, the Gauss cannon fires much faster, hijacking ghosts takes a lot longer, the entire level takes place during a different time of day, and there's multiple battle rifle melee animations. So in Halo 4, you kill the Didact and save Earth. Right? Well, you save Earth, but as for the Didact dying, no. You see, as revealed in the comic series Halo Escalation, in Issue 9 the Didact was revealed to have survived Halo 4, and when he woke up after being taken down at the end of the game, he instantly slaughters Spartan Team Black, who were sent to investigate. Chief and Blue Team then show up and they have a big old fight, until in Issue 10 the Didact was finally killed by Chief. Except he wasn't. He was just contained as his essence lived in digital form. So I kinda lied with this entry. He never actually dies. His most recent appearance was in the Halo Adult Coloring Book, where on page 41 it shows
Hey guys, today mountains to the west. It is a plain field of only snow with nothing special. And by nothing special, I really mean there isn't anything special here these days. However, back during earlier expansions, there was a certain location that had weird noises coming from it. During Legion, there were demonic whispers coming from this exact location. Here is some footage I took during the old days of it. quite spooky. Even weirder is that even before Legion, back in Miss Pandaria, there was another sound coming from it instead. That sounded like a female goblin fighting. Also, interestingly enough, you only heard the sound when you move your camera. These days, it is completely silent. I do not know exactly what expansion or patch changed the voices, or removed them completely. My personal theory is that underneath the snow, there is, or was, a testing chamber that Blizzard used for audio when it comes to different NPCs. I still can't figure out exactly what NPC or creature made the sounds that you just heard. I'll link some videos in the description, with other people hearing the voices on this location, just in case you're a skeptic. Also, I've not explored this location back in Classic WoW or TBC. Maybe the explorers of you would be interested to check it out, if there was anything back here during the day. Number 2. Deadly Seesaw. During Battle for Azeroth, me and a few friends were having fun with the toy Darkmoon Seesaw. The toy that simply pushes you up in the air if Lunk is on it. However, something really weird happened when using it. My friend Lazarus got thrown on a path that went straight through the ground. Even weirder is that this happened twice in a row for him. It ultimately ended in a disconnect. The same thing happened to Valkyria in our group. We tested for hours to see what was the cause of the issue. We thought that maybe the seesaw pushed you into a flight path that bugged straight through the ground. If the seesaw knockout and the in-game flight master use a similar system, since flight path bugging out isn't unheard of. I personally never had this happen to me. Neither did my friend Life Devourer. A theory I have is that it can only happen to female characters. Because of what I've seen of this, is that the only thing in common for all the players that got thrown through the world is that they play female. It seems really unlikely there's a requirement to make it work. Perhaps use a coincidence. Might also have something to do with latency, or use real lucky timing. Who knows? Number 3. Odd combat location in Stormwind. This is a weird one that I noticed back in the days. When Randall is spinning around with Whirlwind, there are certain locations in Stormwind that will put you into combat, even when they aren't hitting anything at all. You can see that I'm generating rage, and I cannot mount up. But the comment log says I'm not hitting anything at all.
I've the finest wares in the land.
It might be similar to the Unseen in Duskwood, the NPCs that are invisible. However, those mobs can die, and they also show up on the combat log. Also, if you're a demon hunter, you can see them with the spectral sight. Unlike Stormwind. It seems like Swarming Mist or Blessed Hammer are enabled to make you end up in combat. Apparently, only some AoE type of effects seem to work. I spent time scouring most of Stormwind, trying to discover the exact locations that are bugged. and I found the following locations. I also found a really weird immortal rat that didn't take any damage. My theory on this one is that some invisible unit might be present that accidentally got added in 8.3 when Horrific Vision of Stormwind were tested and added. Since the Horrific Vision uses the same map as Stormwind, they might be connected. I went into the Horrific Vision and tried to see if the scenario also had these bugged locations, but I didn't find a single one. Not even in the Meg district, which in the real Azeroth had the most of them. I've not tested in Orgrimmar if they got similar weird places. Perhaps you Horde players are able to. Number 4. The Emerald Nightmare. Emerald Nightmare is a mysterious place, and there's one special bug that happened to me back in Legion. If you go too far down, you will instantly die. But before that happens, your character starts to escape from your camera. However, if you were to die, and then someone else resurrects you while being in the camera-free zone, you will be able to enter down into the depth of the nightmare, skipping the death wall completely. This allows me to freely explore the Grizzly Hills of Emerald Nightmare. Keep in mind my camera stayed weird during the whole exploration. It was locked hundreds of yards above my character. It can be difficult to see anything, since the fog is really thick. There are also a lot of invisible walls everywhere. The most interesting thing in the nightmare are tentacles everywhere. Broken textures,